All right. What is up, guys? You got Aniki here today. We got the entire church ready to go. So, that being said, Church of MHA, episode 29 of season 1 started. Now, we already got Archbishop East in the call.
Hey, y'all. How we doing, party people?
We got my boy Florian.
Yes, sir.
AKA the church soccer mom. We got Banzu.
Let's go!
And we got BG.
Yeah.
And not only that, buffering to get in right now, we got the wonderful Seyz coming in on board. Let's go. All right.
Early.
I know Seyz is early, which means she's probably going to read the chapter with me. Let's go.
No, I read it.
Oh my God.
It's actually weird.
All right. First page. Let's do this. To think, not even my death could keep us from meeting again. All for one. Yo. First off, this panel. That's Nana Shimura. Okay, this chapter's titled Mistake. We're inside One for All. What's happening with Kachan and everyone else? Now looky there, Tomura. Wow, a dead person who happens to be your grandmother. That pathetic, incompetent Nana Shimura stands before us. We're in the middle of a transplant. There are stories of people whose personalities and tastes change after an organ transplant, though it sounds rather occult. There's plenty of support and evidence. As for me, I'm prone to the oddest dreams from time to time. In my dreams, those whose quirks I've stolen show up to hurl abuse my way. These episodes often leave me discouraged. Am I really capable of feeling guilt for my sins like some utterly ordinary person? But here's the strangest part. Once I get rid of a quirk, its former owner stops haunting my sleep. Bizarre, no? Especially since I'm certainly not the type to hold a grudge myself. But my work with our good doctor revealed the root cause. What? Just as organs and cells house memories of sorts, every quirk factor contains a consciousness, the individuality of its wielder, if you will. All right, and now we officially have proof that switching to quirk from individuality was probably a mistake.
They can count that W.
And I've been telling people for a while that like you need to make sure every now and then just switch the two words in to make sure it makes sense. And now it can't be more on the nose than this now. Like
I mean, I feel it, but I'm sorry. That was still the biggest W Caleb took. Like in choosing his translation.
Oh yeah, by the way, Aniki. So since when is One for All a slave trader?
Hold up. Let me
the accent you had, that nigga sounds like. Now listen here, boy.
You telling me that All for One wouldn't put it up on you and be like, I do declare that their quirk is mine and nice. I should take it for myself.
Oh, okay. These are the boys.
Yeah. I like the way you die, boy.
Tell me that's not an All for One.
I mean, you are sounding like that dude from fucking what's that called again? Django.
Yeah, Django. I like the way you die, boy. All right, let's get back to the live reaction.
Yeah. Now quit trampling all over Shimura's memory. Nana Shimura, grandma, why were you? My bloodkin too. My little brother, who had the power to grant his own quirk to another, could also meddle with quirks directly. When his original quirk mixed with the power stocking one, the resulting power became a sleepier car to carry consciousness forward to future generations. Anyhow, wouldn't you like to say hello? So you're Kotaro's son. No matter how we got here, Grandma, you can rest assured that I also hate you with all my heart.
What I love.
Shiggy stands punching the air right now. At least the ones that wanted to pretend like he was always gonna, like, nah. Yo.
Sorry, somebody said something about some redemption.
Shooms, ooh, the OFA world is eroding. Good, Tamor. Your hatred is making its mark. The rule is that The will of one for all's wielder can affect it, but your rage is starting to eat away at that very rule. Whoops, I nearly forgot. You hate me too. All the better. How fitting for the symbol of tarot. But it seems still not enough. What? Freeze.
Whoa!
Yo! Since my brother is as obstinate as I am, what? Put the meat on the table. So is he the next in line, brother? It's such a shame that I could never make you mine. We will never go to you. We have chosen to remain within this body. Getting beaten back. That's the power. That's the one power that never behaved how Master wanted. What the hell? Show some power, Tomura. Yo, their hands merging. Combine your strength with my own and we can steal them away. They are but a couple departed people who fell before me. Brother, you claim you've chosen this. No point in bluffing when I know the truth. I've seen it all through Tomura's eyes. The incredible power has been wasted. Wasted on one who could protect neither friend nor... Ooh, talk to these niggas! Wasted on one who could protect neither friend nor teacher. They were forced to defend him, in fact. Ooh! What's more, like his master, he's given himself over to blind rage. He finds himself immobilized, squirming about helplessly watching on. Talk to this man. Conferring this power to someone so worthless was a mistake.
That nigga spit.
Awful one is a Mirio stand.
Spit. Oh shit.
No, it wasn't. Someone who exploits people like you could never understand what drives this boy to shed blood. He rages for the sake of others. For them, he does this best until he can do no more. This young man is possessed by a drive to save others that eclipses all common understanding. Our power is his, and we shall follow him. Okay. Yep, blown apart. Did he steal it? No, he couldn't. But Tomura, my quirk has not fully settled into your body, so you couldn't summon the power to steal his. Don't black out. Your body must achieve completion. Retreat. Take stock and live on to fight. Shigaraki, please don't start moving again. I haven't even read that. Dog. Hold up.
Here comes the nigga to the plan.
Hold up. To quote the king of light skins. Hold up. Hold my phone. Shigaraki's fighting Endeavor. Mm-hmm. Nice. Let's prep. Prep for what? To tear down this fake hero society, of course.
Let's go.
Dabi season!
Yeah.
Are you fine with this, Toga? You're awfully close to the edge. I know you've been scanning for them. Those UA scamps you love so much, they are heroes too. Toga, where do they draw the line? If heroes are supposed to save people, then was Jin not considered a person? Will they kill me too? That's what I want to ask Izuku and Ochako. And depending on their answer, I'll be fine. Yo! Fuck!
Fucking go.
Fuck!
Fucking go, nigga.
Yes, sir.
Horikoshi put his dick on the table.
And guess what? I'm eating today, nigga. I ain't taking that back. No pause. No pause. I know what the fuck I said.
Beast. You're the Archbishop. You can't say things like this.
I believe it was.
I ain't saying I'm doing.
Said,
Oh my god.
Yo!
Oh man.
East's exact words were, "This is not like Overhaul. He's not gonna let Otaku go without her, her shine." So gotta shout that out real quick.
No, bro.
Oh, the day she do something, I'm coming for heads. Twitter better watch the fuck out, cause I'm gonna be like Rex on these niggas, bro. I'm gonna be like Dustin. I'm coming for everybody head. I'm coming for somebody very specific on Twitter too, cause I've been tired of this shit for a very long time. Every time I scroll through this, all you got something to say, but don't worry, I got something for your ass, nigga.
I don't know how he keeps never missing. I don't know how the art keeps improving, Fred. You gotta tell me.
Nobody
You gotta
knows.
tell me.
Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Damn, man.
What is happening in this world? See,
Hey,
look, okay, I gotta keep it a full stack now. I gotta keep it a full stack.
Mhm.
I know the pandemic messed up a lot of people's lives. I know 2020 has been hard for a lot of motherfuckers. I gotta keep it real with you. 2020 has been hella good to me and MHA. Oh Lord Jesus, it's a 5. And that 5 is MHA. Got
in the
there.
souls of the sinners. They shall now see the true light given to us.
Yep.
I don't even know how to process this. Hold up. Like,
Hey, Lodi. Hey, Lodi.
hold up.
Why you still processing that? Let me point out something.
Nigga, I'm sweating.
Let me tell y'all niggas why this nigga Horikoshi is 20 steps ahead of the entire game. There are 3 people in MHA within the main cast of kids that have all our final series battle that we can each agree on. That'd be Deku Shigaraki, Ochiko Toga, and Dabi and Shota, right? So tell me how, even before we get to the end of the series, this nigga set up all 3 interactions that happened prior to the skip, the inevitable skip of time. And now they'll have this all 3 of these niggas are gonna have a confirmation right here, all 3 of them, and then it's gonna be another one.
No, bro. Like, also, talk your shit, AFO. This is what I'm talking about. When I say Horikoshi keeps making AFO better and better after he lost. This nigga, first off, who trolling like All For One? Who is trolling you like All For One right now?
Nobody.
Ain't nobody in the game as disrespectful as this nigga. Wow, a dead person. Fuck your name, a dead person. That's like, like before we talk about who you are, let's talk about how I killed your bitch ass. That's All For One. Like,
Man,
What is it?
the best thing in this is just like he keeps people. I watch almost every video of MHA terrorists, and everybody is saying, "Oh, All For One is taking over Shigaraki, everything." Bullshit! Bullshit! What happened here, man? What happened here? He just said to his kid, "Hey, say hello to your grandma."
Oh,
I hit the accept.
I'm also very happy that we got confirmation of what I've been saying for the past fucking 2 months.
Damn.
Fucking that, what is it? There, no, and fucking no. All For One is not taking over his body.
Yes.
It's a fuck.
Yes.
It's a fucking. It's just a part. It's just a part of it.
Yeah.
When you switch quirks.
Well, yeah. Where Dustin at? Because Dustin was adamant that that's what AFO was on, and we kept telling him.
I really think Dustin's going to be very disappointed with how this arc is going to turn out, because there's not going to be as many deaths to satisfy his taste of whatever he thought this expectation of deaths were going to happen.
Well, I mean,
my doorbell just rang. Y'all handle this real quick.
Well,
I mean,
okay,
what is it? I mean, like, what is it? Endeavor still might die, so I don't feel. And Bakugo wasn't a death he was actually expecting to happen. So, yeah, there's that. So I'm like, I don't know.
So, like, some context behind that is that like we would have like these streams where he believes like not Bakugo, but Endeavor, All Might, Hawks. He said like almost majority of the Hero Society is going to die. Majority. And now that Shigaraki's out of commission, right? Assumingly, right? It's honestly, I don't see it happening.
Let's go.
Makes sense for it to happen now.
All right, I'm back.
The prodigal son has returned.
Oh, there's Rex. I thought I heard him.
Yes, sir.
But
my
it's not
bad.
gonna be as bad.
I was playing this new game and like I lost track of time.
Who'd you play? Genshin?
Hell no, it's called Divinity Original Sin 2.
Oh, I know what that is.
Dog. Also, that mailman and I was actually one of my friends that we used to work together for like 5 years.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
Funny how life is going around like that.
Duh. Okay. Hold up, though. Rex, where Dustin at? Because this man has been insistent that AFO was trying to take over this entire time. And then when AFO was like about to get erased from Shigaraki's body, he was like, oh, yeah, that's right. You mad at me too. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I just hit him up, but like, I thought like it basically confirmed what I thought. This isn't All For One. It's just literally a part of his. Yeah. It's like And then he even further explained it that every quirk that he takes has literally can live within his body. So every person is there in his body.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like I was this is what I've been saying for weeks. So I'm like, yeah. I'm like, nah. I was like, you'll know this just by like listening to what they say. Like this isn't the first time they've said that. This is like a hard confirmation.
Yeah. I said this also. Don't know. I think on a commentary on the other video, the same thing about that. Every quirk takes like the essence of people, like part of their soul, you know. So if you all for one right now, he just wants his brother back. Like I said, like in the past week, he just wants his brother. He keeps fighting for this. I don't know. And the quirk, he's just obsessed by this. I just want my brother. I just want him next to me. I want next to me. Like that's what he wants. One for all. I don't think that the all for one the actual guy, he has like passed that fiction of a one form, but the quirk is still on this, you know. The person gave his quirk to Shigaraki for a reason, and that the quirk is just like sometimes just is dominant as shit, because all for one was also like this, you know.
And he had it for a long time. Like he's been alive for a long time.
Dustin said he's not coming.
That's fair.
But I'm thinking right now that Shigaraki is gonna kill. He's gonna kill for one for sure right now.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the thing is, if he kills all for one, it doesn't change the fact that his vestige is still inside of him. Like him dying changes nothing that the vestige is still.
Yeah. I know, but he's gonna do it for himself. He just want to do it for himself.
Yeah, I could see him doing that.
See really him doing that right now.
Yeah. Also, like I'm late, so I don't know if y'all talked about this already. I don't know what y'all have talked about.
We just finished reading it.
We got like 15 minutes into like I read the chapter, freaked out.
Okay.
Explained that AFO was a slave driver and kept going.
All right, so like before we talk about like all the stuff that happened in the dream world, I just really want to talk about like after Deku and Shigaraki parted, when all for one was like, "Don't black out. Your body must achieve completion." Does he mean don't die, or does he mean don't lose consciousness?
Don't lose.
Don't lose consciousness.
So
because I guess
wait, let him go. Let him finish.
So what I'm asking is, if he doesn't lose consciousness, is there something that's going to happen with his body to where it's like the 75% we saw is him moving around, like working towards that completion rating because he's moving around, or what? Like I don't know. Like is the completion rating still going up even though he's not inside the tube anymore?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
But I mean, he said your body must achieve completion.
Okay. That's not what he means.
Okay.
Yeah, because he told him to retreat. So
I assume it just means that give your body time to complete, because if you fall, because essentially he can't fight much longer here, and if he goes unconscious, he's gonna be captured or whatever, and that's not gonna be good. So I think he's just telling him, go somewhere else, take your time to let the quirk settle, and then you can come back for an attack and actually be successful.
What I was thinking is essentially, like pretty much continue the process, but you have to escape to do that. Because if you black out, they're gonna capture your ass. You ain't gonna be able to do that at all.
Yeah, he's literally saying like, heal up, get out of here. Don't keep trying to fight this battle. So like for once, because you got to think, that's the vestige talking. It's not like the real AFO is talking to him right now. Because I feel like the real AFO would just risk it all if it was necessary and just teleport him to him if it was that deep. So yeah, no, this is more about, all right, so look, your body's not ready. You just got fucking jumped. Like, what's his face in that episode of JoJo's Part 5?
Yeah.
You really want to get out of here and like take some time to, you know, assess the situation, think about what your opponent's forces are going to be looking like going forward, hence the take stock part, and then live to fight. Like, figure out how you want to move, stay alive, and then let's run this shit later. Which
I was going to say, real quick, like, remember we was talking about like what would need to happen for like Shigaraki to leave, and we were talking about this is the level of event I was talking about that needed to happen. Something where like it had to make sense, but also it had to be big enough to where it makes sense why Shigaraki's leaving and the dreamscape and all of that. and Deku losing his mind and stuff definitely suffices for satisfying me about Shigaraki escaping now.
Yeah, like see, and then that's the thing is that like we were talking about this, like it doesn't like either. We even said like I think all of us except maybe Dustin was like, and I think even Dustin said that like this fight doesn't work. Like he has to get like arrested or something crazy. Like I remember we were talking about the possibilities of like maybe like somehow getting him arrested so that the arc can end and Maki is saving him. And like
I never agreed to the arresting part because that would have been absolutely pointless in the entire in this entirety. Because there was like
it can still happen now if he falls.
I mean, they wouldn't get that. They wouldn't get that far because Maki is already 3/5 of the way there. They wouldn't. They'd be able to put some handcuffs. They would not make it to Tartarus. I guarantee you that.
Oh no!
That's not. Yeah, no. East, you're misremembering what Rex said. He was literally like, get him in the cuffs,
and then Giganto shows up. Yeah, so like that may still happen, but I don't know. And then like, even though I think Shigaraki may like be safe, I don't know if this battle is over with because Dabi and them are still pretty much ready to go. So like, and what Dabi said, let's prep for getting there. So I don't like, even though I said this is a reason why Shigaraki escaped. Now that Dabi said this, I don't even know if they leave.
I feel like they're going. I feel like due to Toga and because of Shigaraki's situation, they're still going to leave after he does his thing. Of course, they're going to keep fighting.
I think that Toga seeing Shigaraki in this state, and then also already having losing twice, is going to send her over the edge because like she's already lost one, and she's seen what they've done to like her leader and like her friend. Like I don't know, maybe like that sends her over the edge.
Also,
I don't know if it will because he's still regenerating.
Nah, but still, even if he is regenerating, she doesn't know like all this superpowers. Like even at that, he can regenerate, but this nigga is like fucking brutalized right now. You see what the fuck he look like.
Oh yeah,
so we don't know how long the regeneration is gonna take in general. But my thing is, people are actually kind of forgetting that like less than a mile away are a bunch of high ends, and y'all really mean to tell me y'all like this? People like the scale, but you think they might be as smart, but they ain't got to be as smart. Like you think a bunch of scrub ass heroes for to really take on all these high ends and really get away with.
I mean, we kind of prove that if the heroes know what to expect and they're not stuck defending a bunch of civilians, they can, even with like a decent number of scrubs, put up a good fight against them. Because you got to think, like,
that fight lasts for so long.
That fight was only 5 minutes.
Hold on, you calling Crush the scrub?
No, I was just about to say, like, you had let me finish. So, because you had like Crust there, yeah, but he was like primarily like a defensive hero. He wasn't like a big attacker. Mirko was already injured. Endeavor was focused on like one of them. So most of the people who were doing the fighting weren't even top 10 heroes. Yeah. Like, so it's not a matter of like scrub heroes when they don't have to worry about civilians getting fucking stomped, like can do a lot better against high ends.
Well, they were still getting stomped in the background though.
Like if you look at sorry, go ahead.
I was about to say in the background you can still see a mass majority of these niggas getting brutalized and stabbed through and.
But they still, but that's still attack openings and people are still landing blows too. Like you gotta give like props both ways. You can't just ignore that.
I mean, my thing was that it was essentially a whole bunch of scrub ones fighting on like a particular one. There's like a fuck ton of these niggas at once. So I don't know if that's gonna be the same because they had to gang them. Unless there's a fuck ton of them gonna gang all of them.
But we don't know how many people who were pro heroes from the like rescue squad have already mobilized towards them too. Because you got to think like if the amount of heroes we've been told are in this operation, like it wouldn't make sense for like hundreds of heroes to be involved and then like all like 10 on 1 still losing. Like I don't see it. Like I feel like they don't get me wrong, they're taking casualties. Also, real quick, because I realized one of the reasons why people are super obsessed with death and like why they think like 80 people have to die in this arc is because most people don't know that the definition of a casualty does not mean an actual death. Mm-hmm. Casualties are just people who are harmed by the war. Mm-hmm. So just factor that in when you think about like, oh, this war doesn't have enough casualties. Does it? Because we did have a couple hundred deaths and plenty injuries. So just saying. Factoring in real quick with the Toga
combination of Giganto and Onomus. I believe more people are gonna die.
Oh yeah, we're gonna
But
get
not
plenty of
that much.
Like a lot of the people, like a lot of the pros, like Majestic in them, are probably dead. Like there's a good chunk of those dudes are dead. Some of those people got directly hit by Gigantomachia's claws. You cannot convince me otherwise. And you cannot convince me that a man who can palm buildings over, slapping you with his claws doesn't lead to a expeditious death.
Why do you think I'm not? That's why I'm not happy about what happened to Orca.
I mean, it looked like Orca straight up got stomped. I'm not gonna lie. He kind of looked like he got stomped on.
Yeah, it looked like he was up in the air, and then like that nigga Maki came back down with another limb and just fucking.
And all right, but so when we talk about Ochako and Toga, though, this is what makes Toga finally like Shigaraki's Harley. This is where she transitions into that. Because no, not like they're gonna date. This is what stops her from being obsessed with Deku and Ochako and her finally just looking at them as her enemies. Because at the end of the day, they might not say, yeah, we would kill you, but they are gonna be like, we still gonna beat your ass. Because Toga has...
I don't know, I wondered about something about in this chapter when Deku told Shigaraki, no, not told, but basically thought or prayed that Shigaraki wouldn't move again. But part of it was, of course, that he doesn't want the fight to stop. But in how it is phrased, for me, there was like concern for Shigaraki in it.
Mm.
I don't know.
I understand why she see it like that, but it wasn't like that.
Yeah, I know. It was just, I don't know. It was really weird because when I read it and when the way he looked and the way he phrased it, it seemed to me like he is aware that if Shigaraki does move again, then Shigaraki is going to get even worse hurt or seriously like die or whatever. And like there was some concern for Shigaraki there. That's what I was really kind of surprised by.
I feel like he's just kind of like, bro, can we be done with this?
Yeah, like, of course.
We hurting.
All my friends are down. I literally got one capable friend right now, and all my limbs are fucking broke. Please.
Yeah, of
can't
course.
keep doing this shit.
Like they're both in full on ragdoll physics mode at this point.
But one of them can heal immediately. The other is.
I don't think he can heal immediately.
I mean, in a sense, like he can recuperate. But I mean, even Deku doesn't know the full. Neither do we. But Deku also doesn't know like how real he can recuperate. This is their real life, so they don't know everything they thrown at him. This nigga just got back up from it.
Yeah, I know. It was logically just him asking Shigaraki to stop because Deku is pretty much done, I think, and if Shigaraki continued to fight, that would be very bad for Deku. It's just that the way it was phrased, it was really like, for me, it seemed like there is, apart from that obvious factor of I can't continue fighting you because I am basically done, there was also, I don't know, some concern there.
And then also with the Shigaraki's healing factor, it's important to remember that, like they say, quirks are like muscles. And I'm pretty sure even the regeneration quirk is like, yo, dog, can I get a break?
Yeah.
Like, what is this? Like, fuck, man. Like, your whole body repeatedly? Mm-hmm. You lost your jaw, you lost your arms, you give me a break. I'm trying to rest up a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a lot of effort for one quirk.
Shigaraki's definitely moving again after this.
Yep.
100%.
Yeah.
And I want to talk about this point about him. I want to talk about this point too, actually, because people might think like, just because Off One told him, go ahead, recuperate, stop the fighting here, go ahead, get away, this, that, and the other, that. And just because he sees it that way, it doesn't mean it's gonna. It doesn't mean it's gonna like go that way completely at the same time. Because, like, let's exclude like the fact that let's exclude the plot points that have to happen with Dabi and Endeavor. You still got the things that he says, like Off One is alone, right? In a sense, like all his allies got taken down. But he in the sense that he was the one that stood above everybody else as the Lord of Evil, the Supreme Lord of Evil. Like they hear about him in the stories of the Boogeyman, not him and his crew, right? But in the sense that just like how the previous generations had All For One as their symbol, All For One as their symbol of evil and their overlord on the dark side, they had All Might on the light side. In this case, how the generations change, you can't rely on one person to do everything anymore. How they can't rely on All Might. The same way Shigaraki said, how did you get taken down by one person? He's not alone. It's not just Shigaraki, the Lord of Evil. It's the LOV. They keep referencing the LOV. He may be the leader, but it's the LOV as a unit, as a team. And the same way the kids come up as a group, as a generation, as a team, it's the same way the LOV comes up because they're nobody's doing this shit alone. And their allies are all a part of the same, like, as a complete threat, as a unity. It's like if you had All Might on the hero side right now, you wouldn't see everybody else as a threat as you would All Might. You'd be like, All Might's the problem, more than anything. It's like, look at those scrubs on the side, but All Might is the real deal. It's like, with Shigaraki, yeah, he's dangerous, but you also have the LOV, who's a team, a unit in this case. So it's like, he'll get, Horikoshi always does the parallel in the shonen subversion tropes. So in this case, it'll be his friends coming to him to save him also and recuperate him. Because I like the idea, shout out to whoever really came up with the split half society country shit. Because they could even, their plan will come to fruition and they can still pull off the plan that they had by taking some parts of Japan.
Yeah. Also, I was looking in the chat and Fred has a question for you, Rex.
What's up?
Is Dabi still not Toya?
Oh damn! Love our chat. I really love our chat.
Not Toya.
All right, this is what actually. You know what? This is what we're gonna do. Actually, it's coming around Halloween. Rex, this is what will happen. You will buy the costume pre ahead of time. If the reveal turns, hold on, hear me out. If the reveal turns out that Dabi is not in fact Toya, then we will reimburse you for the money you spent on the clown costume, and we will wear the costumes the following thing. We need to make sure you got your costume ready, because I know you gonna cap.
Hell no, I'm not doing that.
All right, see, look, you gonna cap.
If it happens and he's not Toya, if he is Toya, and then the next week I'll buy it doesn't take that long for Amazon to deliver stuff. I'll have
Amazon be spitting.
Yeah, so
how do y'all see this playing out now, since Off One is giving Shigaraki this advice? And what I just said about the entire subversion of friendship tropes.
So somebody actually, can I say?
Yeah, sure.
Well, you know Zach, right?
Yeah.
He actually he was saying like 2 or 3 months ago that like maybe the reason that they're bringing on Skeptic was so he can hack the broadcasting and have fucking Dabi do all this shit live. And well, that's what it and now this is they're about to head there. He's still he's thinking that's where it's gonna go next.
I think we talked about that a while back. That like when Skeptic first, like as soon as Skeptic ended up on a thing, we were like, "Yo, all right, this is obvious." Especially because it was like it showed that Dabi himself was like, "You coming with me, nigga?" Like, and Skeptic was like terrified, but you could see that literally Dabi was like, "No, you gotta come here. Let's go. We got work to do."
And even Skeptic doesn't know why he was pulled off.
Also, why does Skeptic have a laptop? This dude just always has a laptop on him.
Because he has to run like a bunch of shit right now. Like their entire shit just got busted in. I'm pretty sure there are like things they gotta handle.
I also think that the laptop helps him work with the like puppets that he makes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So it's probably something to do with his Quirk. Realistically,
perhaps.
Like that. Yeah.
But
that makes sense. Like it's probably like a support item, if we're being honest, that connects directly to the field-gooding satellites.
Yeah.
Well, just imagine if we had my Batman Academia. We wouldn't have any of this beautiful lore.
Oh my God.
Not even wrong.
Thank God.
Oh man.
Oh yeah, I love how we just throwing these theories out the window. You know what I'm saying? The dad for one is definitely out the window now, undeniably.
Actually, I'm curious why you say that.
I mean, you don't think there would have been an actual like relevance or off one to even make an inference to not knowing his own damn son?
You mean when he was shit talking Deku?
Yeah. I mean, all that shit talk.
Oh yeah,
there would have been an inference, just a slight hinge of inference that was some type of connection between the two niggas. And it's not.
I'm
he didn't
Yeah, no,
hard to-
I'm not disagreeing with you. I was just curious what you.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying like I'm just saying like in terms like the general like there would have been an inference or some type of like hint like I often want to notice something or something like that if there was that garbage ass theory which would never have came true in the first place was even remotely in some parallel universe true, but as we are now that's out the fucking window. The body snatching all for one is out the window. And there's another one. They said there was 3 of them that was out the one. I forgot the other one.
Well, the only other theory about All for One that I can think of was that he gave Shiggy decay.
Nope. Look, I'm considering that to be thrown out the window already, just because it never made sense anyway.
Oh yeah, no, of course not. I think it was. I've always thought it was dumb. I'm just more so saying like it's like where does it go from? Like what's the thing here? Because despite how dumb it is, there isn't really anything to make me think that it's not like it's like completely out of the window now. Like to me, it's logic that throws it out the window, but there's nothing in the movie itself, the chapter itself that would make me think this.
Also, one thing I want to say is why is All for One face still messed up in the Vestige world?
Probably his perception of self.
Yep.
Yeah. Plus, he was like that before he got the quirk taken out, so I think that influences it too.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people look like Nana. That's basically like obviously her Vestige isn't going to be her all busted up and wounded, looking all broken after she got blown up on an island.
The only reason I'm saying that because the first user looks healthy right here.
Yep.
Well, I imagine he was a lot stronger after he got that quirk.
I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to read.
I have the volume where he shows up, but I don't remember what he looks like.
He looks frail and like bones.
Ian brought up the point. I'm pausing. You go because you're about to say something. I'll wait.
So I'm thinking to myself because he sees himself as a Dark Lord, like a monster. And how can you picture monsters? You can picture them. They don't have like faces and everything. That's why I think it is for this effect also. I think so. That he doesn't have a face right now.
Ooh. Also, shout out to Milton.
He doesn't look frail.
Shout out to Milton real quick because he actually said something that, again, I agree with, that if All for One knew that Deku was his son, he would be just as possessive as he is with his brother. And he would 100% use that as a form of shit talk.
Yep.
Like, my thing is, like, there's no way, like, All for One at Kamino would have been like, I made Nana's grandson, my successor. I'm like, huh? And your successor is my son, bitch. Like that's how that would have gone down.
honestly, the moment that All for One discovered that Izuku was his son, I expect that All for One would have given him a phone call or something.
What's up, son?
Imagine you finally get it in the anime, like the phone rings, Deku picks it up, and all of a sudden the orchestra starts playing.
Yeah, but then like I do, that would be, you know what, that would be crazy because like the orchestra started playing, and then we're like, why is All for One's theme playing? Then he's like, hello, Dad. And I'm like, yo.
That's one of those things that would be a raw reveal in the anime, but probably in the manga, but it would be garbage.
I wouldn't think. Dad, what's all that music? What's all that music in the background?
I mean, no, I think you could do that. You could do that well, even in a manga. You just have to have the conversation because you'd have to have the it wouldn't be as raw, of course. I'm saying you could just have it to where you'd have a conversation, and it's kind of like how it was with Shiggy at the mall, where he thought he was just talking to a normal dude, and then like as the conversation progressed, it got more and more fucking weird until he revealed himself.
But that's the thing, though. Yeah. If All for One calls Deku, I don't think he says that he's the evil overlord. I guess he picks some prize like, hey, I heard you got a new UA, you got this new power, blah 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 blah. That's cool, that's great. And the whole time we just hear the orchestra playing in the background, and then we like, why is his theme playing? And then he's like, all right, bye, Dad. And then you just see it cut to All for One in his chair. I'm like, oh, this is the greatest shit of all time.
You know what would be the funniest part of all that shit too? It'd be like the real Redestro with shit talking Shiggy in them. You just see like the cufflinks just like swinging around wine and shit and just like taking care of some business the entire time. But you don't see the face, you just see the hands doing shit. while he's talking and shit the entire time with the theme playing, and it's cutting back and forth between the two. And by the time that ends, they really swing around the chair like, well, all right, this nigga built completely different, dog.
Also, it would have been a great time to reveal like hit the All For One's face because you see a picture with Deku. What's his mother name? Inko.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then like we see a picture with all three of them. I'm like, oh shit, this is crazy. It would be trash, but the anime could have did it perfectly. It would have been perfect trash.
It'd be perfect anyway. Okay.
Speaking
of, you got it.
You should have seen what Alan said. East.
What he said something to Hive?
No, yeah, he said All For One's acting like Ghost Nappa.
Also, though, I do want to point out, like, as somebody in the chat said, we do want to address the fact that even though Deku was told he could not move at the start, he did manage to move. Fine.
Yep.
Also, 6 stars.
What?
If you look back at the panel where he's moving at the top, 6 stars.
What do you mean?
Oh shit! They mean the
vestiges. You can see 6 stars at the top that symbolize the vestiges.
Oh yeah.
Really?
I'm gonna see.
I'm gonna say like I'm gonna say like one more thing about this current topic about the vestiges, and then I'm gonna segue to something else. So yeah, but I don't know. He's the first user. The nigga a lot more badass than I remember. I don't know, just because he was on like. Because Ian pointed out a good fact that he was so stubborn that he refused to. I think he got the motherfucking broom sticking up in the air again in the background.
You just noticed?
Yeah, I look at that T. I'm like, what the fuck? But it's like Ian pointed out that like he was so stubborn he refused to even eat his brother's food. So when we see him, of course he looks sickly and beaten up or like not as impressive. Like when this nigga was here, the nigga was talking his shit. I was like, hey, yo, this nigga looking kind of like much more raw than I remember from previously and shit.
I want to know why. I want to know why the design's so good.
Yeah, I think because they said we couldn't see his eyes before, but we can see his eyes now.
Mm-hmm.
Too, and I think that glare, that nigga has like that look, boy, like the strong conviction will.
Yeah, his character is all about strong will and conviction because he didn't have like a true power, but just a strong sense of justice.
Mm-hmm.
That's what made him.
Good. Tarnished, I'm glad you're here. So now it's time to talk about this. I didn't get to put my input on it last time, but I like to. So this one comes first. I don't mean to say I'm coming for it, but Seyz brought up the point. Another stream. Why would people listen to Dabi, a psychopathic killer? Well, the points I didn't get to make on that case was why. But I was like, the point I didn't get to make on that case was so this was. You remember when Stain went on there and his full force conviction? That nigga was shaking the entire and it wasn't just the villains. He shook the entire earth. He shook even he shook even heroes, like young heroes in the making. Kabanari even aided to. He was like, the way he talked was kind of cool, although he was a villain. But and then Deku reprimanded like, hey, then nigga took out Ida's brother and shit like that. Is that even Kabanari and like some kid of that pure of heart can kind of sympathize or kind of respect somebody with that much conviction alone, like that aids to something too. And then again, Meatball Boy, once again, his teacher told him, you kind of been influenced by Stain too. And he's like, well, I would never be influenced by this one. He's pure evil. It's like, that's not what I meant. And he's talking about how something like that, it just like influenced everybody in ways they can't even explain. So while they might they don't truly have to. Dabi will have some type of evidence and some type of belief, and the way he would be spitting and the conviction he would have and exposing Endeavor all at the same time, that would bring people to their side. And it won't be just him. It's like that's one blow to the motherfuckers exposing Endeavor, the number one pro hero. Then you'll have Redestro on them and Hanabata and all them running the political scene. And like he said, y'all people a lot of us are forgetting like the plans that they had. It wasn't just destruction. It was like they'll swoop in. Talk about the liberation of using their quirks for what people have already been doing 3 months ago. They've been stepping up and not respecting heroes as much. So I exposed you. I got childhood soldiers. And number 2 was murking people and killing the number 3 hero. And then the Endeavor did whatever the fuck he did to the fucking Dabi Toya. Like, oh, I got y'all in the bag, bro. Like, please, I got y'all in the bag.
I think it depends because I know that with Stain, people did listen to what he had to say, but I think there are some very significant differences between how Stain did it and how I assume Dabi did it if he is going to do it now. Like I wouldn't be surprised if Horikoshi does exactly what you believe that he's going to do, that he's just going to use this opportunity to say his piece, and that there is then a significant part of the population who will listen to him. Like I wouldn't be too surprised if that would actually happen, but I don't know if I would like it, because I don't know how realistic I think it would be. And I think there are significant differences with how Stain did it and with how Dabi is seemingly planning to do it. For one, there is the fact that Stain didn't actually go out and say his piece. Stain was more or less just put on the internet with his ideas. It wasn't that he held this great speech to the nation. It was more like that after he was already captured, after everything was said and done, people were asking who was this guy, and then only over this YapTube video, I think his convictions actually came out to the public. And I think that's something where the society overall is much more keen to actually listen to, when it's not actually the villain coming out and saying their piece as if they are doing it to justify their deeds. I think that for most people, there's a certain resistance to listening to villains after they just committed an atrocity, to saying something that just sounds like a justification. With Stain, it was different because, for one, the atrocities he committed were very directly against heroes and not against the public, which is much different from the League of Villains, who basically always attack the public and then just hope that that heroes come in. And then, of course, heroes are the ultimate victims of the attacks, but they are attacking the publics, and whatever, even if the heroes attack them, it's always like the public that suffers. With Stain, it was very precisely just targeting heroes. And secondly, it's just the fact that Stain Stain never used to justify anything, and that Stain also had this very keen view from the inside out, which the League of Villains doesn't quite have, which is something I think, again, I don't really know how to phrase it, but I do think that, and that's something that you see when, overall, I think, when you see how people talk about different both fictional characters and about actual criminals in real life, that when it just sounds like they're using the abuse they suffered themselves as a justification, people are very against that. While if they are arguing from a very systematic, I have glanced into this system and the system is rotten kind of argument, a more structured, more logic, more maybe reasonable argument, then people are more keen to listen, even if both are maybe very similar arguments. In the end, if Dabi comes and makes very personal points, I think people are not very keen to listen to these.
Especially, wait. I got this one.
Okay.
So part of the issue with that logic, though, is that it ignores the fact that after a massive terrorist attack, at the very least, you want to hear their demands, why they did it, how you can stop it from happening.
Yes, of course.
Wait.
All right.
So if, for example, you've already been feeling like maybe the heroes aren't protecting us enough, if you've already been, because keep in mind, like even during even after the Pro Hero arc, during the Endeavor Agency arc, when they were taking on the Starseer, somebody was like, well, I guess the heroes aren't going to get here fast enough. Within like 10 seconds of a villain starting to do some shit. So there's already been this discouragement built. You've got multiple cities being leveled right now as they travel. People are going to try to do whatever it takes to make it stop. In addition to that, there's already been dissension. There's already been people discouraged by the Endeavor being the #1 hero anyways. Endeavor already had a bunch of haters. So when you take a character that was already polarizing, that has been foreshadowed to be the setting sun on their era, who's going to cause like the hero society to fall, you have to factor in what are the people around them afraid of. They're afraid of these constant attacks. So if the ideology that is being posited here is that, hey, my dad, the #1 hero, fucked me up. Hawks, the #2 hero, did this. He was a member of the agency. Keigo Takami, because also keep in mind, people don't know Hawk's real name. So just by saying Keigo Takami, just by being able to point out that he knows about the Hero Commission, knows about these secret programs, knows what Endeavor's been up to. That's all evidence. Dabi has more evidence for what he's saying than Stain ever did.
Yeah, yeah.
And he's got the ability to, like, the intimidation factor, and more importantly, the ability to appeal to the desire for survival from people. People are going to want to live. They're going to want to avoid these consequences happening again. And there's people who are opportunistic enough that are going to want to capitalize and utilize these things. Keep in mind, with over 100,000 members, this isn't like a small faction that already agrees with Dabi anyway. There's people who are already going to be leaning towards those sentiments. That book was one of the best-selling books. So you combine an already permeated ideology with more disappointment in the current system, and the option for more freedom on your personal end. People are going to be selfish enough to do it. You got to remember, like the Revolutionary War in the U.S. started over a 2% tax. People are petty. Humans are petty.
Let me
Actually, let me say something. I was gonna also add. Well, you said they won't be receptive of a villain. I don't actually think society as a whole knows about Dabi, because even that hero Snatch only really figured out who he was because of his quirk. Because Dabi's actually never been seen. It's like Shigaraki, they know about the league, but Shigaraki's the face of the league. Like other than the league, other than Shigaraki, the league is like kind of pretty much filled with a bunch of nobodies in their eyes. So I feel like if Dabi just started talking about this shit, I don't feel they'd be looking at him as a villain. They'd be looking at him like, who the fuck is this nigga? Why should I care what he says? And then after he says what he says, I feel like that's when they can actually, how they just pretty much would get their point across. And they'd be like, yeah, you know what, he's kind of spitting right now.
Yeah. The thing is, I do see all your points, and as I said, I wouldn't be surprised if this is what happens. It's just something where my perspective is that I don't see that as, I don't see it as something that if I were to think about society the way I have experienced it so far, not this society, but overall humanity. It's like, imagine, you've just talked about terrorist attacks. Imagine like a really big terrorist attack, and then on the scene of a terrorist attack, on the same day, still with the victim of your terrorist attack. I mean, the thing is, of course, in this particular incident, it was not actually that. It was kind of more complicated with the heroes actually wanting to take somebody into custody, and then the whole thing escalating. But on the public, it will look like this was a massive terrorist attack again, like the third or the fourth in just a year, not even. And on the scene of this same attack, on the same day, with the victims still strewn around, they are shouting things about why this is why we did it, and they demand the sympathy. And I think, of course, there will be some people who see this sympathy, but I do think that if you imagine this in the real world, it would be absurd to assume that there is any sympathy given to these people. Because I think imagine just any common terrorist attack, even if they have a justification, and even if that justification might seem somewhat reasonable if you actually look into it straight away, most of the time, even the people who would be like most keen to listen to it because they are maybe the people who are like most affected by the same criticism, they are still trying to distance themselves from these terrorists because they don't want to be seen with these people. There's this argument of, yeah, okay, you might have an argument there, but what you're doing is awful.
Go ahead, Eve.
Okay, let me talk. Since you brought up the fact of like terrorist attacks, this, that, the other. What's up?
Panzu, is your hand up because you never let it down, or did you want to say something?
I wanted to say something, but I already said it. I think so.
Okay, you got it. Oh, you or somebody said it, or you? Okay. All right.
Rex,
so
hold on, Rex.
Oh damn.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that like the difference between this Camino, Deca City, or what's the city? What is it?
Deku, Kyushu, and Kyushu. Yeah,
Kyushu. Cool.
And Hosu, I think, which is Stain and Nomu's.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not considering the Stain incident, but the difference between like the big league attacks.
They were Nomu's.
Seyz, let him talk.
But the difference between this and the other league attacks is the league didn't initiate this. That's the big thing that Dabi has to say. He said we were literally in a mansion as civilians, literally just chilling, having a good time, and you can't disprove that they are civilians, because a lot of the Liberation Army members are just civilians who literally have done nothing wrong. yet. They haven't done anything wrong yet. They're just meeting. So the heroes came and attacked us, and guess what we did? We did like the citizens of Deku City did. We defended ourselves against these evil heroes who feel like they're above the law, who feel like they can do whatever they want. And this is the collateral damage that happened because of that. Literally, is if Dabi spins the story that way, of course everybody's not going to agree, but you just need some people to agree. And we get some people to agree. We got some people that's angry and that's willing to use their quirks for destructive manners. The people that's not willing to do it are just going to roll over and die. Either that, or they're going to stand up for themselves with the Liberation Army wants to do in the first place. So now you got civilians versus civilians, and then everything they just come in and swoop in and make everything like you don't need everybody to agree. All you need is about like 20 years.
Yeah.
I mean, no, it's exactly what I was saying though. It's like I don't think they would ever go out and be like, oh yeah, so I know we just killed all your family and all that, but hear me out. We did it for a reason. It was a purpose. They're not gonna say it like that. Dabi's not dumb. He's actually one of the smartest motherfuckers in that group. He's not gonna say something stupid like that. Anyway, go ahead, Ethan. I'm sorry for cutting you off.
Oh no, you good. Yeah, I just wanted to point out that fact is like, it's like you're right. I'm like they're not just trying to like. Let me put it like this. I can spin this I put a lot of points right now, and the fact of the masses is just like this. Who do we have to believe in after the fact? If I expose these heroes, who do we have to believe in? I just found out the truth about Endeavor. My faith in heroes are already shaken. You told me the truth about Hawks, and then I find out. First of all, I find out thousands of parents find out. Hold on, my kids were in the face of a fucking giant terrorist attack, and nobody told me a single thing. You think I'm gonna have the faith in the heroes alone? It's like, yeah, they don't have to decide. They don't have to join the fucking They don't have to join the PLF, but that's not the point to join the PLF in its entirety. The PLF have what they need essentially, but it's like at face value, they essentially have who they need. It's just that now that it's broken down, it's like they said destroy the hero society that they live in currently. People won't have the same faith in the heroes. They don't have to join the PLF and any of that. But let me put it like this too. If they guess what people do, they follow leaders. They follow factions. They follow groups. People are like fucking droves and mindless ants. They have to follow something. Last amounts of people, they need a leader. They can't just be alone, or like there'll be chaos. Nobody steps up in that case. So in the midst of that chaos, just like Hawks was naming out the plan, the league is going to do the villainous stuff, attack all these major cities. Then Redestro and the political party will swoop in, spill the whole nonsense about Quirk, or you guys fending yourselves, this, that, and the other, because guess what? All these people are unprepared because the heroes couldn't do shit, couldn't say shit. And why the hell should we believe in these niggas after the shit they just pulled? They getting blamed for all this on top of the kid stuff too, on top of all the exposing. So it's like, and then you got the people that actually want to join. So I can spin it like this. Say as in the mass, I understand like how you see it and just like that, but the same way you're like mainly the only one that sees it like that, there are 4 other people in the chat that see it the other way. So the masses turn to the side of the PLF.
I can. The thing I could see all of this happen. As I said, it's something we've argued about this like several times now, and I just think we're not gonna see common ground on it in many ways, because I think in many ways it would be maybe more fitting if, of course, there will be people who will see it like the League of Villains, of course, and of course, especially if they actually get reasonable arguments with how this whole incident, this particular one here, is the hero's fault, then of course that would also turn the opinion again. And I think they would need reasonable arguments for this, because I don't think that technically, as their official status, they are still civilians if they are with the League. Like, I think being with the League of Villains makes you a villain already. Like, you are a member of a terrorist organization in that sense. So, so they would have to, and I do think that as it is now, most of the population will be more inclined to believe the heroes if the heroes say these people are criminals than the supposed criminals if they say we're actually not, we were just attacked out of nowhere and we don't know why. So I do think that if they have actual like really great proof to prove this particular incident was more on the hero side than on the villain side, and especially with Skeptic's quirk, which I don't know exactly how it works, but this might also play a major role here. I do believe that there can be a decent chunk of the population that will believe in what Dabi says. However, I believe that it would be at least split in half, if not more people being against being against the League. And I do think that would actually be fitting, because that would once more, and even more so than before, prove to Shigaraki that society is rotten. Like if Dabi and Shigaraki, like the whole point is that the society, not just the heroes themselves, but the entire society is rotten to the core. And if they are in a situation where they lay down their proof, like this is what the heroes did, this is what we did, this is how rotten everything is, and this is why we believe everything that went wrong is the heroes' fault, and now rise up and fight up against them, and nobody does, that will prove to them once and for all that society is not on their side and society is rotten, because they have this us against them mentality type deal. Because Shigaraki has all the time said, like, there was like this massive bystander effect when he was a kid, like nobody helped him because they thought the heroes would be, which is a very natural bystander effect which occurs in every kind of society, but he very much turned it into this hatred against society. And if now, similarly to this, when he lays down, not he, but Dabi in this case, lays down the proof of this is why society is rotten, and they don't react the way he thinks they should react, they will, to him, prove once, like in his perspective, in his like twisted mind, prove once and for all that he is right in destroying the society.
Seyz, so
wait, because I want to say something real quick. So that kind of ties in though with the idea that Makia is literally dividing the country in half. Because if Makia is literally running up the side, and then they're gonna, let's say they decide to take down UA, because like now, because also think about it this way: if Shigaraki does make it a priority to flee after this reveal, they get to go either to the east or to the west, whichever one. More than likely the east. So then they go east, take down UA eventually.
Come east.
Yeah, like and people who are already more in line with their views start moving towards that direction, and then you literally end up with Japan split in two. Because you're right.
That would actually be cool. It would actually be
cool. Like that. So that's like the thing, is that it's fair that you feel that way, and I think that's what Horikoshi is going to go for here, is that some people are going to move to the west and join Shiketsu. And here's the thing also, is that the people who go to the west, keep in mind that Shiketsu was a more militaristic school. Those people are probably going to have a more, fuck these losers, beat their ass. Stomp them in the nuts. Put them on the ground. Put them on the shirt. Do it. Put them on right now. Do it right now. I don't need them. Beat them. And so that's going to be the mentality of the left. So the West. So they're going to be over there like, let's stomp these niggas out. And then the people on the East are going to be like, Quirk liberation is going to be more chaotic. It's going to be more messy. But the reality is a lot of them are going to be end up being stronger than some of the people on the more, formal side, because those people are going to be more focused on still having the hero society, still kind of not necessarily being complacent, but to a certain degree being complacent. And that's going to be what they're after. So that's what's going to keep like the factions balanced, is that they'll probably have some better trained people in the West, like with Shiketsu and like a more formal structured military approach. And even the UA kids are going to end up having to like fall into that and move forward if they want to stay on that side, even though I think that one of the internal conflicts will eventually just be that they won't agree with like completely that militaristic ideology. And that's how we'll finally get Deku and the gang growing and becoming a symbol for all of society, and as a faction, heroes that save not just the people that are socially acceptable, but the people in general. So I think you kind of have to have this faction split, this social rift, this schism of Japan to form, so that you can actually make this progress, because of the way this story has decided to accelerate this social change. Because after extreme events like this, especially after 4 big events, like Hosu City is a joke compared to Kamino. And Kamino is actually a bigger deal than Kyushu to a certain degree, because in Kyushu, Hawks and Endeavor actually managed to make sure that none of the civilians died.
Yeah, there was like no casualties.
But in Deka, they wiped a bunch of people out. And while yes, Deka was because the Paranormal Liberation Front and the League of Villains had a big fight, that information is not public. It's one of the most effective pieces of propaganda of all time. And one of the things to consider is, do you guys know how they managed to fake like there were 20 villains that attacked?
Yes.
No. The green screen effects using Twices.
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah, they just computer edited like the Twices to look like other things, and that's how that attack was made to be so convincing. Because if you think about it, people wear like a green screen bodysuit and then like do everything, and that's how they look like something. So they just focused on what Twice's suit looks like, made those Twices, those clones, look like different villains attacking in different locations, had plenty of footage to choose from thanks to the fact that there were so many of them, and just kept
so many
going.
Cameras too. There were so many cameras there.
So many cameras, so many Twices. So that's how they generated that propaganda piece. So from that perspective, it makes complete sense that everyone bought that. And now we're here with a conflict that the villains didn't even start this time. Like you can argue that in Kamino, that's a response to a kidnapping. And nobody knew AFO was gonna pull up with the blick black.
The blick black.
But like when you get to Kyushu, nobody knew that was gonna come. Like that was just a villain pulling up. That was, whatever. Like, all right, cool.
That happens all the time.
Deka, as far as they know, villains pulled up, citizens defended themselves, and shit went left. Now you got alleged villains sitting at a hotel conference having and the reality is they more than likely have footage of the start of the attack on the hotel. Like, you really think Skeptic doesn't have a satellite pointed right there, just looking at that hoe? Nah, he's staring, locked down, security measures. So when they pulled up, now they got complete footage of the heroes literally just running up and just ripping into a building like, let's fight.
Yeah. Well, so like for me personally, like the way that you described it about like the country splitting apart, I don't see it being that civil. I see it being a little bit more chaotic. So this is the way I look at it. Let's say there's 5 people in a group, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then Dabi gives a speech. Only one person believes that. Yeah, I am. But only one person believes Dabi's spill, right? Dabi, that one person snuffs somebody, and then they're like, whoa. And then he snuffs the second person. Then now you got 2 people left that's like, wait, what just happened? So now they have to make the choice of getting hit as well or fighting back. And now that they're fighting back, you have literally what the Liberation Army wants: civilians fighting. Like, it doesn't take like a huge percentage of people to believe what Dabi's saying. It just takes like a couple people.
Yeah.
Out of a group of 5, it just takes one person to incite the other. Like, even if those other 4 people don't agree with what Dabi said, because the one person is starting shit up, now they're starting shit up to protect themselves or to go against that person. And then like it just like, regardless of your beliefs, everybody's doing their thing now because they have to defend themselves, like in Deku City, or they have to or they want to believe what Dabi says. So it just creates chaos. And I think that the cities like Japan being divided won't happen because like that's just too systematic and too clean of a way for things to go. Yeah. Like it's just way too clean. And I don't think that with especially with Giganto running through everything and everything happening, I don't like in my opinion, that's least likely to happen just because of how like chaotic everything is. And like we've never, and like even in history, we've never seen something that cleanly happen. Like
what I'll say,
real quick, like even with the Wall of Berlin, like it was a lot of like stuff that happened before you even got the wall.
But it's something else completely. I mean, you can't compare that.
Really. I know, but that's what I'm saying.
What I'll say is all they need to do is drop somebody's name. That's it. Drop somebody's name of important and say you're doing this. Like if he drops Stain's name and like I am here to invoke Stain's will. That shit will, like that speech he gave after the Black Bubble made people see him in a different light. And we keep forgetting that we know everything. MHA is written in a realistic aspect, so there are a bunch of shit that nobody knows about anything else. Like honestly, at the time being,
all Dabi has to say is that Hawks killed Best Jeanist. Yep. That right there sends everything. Like regardless of how we all view anything, the moment that Hawk says, the moment that Dabi says that Hawks killed Best Jeanist, and that's why he's missing, it's like, wow, the heroes are willing to kill their own to get this outcome. Who says that they won't kill us to get an outcome? Like it just like there's so much like stuff that Dabi has in his arsenal. Like it's like the heroes are working with like water guns, and Dabi has like a machine gun, just bah, 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 bah. It's like not even comparable. Like and again, like I think that most of the information won't sway people, but the Hawks killing Best Jeanist thing, because he's the most popular hero, it's like
definitely.
That's just like game over right there.
The thing is, I still to this day.
Seyz, let Mpanzu go. He's been waiting a bit.
Right. Okay, thank you. So I was listening to all what you said, guys. So, the first thing when I'm thinking about Debbie right now is that Debbie, like you said, Debbie has every information to really make everything fall. He knows about everything, like for the hero side, and he got forgot the name of the guy with the similar clones, the one with the internet.
Skeptic.
Skeptic, yeah. Right now, Skeptic has his computer, so he can use from what we know that he's a hacker, so he can use everything that right now sending things like the cameraman of the in the helicopter and everything. He can use them, like hacking them, to show some stuff. Right now, Dabi, like you said, the speech of Dabi, it's going to be simple. He will present himself as the son of Endeavor, the son of as Endeavor, who under in training, like he will just explain his stuff and what does the government and the heroes in the back of the people, and the shit will be over. Allez, this is how I see it right now, because we saw every piece as readers. We saw every piece just like puzzling each other. Like everything goes to the moment that like Debbie said, I'm gonna be the one who will make the hero society crumble. Everything goes to that path right now, because Shigaraki is right now is not. He's not in the he's not he will not be able to move to something right now. He's right there. It's just like a corpse, like a corpse, like lively corpse. Right? He's not gonna move. So you have like Makia coming him, swooping him, and then you will see the confrontation. Whoa, who's that? I beg you. I didn't expect this. Wow. So you will see the confrontation between Endeavor, Shoto, and Dabi, and you will also see the confrontation of forgot her name, Toga, Izuku, because she's gonna question Izuku, like she said, and also I don't know if she will. The thing is, I don't know who's gonna arrive first, Ochako and her group, or Shigaraki in his Dabi and his group.
Either will arrive first out of everybody, at least.
Yeah, I think they'll arrive relatively at the same time.
Also, one of the things though that is worth pointing out is that even if, because like I'm looking at Dabi's body, and one of the things that I have an issue with right now is that I don't see the bag. But at the same time, one of the things that I think about is that by the time that Dabi got the body from Hawks, he may have already had some form of surveillance on him. Mm-hmm. So we could literally have stocked footage already of Dabi meeting up with Hawks.
Yep.
Him Hawks handing him the case, literally opening it up, and like maybe Dabi takes out like Jeanist, like even if it's a fake Jeanist at that point. If you get footage of him like reaching into a bag and pulling out Jeanist's head, everything he says after that, after you see Hawks give him that bag on camera, you're gonna listen to it.
All right, so you're telling me that you're telling me that Dabi put that on Instagram Live, bro.
I'm telling you that he saved that footage so he could do it.
Yes,
and
he gonna put it on live for the PS5.
Man, he was also. Was he already supported by Skeptic or not at that moment? I don't remember. Well.
No. He didn't know about he didn't even know about the PLF at the time.
But when
when they met with Jeanist, he did.
Yeah, when he brought the body to him, he was like, "Well, regardless, you killed somebody." And then you remember Hawks was literally like, "That's why you let me in so easily, because you already had this going." So he basically felt like, because he was like, "Yeah, you need me. That's why you're gonna let me in. You really want the information." And then like they went and had to go deal with the Deka, because if you remember, Hawks called Dabi during the Deka incident and couldn't reach him.
Yes.
And he was like flying around with the bag that chapter.
Oh yeah, I remember.
So it was also something I want to like point out. because we haven't talked about it. Deku's hair changed color in the dream sequence.
It did?
It became white.
When
his hair is white.
It's more light, bright, yeah.
What page is that?
The entire dream sequence.
When he jumps, when he moves in the dream.
Yeah,
I mean, it might just be a matter of shading, but it's.
I call it the Vestige world. Because
that's what I've been calling it, the Vestige world.
Yeah, you think? I want to ask you something, guys, because he moved to Shigaraki at that moment. He just, I don't know, jumped. I don't know what he did really, but then at the end we just saw the two guys like magnets. So like moving away from each other. What do you think happened?
Because all for one says because he couldn't take the power, so it rejected. They both clashed their wills, and Deku had more backup, and he beat Shigaraki because Shigaraki's body is not fully adapted to all for one's power. That's what he said. That's what all for one.
Deku always just said. Deku always looks this way in the Vestige world. I'm looking at it at the old one. His only thing is it's just lightly. It's a little bit more lightly shaded in the.
Yeah, I think it's a matter of shading. And
I think it's a matter of shading because he always has this like type of hair where it's all like, I don't know, like whatever the fuck you call this. Yeah, it looks like this in like on volume 21 too. It's just a little bit lighter.
By the way, somebody said that Compress may have a body in his thing because he talked to Compress about getting the plan started earlier or getting things started early. Somebody said that in the chat, but they think disappeared, so I can't get it. Honestly, you could probably see it.
Yeah, I did see that, and one of the things that I think is important about that is that some people will probably argue that Compress said he was out of seeds. But that could have just been like his weaponized seeds, like not that kind of thing. Because, like, I'm sorry, but I'm not throwing like a dead body at you to like try to drop you into like that. That's not a useful attack. So,
hey man,
it could be. It could be.
Hey man,
from a mental perspective, yes, but like,
nah, man, some people can't.
You're a dead colleague.
No, some people can't lift 150 pounds. That's too much for them.
No, I have to admit that actually I still to this day kind of think the best Jeanist murder might be fake. I don't know why. There's no proof to it. I just don't.
I don't think
that's all.
The only problem I have with it being is then you have to explain to me why the fuck he pulled out that fucking katana on his ass.
Yeah, I have no idea. I mean, I can't. I have no argument why it should be fake. It's just that I can't.
Katana.
I kind of want it to be fake.
Because to me personally, he's talking about like when like Hawks pulled up on Jeanist with the blade, and then and then after that the body.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, to me, I can believe it because like what we've seen what the actual Hawks is like is that he's a mission oriented motherfucker. Whatever it takes to succeed for the mission.
Yes,
so
he was brainwashed to do this.
And to me, the biggest thing is because that was a flashback. There's nobody there, nobody watching. You wouldn't have pulled out the fucking thing for like geriatrics. No, you would have done that. You would have done that because you were going to do something. You had a reason to do that.
I was reading it. I was rereading that chapter, not that chapter specifically, but when they told him about infiltrating the league, that was like, he's like, well, so what do I do when the league is hurting people? Do I just turn a blind eye and stuff like that? It was like, you can and you will do it. You don't have a choice in it. We came to you for this specific reason.
No, I think my main reason why I kind of maintain it is that it was always shown kind of ambiguous. Like it was never quite clear what happened in this particular time frame, and if afterwards, like we saw the dead body like just a few chapters afterwards, right? Or maybe even the same chapter after the flashback. I'm not quite sure how it was. But it wasn't long until we saw the dead body, which to me made it kind of difficult to understand. Which, if you see the body anyway, like one chapter later, why make this whole ambiguous scene in what actually happened during the encounter?
I can attest to that fact. I have a complete answer for this, and I like to see if somebody could debunk this 100% proof. Who else was aware that we all had this discussion whether Hawks would actually kill twice? Because I remember a mass majority of people saying he wouldn't do that. He would not kill twice when this whole thing started up. He's a hero. He wouldn't do this shit, this, that, and the other. But guess what happened in the end? that bitch ass bird stabbed twice in the back and killed him. Did he or did he not? Whatever you want to call it for the greater purpose. None of all that shit. The fact stands, he stabbed that nigga in the back. That would this whole tension and build up in the believability of this would not have been there had it just been flat out stated that like, okay, we know how far Hawks is willing to literally go. Because there's so it's not just the fact that okay, he wanted to play that string. It goes in multiple feeds and multiple facets of like, okay, how far this whole arc is, how they can tweak it, how good the true heroes truly are. Like you got kids in the war. You're actually killing people and shit like that. Where does the line draw, et cetera, et cetera? So on top of that, not only does it add to the fact like, okay, what Hawks had killed, people were debating Hawks not gonna kill twice. Hawks probably will kill twice because he killed Jeanist. And if we didn't have seen him deliberately kill that shit, like hands on, just in there, is like, it would have been to the fact that like, okay, yeah, Hawks definitely would have did this. It wouldn't, the tension still wouldn't have been there the same. But now that it happened like that, and it's not just, I'm not just waiting on the one point that like, okay, later on it's at this, because it opens up a whole box full of like, a whole doors full of like answers and questions that we have to ask ourselves. So it's not just that one point, but it goes into multiple reasons.
I feel like for me, you would also have to answer a bunch of other questions too, because it's like, okay, so if this isn't Jeanist, what is this? Why does he look exactly like Jeanist? How does he have his body? Secondly, I don't think they necessarily needed to show it directly because they didn't do that with Twice either.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because they don't actually show you him stabbing Twice. It's just when he's about, they show the panel right before he does it, and then it's heavily implied that he stabbed him, and then we see his body afterwards, so we know he's stabbed.
I know. It's
kind of the same. It's kind of the same here. Like we see him take out the weapon, we see him essentially threatening him with it, and after that we see his body.
No, it's just that to me it always looked like, I mean, I agree that absolutely from what we see it seems like he just killed him and that's it. It's just something like for me when I read it, it was like there was some conversation happening and we didn't see this conversation that was happening. Like I don't really remember, it was a while ago I read this chapter, but it was like he started asking like, how are you doing and when are you going back to work and stuff, and like we were starting a conversation and we never quite heard what the whole conversation was. Which we don't need to know if it's just small talk.
Well, if I understood correctly, it was like he asked him about that, and then he was talking about how he's actually gonna come back sooner than expected because people need to feel some sort of like hope, and then like Hawks says something on the lines of like, oh yeah, well that's too bad, and he takes out his weapon.
Hold up. Somebody said Hawks used Sir Night-Eye's body as a decoy in the chat. All right. So
I mean, they have the same height, I assume. Like they are both rather tall people.
Tell me Hawks is a grave robber?
Wait, let me compare Sir Night-Eye's height to Sir Night-Eye.
And Fred D, they don't matter. That don't matter. Toga asked the question this chapter. Did they not see Jin as a person? They asked him like, heroes don't kill. That's the bottom line, right? If they found out that like heroes don't kill, how are they gonna look at these niggas when they find out heroes kill? Because even Tokiyami was shook when he found out what Hawks did. And that's another point I want to bring up. When the truth comes out about what that motherfucker did to Twice and Jeanist, it's gonna be a great storyline for Tokiyami and that bitch ass bird mentor he got. That is in the fact that people are not going to be, there are going to be multiple people that don't fuck with Hawks and others that are just like, don't know what to think. And others that like, well, it's going to be a lot of shit going on both sides of the country. Even for heroes, they're going to be like, where do we draw the line?
There'll definitely be people saying like,
also,
coming.
I want to point out that as much as we, like, here's the thing. I know East, you love Twice, but even you can admit that the fact that he could make 80,000 like Shigarakis is not something that the heroes could just ignore.
Exactly. Like
hold on. How many times do I have to tell y'all this? Let me blatantly state this. I'm gonna have to put this as my name. I do not care. I never defend Twice and saying this, that, and the other. I said what I said. Fuck that nigga. He killed my favorite character. I don't care about all the this, that, and the other. Okay. He did what he had to do. He did. I told y'all niggas what it was. I'm not putting up no fronts, nothing like that. Straight 100% bias. I have a bias. Fuck that nigga. He killed Twice. I don't give a fuck it was for the greater good. No, I don't care. He killed the nigga. Fuck the nigga. He did what he had to do. But fuck that nigga. It's as simple as that.
Okay,
my bias
I
is
respect
there.
it.
That's my point. That's my point, because you straight up said like he did what he had to do. Like you acknowledge that he had to do it, but still fuck him for being the one to do it.
Exactly. It's like that doesn't change the fact that he still I still say fuck that nigga.
And so like,
I mean, I can understand that. Yeah.
And the point I don't like what people try to make is, oh well, he tried to give him a chance. Nigga, you fucked me over, metaphorically and physically. You think I'm gonna fucking trust you?
Yeah, no, like Twice didn't have good reason to trust Hawks anymore at that point. And he basically sent him into a PTSD episode. So don't get me wrong.
I mean, if we're gonna keep it a stack, he didn't have a reason to trust him in the first place. That was his own fault.
I mean, yeah, but he trusted Dabi's judgment.
I mean, definitely Hawks did Dabi dirty. Just used him for so long, and then he just killed him.
Technically, that wasn't Dabi's judgment because Dabi
no, guys. I forgot his name. Hawks tried. Sorry. Hawks tried. He's an assassin. We are all okay. He's an assassin. But he tried to talk. At least he tried to talk. Give him that. He just tried to talk.
But
he couldn't kill him.
That wasn't even like the main point of what I was about to say though. Like, so let me like get to what I was gonna say though. The same way that like there were 100% be people in verse that were just like, that nigga could do what? He was gonna do what? Oh no. Should have killed him 2 days ago. Like,
yeah, definitely.
Like, I mean, like there's people who are gonna be on that wave. And then it's important to remember though that part of the reason why Endeavor was less popular is because of incidents of violence, aka being the police brutality hero. So especially if you read Vigilantes, because like that helps contextualize this even further. There is a certain level of we don't necessarily like it when you like pull up and murk people.
Yeah.
So you will have people who, even though Twice was 100% a liability, 100% should have died there because that's what needed to happen for society to be safe. You will have East in MHA.
Is that, and you'll have people.
Definitely. I think overall that the sympathy for Twice death particular will probably be within reasons. Like there will be some, but I don't think it will be like the biggest thing where they say, "Oh, how dare Hawks killing Twice? How dare he?" But definitely, if the thing with Best Jeanist comes out, that's horrible. And also, like with how if they sell like he's like the guy who essentially created the whole situation in Fukuoka, which is basically it's not entirely on Hawks, of course, but it is somewhat on Hawks.
Like, so my thing about this being on Hawks is like complicated, right?
Yeah,
because on one hand, preemptive strikes are not immoral, not really.
Some depends.
Like in this context, a preemptive strike is not immoral, but from a legal precedent case, you kind of don't have the right to do them.
Which strike do you mean particular now?
Shout out to Nightfall, you know what I'm saying?
Do you mean killing Twice now, or do you mean?
I mean, so what I mean by that, like like a preemptive kill. Well, so the thing with Twice is that if you remember what Hawk said, he literally cut his tendons and muscles. He fucked that dude up.
Yeah.
Hawk, like Twice should not have been moving. And once you're on fire and you're trying to, not die, you kind of got no choice but to just handle things quickly. Because you got to think, as he was stabbing Twice, he was on fire. Mm-hmm. I don't think that's fair to be he should have gone for the KO at that point. Like that, I don't know. That's kind of tough.
But guess what? Anarchy, same way we having this entire discussion about this and others, gonna be some people you got the same heroes, like you said with Endeavor. If you got a problem with me beating up somebody that probably going a little bit hard on somebody that robbed a bank or that assaulted somebody and did some other grimy shit, you got a problem with me going a little bit too hard on those niggas. How do you think people are gonna feel about you killing somebody?
Yeah, especially somebody that's running away.
Yeah, exactly.
And like I said, especially when they find out that he the hero commission stuff, because that has to come into play. There's no way Dabi knows Keigo Takami's name without him having been involved in that stuff.
And speaking of all secrets and the commission and stuff, that and the other, Think about this. And the entirety of every time the league has done something, an attack, the most bodies have been with the Hosu City incident, and that was with the Nomu. And those those are monsters themselves. But no, think of it like this. Remember who caused the most destruction in Camino? That was all for one, the deity himself. He's not associated directly with the LOV anymore because he's been out the picture, arrested. So everything the LOV doing is their own, and multiple incidents after that. How many deaths did we have in the Kyushu incident with the high-end attacking himself?
Mm-hmm.
Zero.
So it's like those are creatures. Exactly, those are creatures, but we don't associate them directly. They might be like toys of the league, but it's like, yeah, until this very incident, there wasn't a big ass like scene where the league. There were been attacks. They got Makia, but until this incident right here, and that's the entire damn. They don't even know what's going on. They don't even know who they're fighting. Shit, they don't even know they're fighting Shigaraki and them, and nobody knows that Maki even existed except the pro heroes. Because even Tokiyama was like, oh yeah, even Dark Shadow was like, bro, what the fuck is that monster downstairs? He was like, oh yeah, don't worry, he won't wake up without his boss being here. Stuff like that. It's like they don't have all this context. We have all the information that people don't. And think about all the times that LOV has caused true mass murder up until this point. Not one, because they don't even know that LOV was Daika. Only a few people like kind of they kind of assumed, but it was like, nah, just a group of villains. They didn't say directly that LOV was directly attached into this incident. It said a group of villains.
I was about to say Deku was a mass murder.
Yeah, but they don't know that. That's the thing. Like,
I mean,
like
not
I said,
for
and
Lego
other than that, the only other like mass murder they do is against those fucking like KKK groups.
Exactly, that's my point. If you like calling like until this art, they're really wearing like mass murders right there.
Damn, so
even in Daika City, they were just defending themselves. Like they gave them the ladder. Like either you fight the heroes, you fight us. You got it. I mean, what you want to do? We can't. I mean, we're forcing y'all to come into our hands. Like this is a hostage situation. Y'all kind of don't have a choice but to come. But y'all didn't seek us out. We took y'all out and we brought you here. And then we basically like if I can't like BG or Aniki. I kidnapped like your brother, your sister, something like that, right?
You did.
And exactly, I said, I tell you to pull up. She has nothing to do with this. You could have came directly to us. Garen didn't kill nobody. He was just a broker for shit. But he had all the context and the way to get in. So basically, it's like, okay, I pull up, and then like, okay, we get our asses beat and killed. But whose fault is that? We took the initiative to draw you in. But my saying is like, they don't know about. They're really not that bad in the sense of like they've been doing all this fucking mass murder and shit like that. So it's like, how can I like, you know what I'm saying?
All that means is that the fucking league are more. I want to do more for social justice than the heroes do. I respect it.
Yeah, exactly. So they're gonna ask the question: where does the line truly get drawn? Like they're like Jin Bubuguara, like who? Twice? Who? Like also, how many bodies does he have? Oh, you mean a robbery guy? Why would they murder that nigga? Like they have to expose the heroes. Will have to play catch up to the shit, all this shit. Like the hero commission not gonna be defending Hawks. They already told that nigga you on your own.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Also, Rex.
What?
Oh, you got your hand up.
Oh, that was just up from like whenever I had one AFK. I'm just getting back. I don't know what y'all talking about.
Oh, okay.
We're talking about when society falls. Are they how are they gonna go about that?
What do you mean? Who's gonna go about it?
Whether the hero commissions, the villains, like how that's all being processed. But we've been on this one for a while. So what I kind of want to do is ask like how you guys think this like the one for all lore is going to keep going from here, right? Because to a certain degree, I think it's kind of fascinating that one, it takes a while. Obviously, part of that is just one for all being such a powerful quirk. But the fact that they could like sit here, get in the dream world, have a conversation. Also, I'm a little disappointed that Banjo didn't pull up and it was just the first and Nana. Same. But which even that though has reasons because it's all family, right? It's family business. So my question is, do you think that to a certain degree, do you think the first user's bloodline is going to come into play? Like, do you think the first user had any family that maybe just is like that's gonna like make it its way into the story, and then we eventually get like the other Shigarakis because like AFO had because like I'm still like AFO should have children. I'm sorry, but like
didn't the AFO say that the fucking first was like sickly, and he was like, and he was like a sickly boy, so he didn't really go out like that and shit like this. I don't think he had no host.
I mean, you don't have to have hoes, y'all. You need is one.
Well, also, All for One is like super old, so like there's a possibility that his children have already lived and died.
Well, I mean, yeah.
I mean,
guess.
if he had children, they probably have already. Done.
I think that he had children. That he will test of his
it-
quirk will be given to what would happen. He's the kind of guy in my eyes that he will test to see what Chidin's quirk will be.
Actually, now that I think about it, that wouldn't make sense to me though, because if that's the case, why wouldn't you just try to get them then?
What do you mean?
Like,
Maybe we did.
Why aren't they part of his fucking agenda? Because I mean, like, because even if they had kids, they probably had kids themselves. It would still be a bloodline.
Well, that's what I'm
I
saying.
assume because you don't want your child to be stuck in this war for the generations. That's, I mean.
But also,
You
like,
think he was just like.
so my thing with All for One though is that even if somebody's his kid, I don't think he was a father. I think he has children, and that is there's a huge difference between the two.
Oh, I know, but I'm saying, like, I feel like the type of dude he is, he would still try to use them to his schemes.
Oh,
Well, like the thing is, he might not even know, because like All for One is kind of like Voldemort, right? Like, just because he's clapping cheeks doesn't mean you stay in the sheets.
No.
Like because powerful men pretty much always, like,
what does it do with Voldemort?
No, because like Voldemort ended up having a kid with Bellatrix Lestrange.
Oh, you mean that shitty ass play?
Please don't.
Yeah, he's that shitty ass play.
Yeah, that play sucked, but it's considered canon. So you just kind of got to roll with that, unfortunately.
Really?
Yeah.
You just spoiled me.
You're not gonna read that shitty ass.
Don't worry, it sucks. Don't read it.
I don't consider it canon. Okay, that's
you can't. That's not how canon works, though.
Yes,
I would love to throw it away.
Yes, it is.
It is what it is.
If I say it's not canon, it's not canon.
When a series is over, anything after that is completely. It's
right.
like secondary canon.
It's fan fiction.
Yeah.
It's fan fiction endorsed by the author.
Oh my god,
that's what it feels like.
But also, there's the possibility that he had kids early. He had kids early on, and they're dead now. Like also, like, let's say
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, they probably had kids themselves, so I don't feel like it would. I don't think he would care if they're specifically his kids. They're still part of his bloodline.
Yeah,
I'm just saying that.
And also, there's a possibility that he had kids, and I don't want to say there was a mutation like that was really bad, but All for One, it seems like a quirk that if you do pass it down, it doesn't seem like it would be a normal like pass down quirk. Like, there's a possibility that it can have mutated into something worse. Like, who knows?
Because one of my favorite theories is the Monoma. See, like, I don't like the idea of Monoma being All for One's son, but
a great grandchild would be fine.
But yeah, like a grandchild or a great grandchild, I would be fine with that, because if you think about it, the only people who have had quirks that are like kind of very similar, quirk specific are the Shigaraki family. So, I mean, is it that unreasonable to assume that he wouldn't have dropped his seed at least somewhere, and then like maybe they just got?
He does have similar energy. So who knows? Maybe.
Yeah, like, and the thing is that All for One, because of the nature of the quirk itself, might not be one that you just pick up. Plus, like, quirks tend to mix. So maybe like the person he like threw down with, the kid kind of picked up some of the genetic material of like what he had, but not enough to like make that kid also have All for One. But over time, it still managed to manifest in the copy quirk that Monoma has today. That could be a thing. Like, because if you think about it, the same way that Monoma was seen as nothing, or like having low potential to be a hero as a child, because he couldn't do anything on his own. Technically, All for One could not do anything on his own.
Yep.
I feel like that's still dumb, though, in my opinion.
I mean, is it dumb that he would do what normal people do and had sex at some point?
No. I'm talking about the Monoma part where they said that they don't think he can be a hero because he can't do anything on his own. Like,
it is something about people.
I think it's a store. I think it's stupid because like he can store the quirks for as long as he wants. Plus, he's in a world full of fucking superpowers.
Yeah, no, like that was some hating ass shit.
No, because it is something about assertion of identity. What is your identity if your only thing that you can do is take from people and distribute? You don't have because quirks are linked to your identity as a person, you know? That's what we see. Bakugo has an explosive personality. Shoto can be hyped, or he's super cold as a person. Endeavor can be has a big passion for his things. That's why that's also on temper. So when your quirk is about is about not steal. You can call steal. Take and give. You can go of either way. You can just go for everything is for me, or okay, I can help people by distributing, doing things. But all for one, went for the guy. Okay, everything is mine. That's how he saw this is how he took his indebted as a thing, So people like Monoma would just copy quirks for like seconds. Yeah. What is your identity? People will say, okay.
Well, again, that's where the original translation actually comes in and is important.
Yes.
Monoma's individuality is that he copies your individuality.
Yeah.
Yep. That would actually be interesting, like how much
but isn't that what plays? Isn't that what plays into what he was saying though?
Hold on, real quick. Like,
but I'm saying, like, that's why. But that's what I'm saying is that in that case, that's where the translation is actually super important because Monoma is technically a person whose individuality is that he doesn't have an individuality.
Yep.
And also, like, the thing that you have to remember about why it would be difficult for Monoma to be a hero, like, and why like people didn't see him fit to be a hero. Like, I don't know if any of you guys read Unordinary.
Yes, I read Ordinary.
No.
Okay, but anyways, his ability is similar to Monoma's, and the issue is that even though he can copy the abilities and make them stronger, if they somehow catches him off guard while he doesn't have any ability, then he's just a normal person. That's the same with Monoma. If Monoma is just walking the street and a villain recognizes him and attacks him, he does, and like he may have the martial arts and stuff, but there's a possibility that he doesn't take the quirk in time. Like, there's a lot of issues with Monoma's quirk. Like, yes, you can say, oh, like when he's a civilian, he just always has it stored up. But what if he doesn't? Like, there's just so many things that factor into it. I don't agree with them, but I'm saying their basis isn't that far off.
Well, I'm saying, I mean, I guess that's a possibility. It's just more like that's not in this character because he always has it stored up. Always.
Also,
yeah, and even if I mean,
I just want to address a question that somebody dropped in the chat real quick. Kamzi, you always got some good stuff. Could AFO's hypothetical kids be born with the quirks that he might have stolen?
I don't think so.
That's a possibility.
It's a possibility
because even though All for One is his quirk, he still houses other quirks within it,
and it's still their DNA.
Yeah, he said that. He said that in this chapter that the DNA is inside of him, so like an organ. So I don't like. There's a possibility that when his mythical semen when it went into
oh my god,
nigga said mythical semen.
And no, DNA is trash, man. Stop storing things like this.
No,
man.
but like you could say like because sperms would be like in the millions of billions. What if but just listen to what I'm saying. I know this is weird, but just imagine each individual sperm cell houses each different quirk. And then whichever one just happens to break the egg is the one that gets the quirk. So All for One could have been one of the quirks, one of the cells, but then no. Well, you got a fire quirk now. So it's like
I doubt it.
That actually does make sense, though.
I understand why it would be reasonable, but I would assume like that every time he takes a quirk and every time he gives a quirk away, that would change his stem cells, which I don't know.
I mean, literally, because like one of my personal theories is that the reason why Monoma's seems so unstable is because by taking on other people's quirk, he's constantly temporarily splicing his DNA and then unsplicing it. So he's a little unhinged because he has especially unstable DNA for a person.
Yeah, I thought it was maybe because he was splicing his personality and then getting like temporary
right by taking in their individualities. Yeah. He takes in their personalities, and that fucks with his personality.
And also, their vestige remains in his body for a little bit too.
Yeah, especially with what we got from this chapter. That's confirmation that every time Monoma takes someone's quirk or copies it, they're more or less temporarily like inside him.
So one for all what? So one for all is inside. Well, we don't know how the stored quirks work because we know he can't use them. But who's to say that I don't want to say they remain in him permanently, but what if stored quirks are like kind of like their remnants left in Monoma, and like we get something one for all.
I wondered about that if they leave completely or if they.
There is something about that I've actually been curious about with Monoma though. Monoma's quirk, he pretty much knows how to use it after he gets it, right?
Yeah.
Then how does he not know how one for all is?
Let me on that point. If I see you use your quirk, it's as simple as that. Like people have techniques and proficiency stuff like that, but it's not that hard. Like he can't like if he took Bakugo's quirk, right? he couldn't do all the shit Baku could do, but he could simply put out his hand and blast an explosion. People don't know the secret behind Deku's true quirk, so for them it would just be you using, him punching. Nobody knows the secret behind his quirk. They just see the strength like All Might, and then it's stockpile, so they really don't know the secret behind everything about it.
To be honest,
I mean, him saying that it's a stockpiling and kind of already him knowing that it has something to do with stockpiling, that in and of itself kind of exposes that Deku's a liar anyway.
Does it?
Yeah, but that's just
how.
Because his quirk is listed as superpower, it's only listed as super strength.
But they don't know what his quirk is.
It doesn't matter though. Like the stockpiling quirks.
Stockpile strength, right?
Yeah, like you can stockpile strength. Like literally, you walking is you stockpiling your strength.
Yes.
Literally.
Fat does the same thing.
Yeah, so like that's what I'm saying. Like just because it's like there's a stockpiling aspect to a strength quirk doesn't mean that like Deku lied. It's just that you have to stock the strength, and that's what Deku did. He trained for 10 months, and it just so happened that the previous users also were stockpiling the entire time.
Yes.
So like what Monoma got was literally the base version of One for All without the vestiges. That's all I know.
I think that the base version without the vestiges and anything doesn't give you anything, which is why there is actually no real secret to it. So there's nothing Monoma can really understand. It's just he realized it's a stockpiling quirk, and that's all there is. It's a stockpiling quirk with nothing inside. So there's nothing in it that he has to understand.
Well, that's the real question then. If that's how the base quirk works, how did the quirk work before there was vestiges?
Just like that.
Nothing.
I'm saying it had to have had something, because the reason I say that is because All for One gave it to him, being like, see, once you get this power, you'll understand how power is and you'll work for me. So it had to have been something.
I think it was just with time. I think the stockpiling quirk is like the more time you have it, the more it stockpiles like energy in this sense. When it's just, and I think for the first user, I think it was just increasingly the longer he had it, stockpiling more and more physical in energy that he could use in terms of
that makes sense.
Just think about it. When the second user got the quirk, he literally probably was just a little bit stronger than your average human.
Yes.
Like physically, like just stronger. And then his quirk was amplified a little bit. Like whatever quirk he had, it was amplified a little bit. And then like after he going through life, then the third user, it's a continuous thing. And then when you get All Might, it's like, damn, it's not a multiplicative growth.
Oh no! I know how that works. I know how that part of it works. I'm referring to like when it was just a stockpiling quirk, like when it had no.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, because the thing is, All for One gave him that quirk because he thought he had no quirk, and he thought if he knew what power was, he would work for me. So that means that this had to have been something. It couldn't have just been, oh, you're gonna get this. You're still gonna be a weak ass bitch. It couldn't have been that. So that's why I was curious about that, because I'm like, this is kind of weird because it's the base quirk version of the quirk, but you couldn't do jack shit. So what the hell?
No,
I'll tell you something. But Seyz gave a good explanation of how that probably worked. So I'll give it that.
It is also the perfect path for a protagonist of a story, because a protagonist, like a shonen protagonist, becomes stronger with the time that he has in a story. So he gave this power to his brother because he is the demon lord who gives the power to the protagonist to become stronger.
He also pointed out,
So yeah.
And the fact he knows he knows he can't stockpile quirks because he literally went to Erie right after that arc and was like, no good. Stockpile doesn't work for me. So I'm pretty sure he would have found out like I can't use stockpiling quirks pretty early on. Like they all know their limits. So he would have known prior to, because he was like, okay, that's how it is. That shit didn't work. Ain't no like big, like, oh my God, it didn't work. I'm pretty sure he would have known like stockpiling quirks exist. Plenty of people have them, and just that it just doesn't work.
And think about what he said. Think about what he said. Straight up, if I had known how your quirk worked, this round could go completely differently, because then I'm choosing a different set. I'm not going to take your quirk then.
Yeah.
So the reality is like the part of One for All, the base component is that it stockpiles power, and like Monoma, just like AFO, might have like what I call the game menu in his brain, where you can kind of be like, this quirk does this quirk does this quirk does this. All right, I'll use this one for this situation. So like if he went through his brain and was like, okay, this stockpiles power, and that's basically the only explanation you get in the like fucking description scene. Like when you like a cursor, like hover your cursor over an ability, and it's like, does this? Like when you hover your cursor over One for All, it just says stockpiles power.
And all that means is he just picked a shitty ass class then.
Right. So it's like, well, shit, this didn't tell me anything. Like,
Yeah.
Whereas like with explosion,
I
it's like secretes specific types of sweat that when you ignite your palms, you can blow people's fucking faces off. Like, you know, just different vibes for the quirks and like how they're explained.
Right. I think it's also just with him is that I think he actually can copy stockpiling quirks and they actually work for him, just they work for everybody else. It's just that the reason that they are useless for him is that he just has them for like 5 minutes, and 5 minutes are not enough to stockpile anything. So if he had them for like a year, they would probably be rather useless. He could just start them in January, and in November he could punch hard, but he doesn't have that time.
But that's also the importance
that makes sense.
That's the importance of the hero course, because we don't know how long Monoma can increase the time duration of his quirk.
Yeah,
I feel like ELS will have it for an hour or some shit.
Also, as far as real quick addressing something in the chat, I want to see how Deku's arms heal. I think from now on he'll have to keep using Black Whip as armor and support for his arms. If Deku doesn't just straight up lose an arm because he didn't get it like ripped off or anything in this, assuming that it's like going to be paralyzed, if he can only fight with his arms with Black Whip active, I guess that's okay.
Yeah,
I'm a big fan of the arm being too damaged, and like I still like the Black Whip arm, but if he's just like constantly has to keep, it's like oh, full cowling, and then it's like a shadow and like it wraps around completely, at least coating it in complete black, and then which also would change Deku's color design a bit, because instead of having like the giant white gloves anymore, it would no longer look like that. You would just have like black gloves with the black boots, creating more of a black and green aesthetic overall instead of the like green, black, white, red.
Oh, so we're getting black suit Deku.
Yeah,
basically.
Ooh, symbiote Deku.
He already got the Air Force One.
I would like to say something, that the manifestation of one for all is also that's why the power is energy. When people the users of one for all use one for all, you see like some electricity like in different colors. You see for green for Deku, and All Might you see yellow when he's tapping really that source of energy. So yeah, having a black suit with green effects there, that would be good. That would be really dope to see. I think so.
Anyway, guys, I gotta go.
Oh, okay.
Oh, all right.
All right, Seyz.
Have a good night, Seyz. I know it's like 8 p.m. over there.
Yeah, about.
Finally getting better at that. All right, well, final thoughts, Seyz, you want to give before you go?
I like the chapter. I've said it before. I think so that the whole all for one for all lore is not my favorite part of the show. So it's I can acknowledge that it was a good chapter, but it wasn't my favorite in any sense. I do kind of like that all for one just likes to ramble a lot. He's just talking a lot. I like that. And I think my favorite part was just like the end, because as I said, I'm not the biggest on the lore, and I'm also not the biggest on these is Izuku the right for the quirk type discussions. They are always kind of after the first time they happen, they kind of always bore me a little bit, and this kind of went in the same direction of, was it a mistake to give the quirk to Izuku? So I do acknowledge that the quirk, the chapter was good, but it wasn't for me ultimately. Yeah.
Fair.
Yeah. All right. Seyz.
All right. See it. What was I gonna say? My whole thing was just like I don't know. Like I'm hoping there's a costume change. Do you think we're getting that eventually? Like after this?
Before we go down that road real quick, somebody wanted to, while we on the topic of Monoma, people wanted to talk about how y'all feel like Toga would get this too. I said it wouldn't be as strong, or maybe a remnant, because it's only temporary. Because they take the, because I don't know how in depth y'all talked about it, because my Wi-Fi was like a dickhead. But I said it wouldn't last that long. They, like, you guys made a good point on Monoma, but for Toga, it's just like she may ingest the blood and stuff like that, and that's, adds on to the point of her wanting to become people, because she could kind of sense them, but it wouldn't last after that. It'd be gone. Because with the Ogadon, it's just different, because that's a part, and it morphs into your body, and it adapts into your body, and it stays there for the rest of your living life. But with the blood and thing, and the Monoma thing is just there temporarily.
Well, I don't think that Toga can use. There's either two like ways you can go about it. Toga can use One for All, but she can't use it because her body's not trained to use it, or two, she can't use it because she cannot take One for All without explicit permission from the user. So like, I don't know how it would go. Like either way, I don't think she can use it because her body's just not trained enough to use One for All.
Okay. Anybody else got anything to say? Or y'all want to move on to costume change?
About Toga. So do you think that Toga is also one of maybe one of the descendants of All for One? It might be interesting when you think about it because her quirk is literally copying. Is also copying quirks by ingesting blood.
Oh, go ahead.
My thing is that someone like Monoma being a descendant of AFO, I'm like really good with. Toga, I don't want too many people. Like I don't want that to just be like like half the villains are secretly like his bastard children. Like that feels excessive. Just like how one of the reasons I'm not on like the Team Bakugo dying this arc thing is because it feels that's like some Akame got killed levels of killing off characters, and that shit was trash.
Garbage.
So like I think having Monoma be like a character that we could eventually find out was like descended partially from AFO makes the story more interesting, fleshes out his character more, and kind of pays dividends for how much we've been like spending time on him. And the fact that we got that flashback on him about like how he was trying to be a hero despite the fact that people, you know, didn't think that. And like, let's say that his parents didn't necessarily tell him, but they were like, you know, he was kind of a bad dude. Also keep in mind that Monoma does have the same suit aesthetic that like, yeah, it's a little bit more flamboyant, but he also like kind of walks around copying quirks, wearing a suit, and talking lots of shit. So it's just, there's a lot of things that if Monoma was related to AFO would kind of work story-wise and like based on his character design. Whereas with Toga, it would just be like, well, if you can copy quirks and you are unstable, you automatically end up being related to one All for One. So it's important not to repeat arcs too many times. That's also why when people talked about like Mirio, like Bakugo being quirkless, like Mirio, I was like, no, we're not going to keep repeating the arcs unless it has a strong symbolic value.
That's in the case of Mirio,
if you guys, those of you who watched like the overhaul video, I pointed out, he ends up living like All Might because he was chasing All Might's behaviors. Now he too was quirkless and is stuck on the sidelines watching after a big event where he was stabbed in the side, heavily injured, but he's no longer capable of joining the battlefield. We don't want to like, so the redundancy in character arcs is important not to have. People need to have their own journeys for the story to be interesting. You know what I mean?
That's why I was talking about the fact that, okay, you only get Hawks and Miracle to do the whole cripple, I'll live on and actually train the next generation thing. Because you can't keep doing it over and over. It's like those two, like Miracle is completely different where Hawks has been set up to die. Like I wouldn't count anybody else like Dimension Ray because Mount Lady and Kamui was different. But with the Hawks and Miracle things, like okay, Aizawa was the last one. Everybody else is gone because we're not going to keep doing this whole I'm injured, I can't be a hero no more. But I can teach the new generation. I'm injured, I can't be a hero no more. But I can teach the new generation. I'm injured, can't be a hero, but I can teach the new generation. I'm injured. Like, nah, we're not going to keep reusing that plot line. Like, that's a little bit too lazy, and like it just doesn't fit that well. Like,
so with that, you have to have some teachers still, like. And that's the only reason. That's okay. That's the only reason why it's like, okay, some of these niggas gotta live. We can't just have them like stranded, like with nothing.
I don't mean that case, but it's just like, okay, people were like, okay, I was all about to die, right? But he lived, but people were rooting on him, like not rooting, but they were like, yeah, he's definitely like, you know what, take President Mike instead, please, just keep him alive. People had that conclusion, but now since he's already like injured to that point in that degree, they're like, well, he's safe now, and it's like, okay. It's 3. Ain't nobody else. We ain't doing this shit with nobody else at this point.
No. Those 3 were emphasized for a reason. Notice they were like, this is how you win. You survive. Keep going. And they showed only those 3. And one of the things that's important is this. Aizawa is a grumpy, like borderline, like surly, like, yes, he is very dedicated to being a teacher, but it's also like a lot of the aspects of Hero Society he was already begrudgingly a part of. Mirko already was like not necessarily vibing with All Hero Society on her own. She was felt more like she needed to focus on being independent, doing shit on her own. Wasn't necessarily thinking about having sidekicks or anything. She was literally a one-woman army. So there's a character arc within her becoming a teacher. Hawks.
Yeah, with Point Out Miracle, she stays in a hotel, bro. She doesn't have an agency. She stays in a hotel laid up by herself.
Yeah, like she don't even
get shit.
Yeah. Hawks literally directly stated he wasn't interested in raising the next generation, wasn't allowed to like interact with kids and stuff as a normal person. All of his stuff, his training was, sitting on the bench with the Hero Commission. They're gonna betray him after all of this. I don't think that and the thing is like I mentioned, if the kingdoms are kind of split, even if the Hero Commission does him dirty, the more militaristic Shiketsu side will probably be more open to having somebody who was willing to take those steps anyway. You know what I mean? So like each of those three characters has like a further arc to progress in sticking around. Whereas Endeavor, Dabi's here, basically. Like emotionally, you need to recognize this is Dabi's here moment. He's about to pull up. This shit might be Toya Todoroki origin in the next couple of days, or like next couple chapters. And then which if we get a Toya Todoroki origin story in the middle of this arc, I'm gonna lose my shit.
Yo, it'd be so crazy if we get that and it's still not Dabi. I would lose my mind if that happened. If we get the Toya Todoroki, but it does it shows how Dabi came to be, but Toya isn't Dabi. I'd be like, let's go.
All that tells me.
Okay, Aniki, like you were saying, we were on a roll before somebody spoke. Okay, back to the point.
No, also I wanted to ask Aniki, because you're saying this East and West stuff, you don't think they're going to America anymore?
They could go to America. Like, here's the thing, right? I've always, people have always been like, oh, they're going to go to America. I've always said we don't need to go international. I've always said, unless the Hero Society in, like, the Hero Society in the US is the exact same as the Hero Society in Japan. They just have more crime. I've always pointed this out.
Also,
what does it go to the UK?
Hold on, real quick. I just got volume 25. And then when the Deaderette armor or whatever, he was like, oh, they created it after the armor, like the hero support items in America, and there's a hero over there, there's a person over there that's like responsible for that stuff. And I was like, wait, is this like hinting at that? Like that was right there when volume 25 was confirmation that they're like going to go to America, because like
actually, I take that as I actually took that more so as just talking about David Shields and Melissa. Because it's actually very heavily implied that it was Melissa that made some of the stuff for Endeavor, and that same thing.
Yeah, no, I agree with that, but I also like once you say that these support items are like just top tier, and then I feel like the students will need like top tier support items to fight the villains. I think that gives even more credibility that they will go to America, or like if it's like, I don't know, or another country or something, because I of course, like I think right now America has the best support items, and I think that all of them need big upgrades, because like if everything is like down to the shitters, they're not getting the support items they need. So, who knows? I'm cool with anything, honestly. At this point,
and my thing is like I just don't. Because to me, it's dangerous to get too attached to specific things happening in a story.
Oh yeah, I agree.
Like
I'm the biggest. Don't get attached to too many things in a story. But like I said, like I always say, like I have theories and stuff, but whatever Horikoshi does, I have faith in him as a writer that I'm gonna enjoy it anyway. So it's like, like I literally, like if it wasn't for these discussions, I would literally just like sit back and just enjoy it, because I just know he's gonna deliver some.
Because for example, like I have the Bakugo's Nomu like potentially becoming a Nomu theory. That doesn't mean it's gonna happen. I'm not like in love with that theory. I think it's a good one. I think it could be an enjoyable one. I think as a concept, it would highlight like just how determined to be a hero Bakugo really is. But I don't think that it has to happen for the story to be good. I don't think it needs to be that for Bakugo's end game to be valid. You know what I'm saying?
Also, I think that
and sounds smarter. Oh my bad.
Yeah. I think what we learned about the Nomus this arc kind of like throws that out the window, because that they specifically get aggressive like villains, or like that already wants to like do bad to be Nomus. Because if you got somebody that wants to do good and there's the Nomu, you have to do some very like extreme tinkering. I think that's just not like worth it in the long run.
And Smarter, that was me that said that. So I lined this up. How many? Okay, first let me ask y'all this. Don't go all in depth. Just answer a number. How many chapters until the Dabi pull up the Dabi pull up? Just give me a number. That's it.
The pull up or the actual like
They
reveal?
get there. They get there. The reveal happens. They just pull up. It could be the reveal or what?
Two
chapters.
I think next chapter we don't get it. Then at the end of in 2 weeks, the end of that chapter is when they pull up, and then the third. Then basically, what chapters we're on at 290? Yeah, at 290, that's when we get into the meat of it. 280, 289 is where they first arrive.
Okay, so guess what? So I pointed this out. I found this out. I was reading Pro Hero. So it's 190, chapter 191 that Dabi flees and says, "Don't worry, we'll still talk, Endeavor. They'll go kick in the bucket until then." That's 291. We're at 287, and they're getting closer and closer with each and every second. If Horikoshi were to rip around and flip around 100 chapters later and have this nigga Dabi pull up on Endeavor while on death's door to officially close that casket and that plot line, you know how you can't tell me shit that ain't the most god status Bolty by 10D chess shit right there. Exactly 100 chapters later, and he pull up and he finally finished what he said. We'll finish 100 chapters prior to. Come on, dog, stop talking to me, man.
That's the other thing, right? That Horikoshi already showed us that he's willing to do that kind of stuff when he decided to show us Deku get his power at the end of the year, have Shigaraki follow up the very next year on the last chapter of the year getting his power, and do double chapters of dark, like reveals of faces coming out of shadows. Horikoshi loves to like do these loops, and if that's what we're going to do here, I'm okay with that. That makes the most sense to me, actually, like with the way it's structured, because the next chapter might not even be, we still need to know what's going on with Momo and them now. Like, are they just done? Did they just take that fat ass L and they just sitting there stewing in it? Are they just letting it saute? Like, what's going on?
We still have the mansion, and we still got the mansion. I don't care. Some people like to act like, oh, the Shigaraki stuff. But guess what? The Shigaraki stuff is essentially done for the most part. The most he's going to be doing is fucking healing up, and Todoroki not going to be going to like take out Shigaraki. He's going to be trying to fucking get Deku out the sky, and they're going to be like, yo, I got Bakugo down, my dad on death's door. It's almost 2, and I got Deku. He's not going to be worried about Shigaraki like that, bro. Like, you know, he be losing his shit, but they grown too. Like, he's not just gonna be like, yeah, Shigaraki will be over the hill. So, like I said, now that the Shigaraki stuff is over, you still got shit at the mansion to be cleared up before Momo and them. You still got like battles at the mansion. So there's still chunks to go.
So
those are actually important because those are actually named capable heroes, and redestering them still matter in the long-term things.
So I don't think we go back to the mansion next chapter. I think we eventually go back to it, but I don't think it's next chapter. I think
I'm not saying next chapter exactly. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but I know what you mean. Like, I think we do eventually go back, but I think next chapter focuses on Ochaku and the other students, like in Toga and like the League of, and like everybody on Giganto. I think it's split between those two parties, like, because right now, realistically, if we were to continue with the Shigaraki Deku stuff right now, like, it's a lot of, I don't want to say dragging, but there's so much more you could do outside of this area right now. Now that they're both pretty much injured and out of commission, I think you develop the stuff that's happening with Ochako, Ida, and Nejire and all of them. Then you develop what's going on with Dabi and them, and then the chapter after that, you come back to Deku and them, and you set up for the arrival of Giganto. Then you could do the Dabi reveal and all that shit. Like, I just think that's the best way to like pace it out, because I think that if we stay with Deku too long, then we run into the issue of like, oh, this is going on too long.
Yeah, that's why I think it's fresh that he's of course he's like implementing a couple, like, that's why I think the end of this chapter wasn't focused on Shigaraki now, because the focus is like they're done now with all this. So it's like, okay, now let's start moving around. There are more pieces to the story and the climax of this arc than just these niggas, since they already both on death's door. One is going to heal slowly but surely, and the other one is done. And there are no more heroes to really go fight this nigga like that. And then you still got the high-end almost like 100 feet away. And I feel like manga and all those niggas have to actually come through that way. I can't, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure the way the map was drawn, they would have to come through that way or around that way.
No, they're going straight toward Giganto, if I'm not mistaken.
No, I'm talking about the kids. Like I'm talking about Ochako and all them.
They're towards Giganto.
Yeah, but Giganto's going towards Shiggy. They're going towards, like, Ochako and all them are going towards where Deku and them are at.
No,
everybody's moving towards Shiggy technically. If you're moving towards,
everybody's moving towards Shiggy. Like,
But what I'm saying is that they're not going directly towards Shiggy. They're gonna like cut in front of Giganto to try to stop him.
No, they're going towards. No. They said that they're going to warn them about. They're going to warn Endeavor and them
Are you
about
sure?
Makia. Yeah, they said it the last chapter, the 2 chapters ago. We need to go let them know about Makia coming this way because the communications are down. They're dealing with Shigaraki.
Let me
They
see.
literally stated that. Yeah.
Let me see.
They literally stated, you guys need to go let them know because they can't hear us. We can't communicate. They're too busy. They're not watching the news because that's the only reason Eden and them even found out. They heard about the news.
Yeah, okay, so they're... Yeah, okay. I'm reading it now. They could be going towards Shigaraki. Like, it's weird because the way it's worded. All right, yeah.
But we knew they had the other whole heroes go that way to stop them anyway, and we knew they had to go for plot reasons too. We knew they were going to go pull up on them because they couldn't even hear in the first place about Makia. They would have had no clue.
Yeah. Well, honestly, I'm cool. Like, if they go to Shiggy or they go to I'm cool with whatever. Like at this point.
I just need whatever they go after this. I just need Shiggy to be more. I need to see what his thought process is on this whole situation.
What, twice?
Well, not just the twice shit. I mean, even before the villain to come up, I'm talking about the all for one shit about how he's now realizing that he's never going to go away. Like it's never.
I think Shigaraki can get rid of all for one.
How so?
I think that Shigaraki has the unique ability that we saw in this to disrupt the Vestige world, unlike anybody else, with his decay power. Because like they mentioned like, oh, only the people of One for All should be able to affect this world, but Shigaraki was affecting it too.
Well, the thing about it is that I would have said this if he didn't already decay him in the past.
No, okay, but what I'm saying is that once he gets better control of it, I'm saying he can eventually get rid of it. Because like, I think them making a point that nobody else should be able to impact the One for All world, but Shigaraki was able to. It's something like the Vestige world is something that we need to take note of, and I think that eventually that Shigaraki will be able to do it. Maybe not now, but he eventually will be able to.
I'm actually now talking about that consciousness shit. I'm actually seeing people on Twitter saying now, I hope that Bakugo dies and Deku takes his arm, so he'll be stuck with him forever.
Oh my god!
That's so
thank God I'm on
trash.
Twitter. Please don't ever say anything like that again, bro.
Well, no, like because it was like I think Annika, you know Lei Tung, don't you? Lei Tung, he's a dude with a Funky Kong Abbey.
Nope, can't think of him off the top of my head right now.
Yeah, him. He was like that. Yeah, him doing that would be what it takes for me to get back into the series. I'm like, my saying is that stay off of it. We don't need people like that on while you're reading this shit.
The only way I'll come back to the series is if they do trash writing. I hate that shit.
Exactly.
What do you hate?
The fact that people want trash shit. Like,
yeah. That's why I get so triggered at the Batman Deku shit. Whenever I see that take.
Dude, somebody in my server caught up to My Hero, and they were complaining that Shigaraki getting all for one is boring and that
y'all gotta stop.
You said they caught up. Were they really reading or were they skimming?
That's the same thing I said, but it was like it just like makes it. And then it was like they were literally saying that Deku is fighting Shigaraki, who's the strongest person in the series, and Deku is fighting it. That means Deku is way above everybody else. And I was like, wait, were you reading the series? I was like, literally, Endeavor and all the heroes were fighting Shigaraki before Deku even stepped in. Shigaraki is way weaker than he was back then, and Deku is basically getting the benefits that everyone else had. So how can you even compare?
Especially when you factor in like he had his quirk seal. Let's see. Okay, so first off, like I said, that quirk regeneration is probably just like slowing down because it's been working overtime. Quirks are like muscles; they get tired. So let's think about it. Shigaraki steps up the capsule, hell curtain, immediately whole body cooking, jumps up. All right, gets punched back down like 30 feet from the like sky to the ground. Then Endeavor like tries to light his ass on fire even more, blast him away. All right, starts to heal, starts running. Finally pulls up. No, gets his quirk sealed, gets bitch smacked by a dragon, gets lit on fire again. Like all kinds of ridiculous things are happening to this man.
Lost his jaw.
Like, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like got his jaw broken off.
His body
All for One starts splitting his body open. Like,
it's like recoil damage. Like all the shit happening to him, and your takeaway is Deku must be number 2 in the verse.
Whoa.
Nigga, you know.
I mean, it's already a stupid ass take anyway, because the way are they not paying attention to how Deku's fighting him? Deku's fighting him by fucking destroying himself.
Yeah.
He could have always done that. I don't think it would have been as effective, but he could have always done that. Like, this isn't new.
and I'm about to say, like, in my opinion, if Endeavor is at full strength, I definitely want him fighting Shigaraki more than I do Deku.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
he was at full strength.
Well, current Deku.
Current, that's what I'm saying. Current Deku, like, I would rather have Endeavor fight him. And then also you got to factor in, before Endeavor even fought Shigaraki, he was fighting the high-ends and stuff. So Endeavor has been fighting for and then because they were also making the point that Endeavor is like looking weak or whatever. I was like, wait,
I heard people say that. I'm like, I don't understand how y'all think this.
See, I feel bad because like I joked about him getting shown up, and then I found out niggas was taking it seriously.
Yeah, that's why when you said it, I was like, it's like people actually feel this way. Like they think Endeavor, like, bro, Endeavor has been putting in more work this arc than everybody else.
Yep.
Like, there's no way that you say that. Like, and we already know his quirk has very bad
specific limiters and
like,
well, I mean, yeah, but I mean, like, that's why the benefit the Shoto's there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it would have been a benefit if Shoto was there, but it was a little too late at that point.
Yeah,
exactly.
It's like,
for sure.
Fuck context. All my homies hate context. Like,
yeah, that's the story of my hero. That's the story of my hero.
It's funny because Squid you remember that Makia crying panel? Like, why are they so weak? Why Master Shigaraki so weak? You remember that panel, right? Squid Squid edited that shit, and he made me make it a command in the chat called read. It's like, why don't these niggas read? These niggas need to read from my hero because they don't fucking read this shit. I'm like, bro.
Hold on, what is the command?
If you're in our server, you hit exclamation read. The Makia panel will pull up and it's like, why, Master? Why won't these niggas read?
That shit is so fucking funny.
He said exclamation point read.
Yeah, I posted in general.
You go see
it. Hey, two things though, real quick before I ask this question. Anik, you ain't said they said you been stripping off clothes in the street because you got.
Hey, I took my hoodie off because I was getting hot.
That's the same thing I said with Flo. Yeah, last week I was like, "Yo, have y'all noticed? Slowly but surely, Flo is removing the article of clothing." like, I don't know what's with y'all, man. This ain't the place for it.
Okay, can't wait.
Hey man,
possibly get a little too crowded. Next thing you know, he gonna be getting his shirt off next time the street goes.
Honestly, we're out here ready to take a nap. He like, man, as soon as this stream over, I'm hitting the hay.
Man, all these stupid ass comments got him tired.
As soon as this stream is over, I'm going to play fucking basketball before the game comes on tonight.
Oh yeah,
that's the blackest thing you've said to me.
Oh damn!
Oh shit!
Jesus Christ. I'm just right now, Linya. Well, just thinking about all the possibilities of the series right now.
Okay.
Yo!
You thought he was gonna say pussy too?
Wait, what happened?
What?
I swear to God, I know y'all niggas heard this nigga.
Yeah, I did. I did. Yeah, so I thought he said pussy. What?
Wait, what? I missed it. I definitely missed it.
Ponce's accent came through hard, so when he said all the possibilities, I already said all the pussy I've been getting. Like what?
Oh!
you see what happened with say you see what happened. You see what happened? The foreign person Seyz leaves, and all the niggas and coons and just in the chat. This is what the discussion turns to right here.
No.
You got all the niggas in the chat. This is what happened.
Ones who have to wait till Seyz left because if he said that reckless shit, she was gonna hop a train and have to fold him.
Oh yeah, I never said pussy, bro. I don't say that word.
But you just said it.
Possibilities. I said possibilities.
Oh, okay, it's funny. But speaking of that, let's get to this question. Speaking of possibilities, let's get to this question. All right, for our sponsor today, we have. Not as much with y'all. Wouldn't Shigaraki? Someone Tarnish asks, wouldn't Shigaraki hear the voice of the original Quirk user if it was something granted? He's speaking from All for One.
Thanks, Tarnish.
Wait, what? Say that again.
What does he mean?
What Tarnish, you can type in the chat too, and Aniki will probably reread if they need further clarification. But he said, wouldn't Shigaraki hear the voice of the original Quirk user if it was something granted?
Oh, that's a good point. I know what he means. He's essentially saying if Decay was given to him, why is he just now hearing All for One's voice?
Yup, there you go. Boom.
Yeah, so that does debunk it. Yeah.
Now quit pushing that garbage theory.
Yes.
Yeah, bro.
Especially because it shits on the themes.
Yeah, Horikoshi heard all this shit. Like, man, let me tell you niggas.
But then again, if that's the case, though, actually, no. To be fair, though, if that's the case, why didn't the first user? Yeah, you know.
What do you mean?
Why didn't he hear the stockpiling dude or All for One beforehand? Like, why isn't All for One part of One for All?
I think because they're attached to him. I think there's like more to it. What this really just made me do more than anything is question what the fuck are quirks, bro? Like, bro, somebody please, like, where did this shit actually come from? Because like this shit get a little bit too creepy now.
It is a sickness, like my nigga Overhaul said. It is a sickness. We need to cure it.
I think
what's crazy
I'm
to me,
for it, man. I'm really for it.
The craziest thing to me about MHA is every major villain we've ever faced in this series has spoke nothing but the truth when they talk about the world. Like when they call out every facet or this, that, and the other, like overall saying this shit is a sickness and a disease.
Yep.
It wasn't wrong. Singularity exists, all that shit. Like Ujiko speaking about quirks in general, he not wrong. Stain talking about these false ass heroes, he not wrong. Even Gentle bring about the topics that like my dreams versus your dreams.
Somebody
Toga,
asked me
like,
to do a Gentle video.
You need to read Destro, like, bro.
I think that I don't know how it works, but there has to be something where once you have a certain amount of quirks in your body, you can like go into the vestige world because realistically, everyone that All for One gave a quirk technically should be able to hear them. But there's something special with One for All and All for One where they're able to see the people that, you know, and potentially Monoma too. Like, I think it has something to do with the amount of quirks you're wielding in your body at one time. I think that's what it is, and that's how you see the vestiges. If not, and I'm wrong, then it has to be explained to why only All for One and One for All are able to like have these dreamscapes and stuff.
It could also be that because like Shiggy was quirkless, or I don't know, like the first user, maybe he did have these dreams. Maybe he did have them, but like when he passed it on, it just didn't manifest on other people.
I mean, that actually adds up too. Because think about this, like Shiggy said, All for One's big ass ego is just literally there, and it's so powerful. It built up over the course of. Think about it like this, okay. Hey, Ian ready to get in?
Okay. Wait,
dope.
Yeah, he was talking with I forgot his name.
I was gonna say this though. I was gonna bring up fucking some people have been questioning though. My friend Victor, he pointed out, why is it that if like he thought like what made One for All unique was the consciousness shit. So if all of these things have consciousness, would that mean that any like quirk could prevent itself from being passed on like stolen?
So let me elaborate on this point. So it's like this. All for One and being who he is, how powerful he is, just that all that shit, you know what he is, and this, that, and the other. For that long, it's the equivalence of how One for All essentially is like, okay, it's been passed down for over 100 years. At the same time, like that builds and that connects, and it's just one quirk specifically passed down by the wills and the generations. So it's like this consistent stream. Hold on, I'm trying to find what I'm looking for. This consistent streamline of this is like, hold on, I lost my thought when I did this.
Wait, what are we talking about? What did you ask, BG?
What's the question?
It wasn't a question from me. It was a question from my friend Victor on Twitter.
What you say?
He essentially was questioning. He said that he thought that what made One for All special was the fact that it couldn't get stolen because of its because of the consciousness. So he's questioning: does this mean that that as long as you have a strong enough will, you can prevent your quirk from being stolen from all for
Well,
one.
no. The difference would be that I would assume, like, if Stain, for example, ate some of Deku's hair, he's not going to get transported into a Vestige world. But All for One literally grabbed him and tried to take it, and he is a Vestige. So it is the willpower thing, but it's because the reason that the willpower is even a factor is because there are wills in the quirk.
Yeah.
So
Also, wait.
That's what his question is, though.
Because the other thing that I was going to say is this: the main difference here is that All for One and One for All are quirks that effectively deal with quirks. They're quirks,
exactly.
Whereas most other quirks do not deal with quirks. So you could argue that if somebody tried to steal Monoma's quirk because he has a quirk that constantly has to like involve other quirks, he might actually be able to protect himself.
His might be similar, but all this really is just saying that it's because there are now more wills in All for One, I would say, that are strong, that you can actually fight against the other will, because the whole point of the quirk is that you have to willingly give it. So now you have someone whose quirk is to take your quirk, and it has other wills in the quirk, so there are more wills taking it.
Also,
so which I think is cool, because that means it goes from being something to where it's like, hey, One for All is just a quirk that you have to willingly pass on. Why is that? It's just how it works. But now we actually see, like, oh, this is why it works, because it has actual wills in it. And then the reason that All for One can attempt to steal it is because he has more wills in it, so he can override it, or he can attempt to.
And also, like with One for All, there's a chance that being able to see the Vestige dreamscape wasn't a thing until like Nana, because like the first mention of somebody actually talking to somebody is Nana. So it's literally just like Deku reached Singularity. There was probably a point in time where the users could not interact with the Vestiges at all, and then
I don't think so.
No. It has to work that way, because there's no way that the second user was able to like see the Vestige of the first user, like Deku was able to see the other prize user. So I'm assuming it grew over time to where eventually you was able to see the dreamscape, because
thank you, Rex, because you brought up the point I was trying to make. That's where I lost it. I was just rereading it at the first, because Deku was like, the first user was like, well, I can't interact with him. And it was like, wait, the nigga talking to me. He was like, All Might must have been wrong, because didn't get the flash. All Might, you can interact with them, and I've only seen them once. They don't really exist. Like it's just a one-time thing. It only happened once. Don't worry about anything else. But then again, when the first Black Whip thing happened, like when Deku was in his room, it turns out All Might was completely wrong, and they reached this point of Singularity. So the quirk it manifested in a different way. So now the Vestiges are being seen, and Deku was doing this like differently than anybody else, because he shouldn't have had a multitude of quirks.
And also, I think there was I'm pretty sure there was a point in time where All for One could take One for All, but the moment that you have 3 or 4 users in there, it stops. Like their wills are just like not allowing you to take it. So I think like if All for One would have tried to take One for All from like the second user or maybe the third user, he would have been able to. But after that, it's like you can no longer do that.
It's like the equivalent of a tug of war game. If in a tug of war game with one person on one side and one person on the other, if I'm just really strong, I can probably overtake the other person and take the rope from them. But if you put 2 guys on the other dude's side, then it's either going to be a stalemate where you just can't take it, or they're going to win, and they're not trying to take the rope. So I think that's the equivalent of it.
Yeah, and then I think Nana was the first. Person to actually speak with the first user, and then All Might was the second person to see them, and then Deku's the third person, and he's able to actually interact and talk with them.
Okay, the thing about this, how I'm seeing it is because they said that the quirks are like copy like the whole essence of the people. You know what I mean? So you can have dreams of these people's lives. You don't know why, but you feel you can. In my eyes, I think that sometimes the Vestiges appear as a dream, but not like an active dream like you saw with Deku. But so that sometimes you saw the life of the other users, how they lived. Like Deku saw the thing. He saw it in a third perspective. He saw the dreams, the life that the I forgot his name. The first one. The first one. How he,
the first user.
Yes, how he was directing the All For One. He saw it as a third perspective. But what I'm thinking right now is that the other users had some flashes or some things, but in the first perspective. So they were like in the flesh of one of the users, just like it was like a dream for them, just a dream, like a knowledge that you will have.
But Ponzi, that's what I'm saying.
I'm going to say this right now. Rex is realistically right about it being Nana first. And do you want to know why? What did Nana say to Gran Torino that we got confirmation of during the joint training arc?
That she saw something, though.
What did he say, though?
It's not time. It's not the time, right?
Now, what did they tell Deku during joint training arc, though?
It's time.
It's time.
And what did they tell him he would do?
That you won't be alone, right? You won't be alone.
He would finish the quirk.
Correct. There we go, Ian. That's the right answer. So if we know that Nana, like he appeared to Nana and told her it wasn't time yet, it wasn't time yet for any of these other cats either.
And All Might had a dream, and All Might had a dream too. So it's not like this is just a new thing completely for the One for All users. He saw them, but he couldn't interact with them. Now Deku's at the point where, and didn't he also said that the only reason he knew the backstory is because he had a dream of the backstory of One for All and All for One. So All Might was also experiencing dreams and stuff like that. So, but Deku can interact now.
Here also is that while Deku was brainwashed, he was not technically unconscious. So that in of itself was the first tip towards like,
he was fading into yeah, sorry, I keep interrupting you.
But you got to remember, like he was brainwashed, but he was not unconscious. He was literally
nobody's unconscious when they get brainwashed.
Because she said specifically,
they see themselves do things that they don't have control. That's what happened to me.
The point of what I'm saying though is that if you remember, All Might said, "Well, I had dreams, but nothing quite like that had happened." The whole point of that was because Deku basically had a waking vision of the other vestiges. That was like foreshadowing and setting up that the quirk is already different than when All Might had it. It's just that you have to recontextualize that once we know more things about One for All. It's another one of those.
It's one of those things where,
and also like,
it's probably one of the. Oh, sorry, Rex. What were you gonna say?
I would say like if we think about it like this, and like it's possible that the other users got glimpses, just like One for All said in his chapter, he has dreams like of the people. He doesn't actively seek them out. It's dreams of where he actually hears their anger towards him or whatever, and like I'm pretty sure that's what happened up to all the users until Nana. It's like a glimpse. Nothing is said, nothing is even hinted at. It's just like and they could probably just throw it away at the back of the head, like, okay, I don't know what that was. Maybe I just had a dream. Then when it came to Nana, it's the first time that the user actually spoke to somebody who's like, oh, yo, it's not time. Then the dreams got more vivid with All Might, and then with Deku is, everything that's happening now. Then look at Shigaraki. Since All for One has been housed in the same body all this time, it hasn't had the time to reach singularity or past singularity. I think now that it's transferred to Shigaraki, it's actually past singularity, just like Deku with One for All, and that's why Shigaraki's able to have this interaction inside of One for All.
Especially since it's been around so long.
Yeah, and because it was in one body for so long, it had the possibility of passing singularity, but it just needed to transfer itself to actually finally do it. And now they All for One gave it up, and now it's a Shigaraki. I think All for One is past singularity now.
Yeah, well, and it kind of ties into the similar idea of this has not been confirmed yet, but I feel like it has to be this with all the information we have. The question is always, how come All Might seem to be able to use One for All perfectly? But if the point of the quirk is that they build up power and more energy into it, and singularity comes to a point where it starts damaging the person, then the reason Deku can't just naturally use the power is because of the past singularity thing. It's like basically All Might built up so much power and so much energy into it that when he passed it to Deku, it breaks him. Even after All Might said, "Oh, don't worry, we're gonna make you into a vessel so that you can handle it." Even then, even after that, and even after a whole year of getting stronger and stronger and stronger, he still can't manage 100%.
Yeah. So. And that's the important thing, is that they also talked about how Because the other thing that also goes against Deku, and the same thing also kind of went against All Might, but I think it didn't go against All Might as bad, was the fact that they are both technically, like, in God of High School terms, they're both not Gen X.
Yeah,
Their body was literally not designed for it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like Deku says.
Mhm.
Right. They're built different.
I had a dream that my body was not built for. Yeah.
So.
Oh, by the way, so did you guys talk about the Deku trying to save Shigaraki in the dream world thing? We talked about that?
Just trying to save him.
Did you
is that what
did
you
you
got
did you did you did
That's
you
been a
not
discussion,
connect
yes.
the bottom right to did you not connect the bottom two right panels to the sludge villain? Shigaraki is making a face of like he's being hurt, and Deku's face is like, oh god, and then he rushes to help, and literally the bubble over it is this is a man possessed by the desire to save people despite common sense.
I'm not gonna lie, I was too busy focused on the dialogue, but you're right. That is
It's possible.
literally
This
literally
what said Seyz last time about the she thought that
real quick, go to page 1213, zoom
Yep,
in.
that's exactly what that is. That is a sludge villain callback. You cannot tell me, especially with think about this. If you're writing this, you're saying Deku saves everyone. He's crazy. He's possessed. Possessed is not a positive term. Who's been possessed this whole time? Shigaraki by the villain. This is not a positive, like, look at Deku. He's so great. He's gonna die for the cause. He is possessed by the need to save people. And then you see Shigaraki in pain. You see Deku being like, oh no. And then he rushes to save him. You wouldn't, if you were drawing this, go like, yeah, Deku saves people. And now for the final shot, he's going to go beat up Shigaraki. Yeah, that's what we know Deku for. He beats people up. No, he's going to save Shigaraki. And it's not a mental thing. It's not like, oh, I need to help him. It's his body moving on its own. He is possessed by the need to save people. And I am so excited because think about these last few chapters. We keep showing like, oh, I'm the Deku who does my best, as we have an image of Deku looking like a monster with like black whip all around him. We have Bakugo saying like, oh, he has all this power, but he's going to do too much. And he's kind of like, I kind of want to keep him at arm's length. We've had so many characters saying that, oh, Deku, you're overexerting yourself and that's negative for yourself. But then you have Deku being like, no, this is what I'm built for. This is what I was designed to do, is to throw my life away to save people. And then you get to this moment where you have All For One being like, here's factually all the things Deku did wrong. And One For All is like, yeah, but his heart's in the right place and he will die to defeat you. That doesn't sound like a positive, good thing for Deku. That sounds like for the ideal of a hero, that's what Deku is. And then we cap it off with him trying to save Shigaraki because he saw that he was in pain and he is a boy possessed to save someone, which is crazy. And then we finish off the chapter with Toga saying, where do they draw the line? Will they not save twice? Will they not save me? Will they try to kill me? So that's exactly what I got from it. I don't know how it can be interpreted otherwise.
Now that you say it like that, yeah, it makes sense. The only thing that I don't want Deku to save Shigaraki. I really
it's not about.
Listen. Wait. Let me finish.
Sorry, Rex.
I'm just saying, at the end of the series, I do not want Deku to save Shigaraki. I want there to be a clear distinction of sometimes you have to put the bad people down. Like I want that to be a thing. I really do. Like,
so here's the thing.
Actually, before you actually give your explanation, I was going to ask: Do you mean like you don't want him to succeed, or you don't want him to try?
I think he would try no matter what.
I don't want him I think he may try, but I want him to come to the realization that Shigaraki cannot be saved.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Also,
I'm fine with that.
He's going to try no matter what.
The important detail to remember, no matter what, is that Horikoshi himself said Shigaraki is beyond redemption.
Yep, you're right.
No matter how much Deku wants to save him, keep in mind, this is a story that was like, you know how shonen are usually about motivating you and how no matter what you go through, you can overcome it. This is the shonen that was like, nah, some niggas get screwed from birth and that's how it is. Some of you are more rich and successful because you have the keys handed to you.
And that's why I love this series. It's real.
If he does save Shigaraki, it spits in the face of that thing completely.
Well, and also it's the series that says no matter how hard you try to save people, the consequences might be so great that you can't do it anymore. We got to remember, Deku is a year into being a hero. Now he's having a lot of hard times, like he's got to fight a lot of strong villains. But All Might was nowhere near this in his time, and he was he was putting society back together. Like, he had a way bigger job than Deku has had up to this point. Like, this point's a big deal. But I mean, like, Muscular, Overhaul, just fighting a kid in a tournament arc. He damaged his hands irreparably. And yet he is at the point where he's like, but I gotta save people, I gotta save people, I gotta save people. He is not going to last as a hero if he keeps doing this. And the story has constantly shown that. And so it's just really, like, I to me, the wording in the fan translation said he is possessed, and I thought there is no, and I looked in the official, it's still possessed. Possessed is not a positive connotation. You do not say, I'm possessed to do good deeds and not have a little bit of, well, that sounds a bit off. Like, that doesn't sound good. So this is when One for All is saying, like, look how great Deku is. There's this weird tinge of, like, just like this, like, it's uneasy, it's weird. It's the same feeling that Bakugo had, where he's like, look how much he wants to do, but it's uneasy. So there's no way that Horikoshi is looking at all the stuff he set up in the series and going like, yeah, but One for All said it was cool because his heart's in the right place. Like, no, this is going to be a big deconstruction of Deku's character, and I am so excited.
But also, to think also that the first one was also obstinate. He said to his brother, to All for One, you're obstinate like me. You're obstinated like me. How obstinate he was, not yielding for his brother. Deku has the same kind of spirit for saving people. That's why
it's unhealthy.
That's unhealthy. Yeah, that's unhealthy because he wasn't eating. He was even not eating when his brother tried to care about him. So
his brother tried to give him food, and he said, "No, I won't eat your food." And it was just because his brother's evil, and he didn't want to take his pity. And it's like, no, what are you doing, idiot?
Yeah, you're my brother. It's my job to taking care of you. You know, I love you. Even if you have difference, I love you. And he was, nah, what you're doing is wrong. So I won't have anything from you.
Yeah, so I refuse to take anything from you. Yep.
Yeah. Speaking of that, like, you know, caring for and giving advice and wanting to see people do the best they can. Mm-hmm. The chat was talking the scans chat. We were talking about the fact that
hold
the
on,
Vestige.
Who has music playing in the background right now?
Not me.
You hear music?
Yeah, we've been hearing the piano.
Okay. It's for me because people being.
Pause back, gonna beat somebody ass. Ale, I told you to stop playing that shit, Ale. Stop.
Oh my God.
For
what were you gonna say, East?
People talk about the scans. They were talking about that. How all the users have been watching Deku do everything, and you know they can watch and see everything you're doing. So these motherfuckers in the scans chat were talking about how they see Nana getting her back blown out on multiple occasions. And I'm only saying this now because the chat without the chat.
No, I had some. I just didn't eat them. You said because I didn't want to kill him. Yeah.
Wait, what?
What, Rex?
Oh, my
Rex?
bad. I thought I was muted still.
The nigga talk to,
you know what? You know what? No.
Talk to his Vestiges. No, you talk to your Vestiges, bro. Stop lying.
No.
Do you hear the piano or
no? We're good now.
We're good. Okay, I just want to say, anytime that I have to talk to someone, I always mute myself. This is the one time I forgot to do it, so I don't want to hear nothing from y'all. y'all forget to do it all the time.
Just funny. We had to stop you. All right, go ahead.
Nah, I just wanted to point that out because I forgot who was talking about it, but they were talking about how the Vestiges were seeing. They were making a joke about how the Vestiges can see Nana getting her back blown out, and how they can see Deku clapping cheeks, and this, that, and the other. I want you to know this chat is nasty. Y'all know who y'all are.
That's the Deku and the Kurama thing. It's like the Nazis.
Well, okay. I just want to point out that earlier in the stream, Shmurda was like, "Can we talk about how the first user admitted that he's seen everything through Deku's eyes?" Because that means that Deku can't jerk it without the first user watching.
Yeah, Smurda was one of the people in the chat.
It's like God.
Yeah, that was Smurda was one of the people in the chat talk about that shit.
About what?
That's actually hilarious.
About
how the Vestiges could see Nana getting her back blown out.
Yeah, but sorry. Did you have anything else to say, East?
No, that was just one. They kept telling me to bring that up, and I just
okay, wait, time
okay.
out. This topic is perfect because right now we have 69 watching. Damn it, just dropped to 68.
Yeah. Well, it happened for a moment. And we almost captured it. But so I heard.
Yeah, we got 69 back. We got 69 back.
We did it. I heard Rex and East and BG's response, and I think Ponzu too. But what do you think of my kind of like theory there, Aniki, about Deku?
The thing is that I agree that like looking at the visual storytelling, it makes sense that he's like trying to stop him because the issue here is that Deku has always been a meddler. And if you think back to when he like fought Shoto, also we got to talk about how All Might basically encourages every unhealthy behavior that Deku develops.
Yeah, no, I just meant, do you think he's going to fight, or do you think he's trying to help Shigaraki?
Well, so here, the reason why I say that though is that like he probably is trying to go help Shigaraki because he's a meddler. Think back to like what happened with like him and Shoto, and it was like, oh, like he was like this. I like threw away my chance to win the tournament because I was too busy focused on trying to like save Shoto.
Yeah.
And so like you look at this and you could see that like the next chapter, I could see Deku attempting a talk no jutsu. And if he attempts it getting shut the fuck down.
Well, I don't think so. I think this is your body moves on your own. I don't think because remember his first thought when he got here is, where's Kachan? You know, the guy who just got stabbed by this guy.
But like at the end of the day, if he's being sympathetic enough to like his body is trying to move on his own to save Shigaraki, there's a chance part of him is going to think about that as he like, because that's what his move was in the Vestige world, to go save him. And it's not like he's going to be like, yeah, that didn't happen.
Well, he might just think, it might just not even come up again. Because I think he did it. He came out and he's like, all right, anyway. And then he's like, his first thought was, Shigaraki, please don't move. I can't do this anymore, buddy. So I think
technically he was like, did he steal it? No, he didn't.
Yeah. So I think he's just back to, I think it's supposed to be just like an impulse thing. It happened. He's out of the Vestige world. And then we're back to reality, basically, and he's not going to think about it again.
Also, the other thing I like about this is Shigaraki's hair looks like AFO still right now. If you look at the panels of them two, like both falling back.
Oh, so we all agree that this basically totally confirms that, like, All For One still wants Shigaraki to be the next symbol of fear or whatever, and not him. Yeah. Because he's like, you're trying to kill me? Good job, son. I appreciate it, but not right now. Like, I mean, come on. And then he said, oh, this will be the birth of the symbol of fear. That makes zero sense if this will be the birth of my new flesh puppet that I will control and do everything that I want to do and not what you want to do.
Well, of course. Yeah, like I know, like the idea that he's trying to fucking take his body has always been dumb to me. That goes against everything they set up.
He said everything is for him. He said that every time, everything.
Yeah, like, literally, he literally teleported them.
Throwing away for this.
Teleported them to him. Walked up to Tomura and was like, damn,
son,
got caught. I'm sorry, son. You know, they came up, these heroes like sabotage your plans, but you know what? It's okay. I brought you here. I got your squad with you. I got this nigga you kidnapped just in case you need to do something with this nigga you kidnapped.
Yeah, because you said you wanted it.
The idea of him wanting thinking it's a good thing that he's separated from Shiggy because it'll make Shiggy grow. Why does Shiggy need to grow if you intend to take his body over?
Why do you have to make Makia respect you? Just tell Makia that, hey, don't worry, he's just a flesh puppet. Once All For One gets inside him, that's your master back. So just like go along with it, buddy. Like why?
Damn.
What's the whole point of MVA if it's just like nah Makia, don't worry about it. It's not he's not even gonna be your master.
What is the point to make him Jesus? Man, I don't know. But
also, real quick, guys, I just want to say we was talking about this earlier about does All For One know that the Vestige is inside of Shigaraki, and this confirms that he does. That All For One knew that his Vestige would come out to Shigaraki, but I don't think he knows exactly what the Vestige is saying or doing.
Well, just from the fact that he had those dreams, so he may have came to that conclusion.
Yeah,
and that's why
that's something he suspected for a while.
That's why he smiled at Shigaraki. That's why he smiled at Shigaraki when Shigaraki like woke up or he like died. Like it was like, oh, the good Lord's will is all over, and that's when All For One. Remember, All For One smiled at the prison. He can always tell when the quirk is like, yeah, it's connected.
My brother.
He's strongly connected to his. He can strongly connect to his quirk. But I love all the shit y'all was saying. I wish Seyz was here about this. The book was here for this point too. But I like to ask everybody this question. So I like how everybody's not y'all in particular, but everybody's hypocritical when it comes to people are hypocritical as fuck. So All Might can be pure good, air quote not pure good, but All For One can't. All For One has to. All Might doesn't have to be pure good, but All For One just be pure evil. It's all about perception because All Might was as his whole pure light, guardian of light and hope and all this shit and other. But yeah, this nigga be looking kind of sketchy right now. His Dumbledore shit. Shout out to Anarchy. But people still believe All For One is truly evil and there's no care in the world for anybody.
There's no nuance
besides himself.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, that real fat chance, bro.
I mean, I feel like it's done to think that anyway, because it's just like with All Might, the layers, there's more layers to these characters. Because like with All Might, we all thought he was perfect. He was a perfect, pure individual. But he's prone to getting angry as fuck too, and doing things that somebody who's pure of light would not do.
Also, we broke that down in the first chapter. Yeah.
The first chapter was like the first 2 chapters.
That was the whole point.
Like, this image, because at the end of the day, would a perfect 100% good person lie to people?
Yeah, probably not.
No, not if you're 100% good. At that point, you are actively deceiving and gaslighting most of society.
Yep.
Oh fuck that! Fuck that! Like, would a fucking pure light person would give this task upon a child without telling him what he's actually going to be doing?
Yeah.
What he's going to be doing? Because by the way, as you have to remember, he was like, "Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you. I also gave you this power because you're going to be fighting this like 200+ year old."
Yeah, he waited a while for that.
That's why
he waited a while for that.
Okay. Also, here, let me put this in a context real quick, timeline wise.
Okay.
Meets Deku in like April. Like it decides, all right, I can give you my power. Sends him, trains him for 10 months. February comes around, the UA exam happens. Boom. All right, cool. Doesn't warn him that his bones are going to end up broken more than likely. So already,
he did tell him that.
He told him if he wasn't a good vessel, it would happen.
Yeah, you're right.
He told him that if he didn't train his body, he'd blow up. He didn't
But then again, that's not a lie though, because he didn't know this. No. BG, he said there will be some recoil. He didn't explain how much recoil there were actually.
But that's the thing. He didn't actually. No, that's the. I'll play devil's advocate here. He was actually shocked when he told him that his bones broke. So that was the thing. That's actually not lying. That's him actually not understanding how bad it's gonna be.
Because that nigga's stupid.
But is that Flo? Is that what Flo came back on?
No, that was East.
No, that's me. Because I'm mad because that nigga's so fucking. That nigga, I love All Might, but that nigga's such a damn bum when it comes to knowledge. I'm like, bro,
he got a teacher for dummies book. So
I'm like, bro.
But
that's not him lying. That's just him being a bad teacher.
But fast forward, so here's the deal. He's already been training Deku for 10, 11 months. Already got him into UA. Doesn't actually explain that he has to fight All For One until I think after or right before the sports festival.
Or tell his mom. Or tell his mom that he
it's like April or May when he tells them about All For One.
Yeah, no, the sports festival is in May. So I'm pretty sure he told him right before the sports festival, and he was like, hey, because Deku was like, oh, it's not necessarily a big deal, I've got time to keep training with you, and he was like, well, actually, so there's kind of this giant tyrant.
No, he talked about the All For One thing. After Stain, yeah.
That's when he
Stain.
Yeah,
that's in May.
So that's even worse, Nick. That's after the sports festival.
I think that's my one of my favorite parts about All Might is that you can objectively point out all these things where it's like, dude, are you messed up? But you're just like, no, he's just dumb. He's just because literally that is the reason, is just that he was so perfect for the one job he has. But as far as being a teacher or being responsible, telling Deku's mom, even if you don't want to tell her everything, you should at least let her in on the secret maybe or something. But he was like, nah, Deku's great. Look at him. He really tries and stuff. Nighteye literally said, Nighteye was like, how can he was like, why would you pick him? And he's like, and All Might's like, well, he really wants to help people. He's like, what does that have to do with anything? He sucks.
I'm sure, because like here's like he also that makes his bow kind of like fake humble, low key, because he was like, yeah, I need him to be the next symbol of peace. I think he could take my footsteps. Didn't go. No. He literally has no choice at this point. I kind of gave him the power necessary.
So you're saying you didn't like that. You're saying his little bowing was like fake because he only told a half truth.
No,
like,
it's not.
It's not really. I actually can't agree that it's fake, but I could definitely say that.
I don't think it's like completely fake, but there is some little
it's kind of scummy. You can call it kind of scummy, but I can't call it fake because it's it's unintentionally scummy.
Okay, I would like to say something just like for 1 minute.
Yeah.
So the character design of All Might is based on lies because his color scheme is yellow, or yellow is the color of deception, and so his whole thing, his whole concept of All Might, he's good, but how good can you be? Because sometimes you tell lies to your children because they're not ready yet, because but it is lies is also bad.
Is that the reason that Hawks have a lot of yellow on?
Yep.
Yeah.
Color schemes is based. Green is for hope. That's why Deku is also green and everything. So he's the new hope. The new hope and everything. That's why the color scheme is really important. White is the start, is the color of light, of the truth. That's why the first one, his color is yellow and white. Sorry, and Nana Shimura is about femininity, passion. That's why a smile thing is important. The smile, the thing that she learned to All Might about the smile. Yeah, even if you're scared, all this passion to save people is. It's pink. That's why she's linked to that color.
Yeah. Well, are you done? I just had one more thing.
Yeah,
to say.
I'm done.
That's
I'm
fine.
done.
Okay.
I'm done, yeah.
No, that's a good point. With going back to Deku's mom, it's going to be very fascinating because I think my idea of a slow decay of society now has to happen because remember, right before the Endeavor Agency arc, we had a flashback to Deku's mom being like, when All Might said he would take care of you and raise you right, I really feel like he did do a good job. And that now I don't have to worry about you anymore. Smash cut to now, where Deku's probably like crippled forever, at least in his arms. Like that's gonna have to come back up again. And so, but as far as like All Might's confession to the mom, I do understand why he says that he doesn't want to tell people about the power itself. Is because he just doesn't want to have other people to be like linked back to it. But he did say, I took advantage of the fact that he looks up to me, and then I put a burden on him that was too great. I didn't tell you about it. And also I didn't properly raise him, and I want to make sure that goes another way. So he basically said that he gave him a responsibility without having to say that he gave him the quirk. And he said that he took advantage of the fact that Deku was a good person. So I think no matter what, I think that's enough information, and I don't think it makes the scene insincere, if that makes sense. And also, his mom still rejected it after he said all that, and he was like, no, the only way I'll let him go is if you promise to live. Because you self-sacrificing yourself is not good for my son because he looks up to you. So I feel like that's all got to come back to.
Speaking of which, y'all think I don't know how people think All Might couldn't really pull up because I don't know where in relation where UA is to this, and even if he did pull up, he would be useless. But
he's like a miniman.
Not if he rewinds his quirk, bro.
But stop. Because we're gonna get off track. It don't really matter if he pull ups and he's useless because you see who exactly we're talking about, right? All Might, himself, Deku. He's not just gonna be sitting there idly. Like even you don't make there in time, he's gonna be doing something. He's not just gonna be like, Midoriya, you got this. He's gonna do something, bro. Yeah, he's gonna do fucking something. Especially Deku in the prime light of this shit. He's gonna pull something, bro. He's not just gonna be sitting there like twiddling his fucking thumbs with Erie. Not that nigga of all people, especially after all the promises he made and just how he feels about Deku. That nigga gonna do something.
He's just gonna go find the janitor. He's gonna go find the janitor, and he's gonna say, "Mario, you watch Eri for me. I gotta head out." And then we're good.
No problem, Mike.
I really
sit down right here, little Eri.
Now that we're talking about this, like, I really do like, as much as we praise the Deku Shigaraki parallel. I'm like, now that we're talking about it, I really like the All Might All for One parallels, and then you get to really see the yin and yang.
Yeah.
With the yin and yang, there's a little bit of light and a little bit of dark in both. So like with All Might, we see how good he is and what he does for other people, but then we see the deception, the lies, the half truths, like just
unintended consequences.
Unintended yeah. And then with All for One, we see all the evil he does, but at the end of the day, he still has friends he cares about. He still has people he lifts up. He still cares for people. Like he'll put himself in the line of danger for the people he loves, or he considers needs to be protected. So like we see the parallels between both of them. And like, yeah, one is evil, but that doesn't mean there is no good within them. One is good. It means there's no bad in him or evil within him. So like, yeah.
Like I said,
he still loves his
neither of
brother.
them are all what.
So what?
Yeah, exactly. He sees the Panzu say he still loves his Panzu still says he loves his brother, but like I said, it's neither of these niggas are All Might is not all pure. That nigga All for One not all evil. He did some malicious evil fucking things, but that don't mean he all fucking evil, dog.
Honestly, at this point, like with All for One, I think Shigaraki needs to let him take over his body.
Oh my god.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh my god.
Lame.
No, Rex. I know what you mean. So elaborate a little bit further, because you just saying it just like that.
Oh, what I mean is Shigaraki,
yeah.
Shigaraki needs to let go and have trust in his master that he will give him his body back. Shigaraki needs to have that trust in All for One right now, because All for One
tried to kill that man in his sleep.
You mean currently? Oh, you mean like currently?
Yeah,
currently.
currently.
I thought you meant going forward. Oh, yeah.
No, I meant currently. Yeah,
that's what I knew. That's what I knew what Rex meant, because he's not a fan of the theory. He just meant in that sense that he needs help and aid and assistance.
Shigaraki needs to be stop being so willing to do everything, because Shigaraki has the All Might mindset kind of right now, where I have to do everything myself. He needs to just let All for One do, because All for One is basically already said like, yo, like I'm just trying to help you right now. Like let me do me, and I'm gonna let you do you.
I don't think he has the mindset where he has to do everything on his own. I think he wants to be. I think he wants to. In this instance, he wants to essentially achieve his dream, and he doesn't want his master getting in the way of that. Because the thing is, his initial thought was to call his friends up and be, hey, I'll pull up. That was it. He had nothing. He did. I don't think it has anything to do with him wanting to do things on his own.
I can't wait till he finds out that Twice is dead. Like that's when we'll, because here's the thing. Shigaraki, what I love about him is that his whole character in terms of his goals is that every other villain or character says, hey, Shigaraki, I know like you're not a thinker, and I know you don't want to like think about stuff, but maybe you could like do a different thing than just destroy everything. And he's like, you know what? You're right. I thought about it. I want to kill All Might. You're right. And he's like, no, God. He's like, no. And then he goes to the doctor, and the doctor's like, hey, man, do you have any, like, I saw that you grew through Stain Arc and Overhaul. So do you have, what's your goal? And he's like, I think I just want to like destroy everything. And I just love that. I love that he doubles down on that. But the thing that does change about Shigaraki is how he wants to destroy for others, which is what he says at the end of NBA, which is a future or no future. That's not what I want. I want to fulfill my dream, and then I'll just give to them whatever they want. And he's talking about the League of Villains. Yep. So, and also like when Toga said like, oh, you want to destroy everything, but what about the things that I love? And he's like, no, you guys are different. I will give you what you want. So it's going to be really cool to see. I really hope that Shigaraki might at least shed a tear for Twice. That would show massive growth from where he started at the beginning, where like Dabi would walk in and not be like, I'm not giving you my name. And then Shigaraki's like, well, then I'll kill you because you're a jerk. Don't be a jerk. When we get to MVA, Spinner literally grabs Shigaraki, pulls him to his face, is like, hey, idiot, tell me what we're going to do or I'll like fight you. And Shigaraki's like, hey, man, can we just like chill for a sec?
Also, I'm just gonna bring up, wait. Cut me up. Don't you cut me off. Because I'm trying to give Ian his props because he got retweeted by Caleb Cook.
Oh!
He added you to his thread.
Let's fucking go!
He added Ian to his thread.
Whoa. Let me look. I don't see it. Hold on.
Oh, you didn't see it? I retweeted it.
Yeah, if you go to the chapter thread that he did today, you are the last tweet. His PS3. You were retweeted by Caleb Cook today, Ian.
Whoa! I have my toe is now in the door. Oh, that's cool. Thank you for telling me.
That's why I didn't see it, because this isn't fucking. I'm looking at this fucking Dr. Stone one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I clicked that one too.
I was like, what? Oh, there it is.
Oh boy. Well, that's really cool. That's awesome. Thanks for telling me.
I figured you deserved it.
But yeah, did we talk? Did you guys actually talk about those callbacks? Did any of you? Did you guys catch them and talk about them?
Nope.
We hadn't brought.
Okay.
We
You want me to bring them up then?
First 50 minutes talking about fucking just like Toga, I think, and that like kind of. Caleb Cook is the official translator. JJ. Ian was noticed by the official translator, senpai.
Oh.
Yay. Okay, so can I bring this up then? Because I'll talk about what the callbacks are. So the callbacks to callbacks are the scene where Toga says, here's what she says. She goes, where do they draw the line? If heroes are supposed to save people, then was Jin not considered a person? Will they kill me too? That is a direct callback to the provisional license exam, where whenever she was Cammy and Deku caught her, she was like, oh, you just caught me because you were going to use me and take out my points, right? And he goes, well, no, I just knew that you weren't Uraraka, and so you would have hurt yourself. And she goes, oh, so you'll save anyone? No exceptions? Where do you draw the line? That's exactly what she says. So that's a callback to that. But then my favorite callback is she says, was Jin not considered a person to them? And was he not, are they not supposed to save him? And then we go back to Twice's first backstory, which was after the provisional license exam. And he says, there's no place for insane guys like me in society. As for the people heroes like to save, yeah, they're always the good, virtuous ones. So no, Twice in their eyes is not someone worthy of being saved, because like he said way back then, they wouldn't try to save him. They would try to kill him, because heroes only care about saving good people. So that is awesome. And but I'm sure Horikoshi forgot the traitor.
You say you for sure Horikoshi forgot what?
I'm sure he forgot the traitor.
Yeah,
you know
he forgot the traitor plot line.
Oh
yeah, I'm
God,
sure. Yeah, yeah, but that's the point. It's like if he remembered all of these like one-off lines, I'm sure he forgot one of the most important plot threads in the whole series.
Well, the thing about the traitor is that he made it a point to address it multiple times. Like,
yeah, he mentioned it before the Endeavor arc. He literally brought it back up. So
yeah,
yeah, exactly. That's why because I heard somebody, I saw a take on the timeline. I think it was, and they said like, what if it was always meant to just be a one-off thing? It was never actually meant to be a real plot point. I'm like,
why does he keep bringing it up?
That's what I said. I'm like, it can't be a one-off if they've said it more than once.
Well, especially since go on, Adki.
And like we were actually talking about this in the Viz officials chat in the server, where we were discussing the possibility of Nezu being the traitor, because we keep getting like, okay, well, all the students have pure hearts, all the students have been,
Nezu is the traitor. He's a Nomu.
Hawks isn't the traitor. He doesn't have enough to do with UA, and Hawks wasn't put on the mission to infiltrate the League of Villains until after Camino, which means that all the relevant traitor betrayals were before Hawks was even trying to do that shit.
I think it's 100% Nezu, and that he is a high end. He is one of the older high ends, and the reason I would say this is because All For One had connections to UA to get bodies of their students back during Shirakumo. So it can't be any of our students. Now the reason I always said it wasn't Nezu is because we got internal monologues. So unless Horikoshi's a terrible writer, you do not write internal monologue of the bad guy saying, well, it's a good thing I'm not the bad guy. So the way this works is that he is a high end, he has code words, and I'm pretty sure that he has a base mode where he's just being the principal. Hi, I'm the principal. And then you simply have, remember, he was experimented on. Well, who's a doctor who's been around long enough?
That was the point. Specifically, if you watch like Young Justice, they literally had Superboy coded with certain words. So there was literally a scene where he was about to knock Lex Luthor's block off, and Lex just goes, "Red Sun."
Oh, I thought you were going to use fucking
Broken Arrow. Yeah, Broken Arrow. Both of them are viable things where like Roy was literally, not only was Roy adamant about trying to find the traitor, like Roy was literally dedicated to angry at everyone, trying to figure out who was betraying his friends, like literally like put every scrutiny on all these other heroes that had other secrets that he knew about, because like Artemis had lied about being Green Arrow's niece, all these other things. So he was like, all these other viable traitor candidates, everybody. And then it's like, no, Turns out you're a clone that was pre-programmed to have certain desires that will lead you to be able to get into a place. They programmed Roy Harper's clone to have an especially high drive to join the Justice League, which led to him striking out on his own, getting fame as a hero on his own, so that he would finally be accepted into the Justice League when they finally had the Starro tech in place so that they could take possession of the entire Justice League's mind. Literally programmed him so that he would do everything correctly, be the best hero possible that he could be, just so that he could get close to the villain, like the right heroes, and betray them. In the same way, you have Nezu, who's been set up potentially to be a program to be the best principal, best raiser. And the other thing about him is like the difference between Nezu and Kurogiri here is that Kurogiri's quirk and his developments, they made it a point to keep him as smart as possible and made it a point to tamper with his quirk. But they didn't give him a bunch of different quirks. They just altered and messed around and created an artificial one. With Nezu, giving him the quirk high spec gives him such high intelligence that he'd be way above the average high end, even if he doesn't have a heavily modified body, so that he could develop his own personality goals, ambitions, ideologies, etc., making him the perfect mole, which, keep in mind, is he a rat? Is he a mole? He could literally be a mole that could happen to be able to see. It's a rodent. Also, rats like betray people all the time. So like all the character design details, it's all there.
And he's British in the dub.
And the motive.
Oh damn!
And so like you've got all these motives alone, plus, like you mentioned already, we have confirmation he was experimented on. We know that he literally snaps and goes crazy and enters the sadist mode when he gets the chance to cut loose on humans.
Yeah.
And they're like,
oh my god!
Not only this, but he's the sign of the rat. He's the right sign in the Chinese mythology. The rat was so smart that he became the first next to the Buddha, because all the animals that we see in the zodiac, Chinese zodiac signs, the rat is the first one because he climbed on the buffalo and came first there, at the Buddha like this. So his quirk, he's everything. Hey, Horikoshi doesn't miss, man. Horikoshi doesn't miss everything.
Yeah.
Oh my god! I wish you guys would stop. MHA is not that deep. You got it's been multiple plot points that's been set up hundreds of chapters ago that have now come back into complete relevance and have the whole story can recontextualize like it wasn't set up 100 chapters ago. It's not that deep. I don't know what you guys are looking at. I mean, oh my god, it's not like it would make complete perfect sense with everything written within the story that we've seen before. Yeah. I mean, goodness gracious, guys! It's obviously one of the students. It's Kaminari. It's Kaminari. Golly, oh my god!
Only trader I know is Soul, but East knows who Soul is.
Yeah. Oh, Soul's a trader. Oh, that's great.
He's not here, but I'm saying, but I'm like, he is the only trader I know.
Oh yeah, that nigga funny as fuck, boy. Y'all niggas under the bus, boy.
No, I made a joke, and I was like, how did he get in here? How did he get in on that chat?
That nigga funny, boy.
I sent Caleb Cook. I responded. I was like, "Thanks for the shout out. Also, here's this just in case," because he didn't point out the Bakugo parallel to Shigaraki, so I just sent him that too. So we'll see if he likes that, or if he's just like, "No, you're stupid." And I'm like, "Dang it!"
No, hell no, never that.
No,
so next week special guest Caleb Cook.
I was like, who do you think Caleb is? The JJK translator?
Because people do dumb. Okay, so I'm just gonna real quick touch on that, because every time I pay attention to what's happened with the JJK translator, literally he was like, "Why the fuck are you guys posting scans on my shit?" And you know what? Caleb Cook will do the same thing. So, for example, Shads a while ago had tweeted something about how basically either it was Shad said it or somebody on one of his tweets said it. And they basically call the translators lazy because they don't include editor's notes. So Caleb Cook saw it, and then he was like, "Oh, but could maybe because you noticed this, you could translate this anyway." And then Caleb Cook was like, "First off, y'all not gonna sit around calling us lazy when it's not our fault that editor's notes get edited, translated. It's because of the fact that that's just what Viz Media forces us to do. Also, basically, fuck you, I don't work for free." He literally was like, I'm not translating this shit for free.
No, the thing I see people shit on him for is, for one, it was something about how he goes about that. Because typically, I think Caleb doesn't necessarily care if you post scans. He just cares that you don't do it before they come out.
No, people post scan. We're like posting scan. That's the thing, though. Like that interaction happened before the official chapter came out.
And that was the first thing. The second thing is it's the way he translates.
So
they don't like that either. Because like the thing is, he'll translate some words, and some words he'll keep as Japanese when we know what the fuck they're talking about.
Yeah, but like my point is
that's
that
one of the things they don't like.
The translators have legitimate reasons to be like, "Fuck you." And anybody who like posts scans on the TL does not get to complain about a translator being like, "Fuck you." You've literally undermined their work.
Well, and also most of the people that like post scans and like are like so scan heavy don't actually support the series at all.
I don't agree with that. Because the thing is, everybody I know who does that, like there's a bunch of them that do this. They post the scans on the day they come out, which they shouldn't do that. I told them that before. And then they'll post the officials when they come out too. So like they read both. They always almost a good part of the community does read both.
You're missing what I'm saying. I mean, actually support.
You mean like buying the volumes and shit,
or like even just buying Viz.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm saying.
But like, here's the thing: if you read the officials for free, you're not supporting for real.
Yeah.
You think they're just reading it off that? Okay, I see what you mean now. Because I've been paying for Viz for like 2 years, so I forget that the most recent chapters are free.
Yeah, so like half these niggas are like, "Well, what are you talking about? I'm reading the official too," but like for free, so you don't have any meaningful support at all.
Yeah.
So again, like translators get to be like,
I make My Hero Academia more famous. You know, it's not like it's already popular and doing well on its own if I didn't read it.
Like, and that's the other thing. Like I said, people who post scans before the official release have just decided they deserve clout and money and fame and popularity, all of that, more than the actual translators and the creators. That's what you've decided.
Are you talking about the people who post like the leaks? You're talking about the people who
whether it's on the TL, like if you just translated for a country that doesn't have official release, that's different. But if you live in the US and you're posting scans and doing all that other shit, you are not doing that for the greater good.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Are you talking about people who post the leaks? You're supposed to be talking about people who read the scans and then talk about them on the timeline.
Like even if you put it, like if you put any of that information on the timeline, you're just doing it for clout. You are not doing it because like you can lie to yourself and say some other shit. But it's just you like, because you could either put that in a group chat. You can talk about that in Discord. You don't need to be putting that all over the TL. Especially if you can't even bother to type the word spoiler. You are just
as I said before. Guess what? That's what happens every Friday. I read that chapter. Guess what I say on the TL every Friday? Horikoshi, my God. What does that tell you about the chapter? Not a damn thing.
Oh, that's what I do. I always, whenever I read spoilers, I'll just be like for the past 2 or 3 weeks, I've always been reading spoilers, and I just said Deku's really fucking cool, man.
Yeah, or like you said, fuck JJK. This week, BJ said, fuck JJK. I knew something rough was gonna happen.
Yeah.
No, something rough's been happening. So
right. Yeah. So like it's just more rough shit. Like
it wasn't like he was like, oh, this character ... Well, what am I supposed to take from that? You know?
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Like, so I'm like, that's what I'm saying. I always vague tweet whenever I talk about spoilers.
And here's my biggest issue.
Gonna be reading that shit.
Here's my biggest issue. Viz is $199. If you are 18 plus and you cannot secure $2 a month to do something to help support something that you talk about and consume on a weekly basis for the past 10 plus years, you need to, if you cannot procure $2, you need to stop reading manga and anime right now and take a look at your life. Like for real.
Yeah.
You don't need hobbies.
You don't need hobbies. You need jobs.
You need a job.
Yeah, man.
Like go hug somebody that's sad and ask them for $2. Yeah, you could panhandle. Like, come on. Like, do something.
Charging $2 for hugs?
Like, first off, I have elite hugs, so I could probably get away with charging 10 if I'm being honest. But
elite hugs, he says.
Well, Ian, also,
what's up, dude?
I really just have to thank Ian publicly because I did not know that Volume 25 was out. Because when I originally got 24 and I saw when 25 was released, I saw October. In my mind, I said, this Corona shit is happening. This World War stuff is happening.
Like, it's not coming out.
Killer Hornets. No, I thought I wouldn't be there. I wouldn't see the Volume 25. I thought I would be dead just because of everything that was going on. It was just so far away
Yeah,
in
at the
my
time.
mind.
Yeah.
And I was just like, and then when I saw it, I was like, holy shit, 25 was out. So immediately, as soon as I saw that, I ordered it. 2 days later, I got it. It's amazing.
It's so good.
It's so good. It's really
I just reread all of MVA. So.
And also, I want to say that
all the volumes.
Horikoshi added some stuff in the Shigaraki backstory in the volume.
Huh?
Like what?
There's a panel.
Hey, bro, send me the link to buy it right now. Stop talking. Send me the link to buy it right now.
With the okay.
Because I'm just
just go on Amazon.
Yeah, I'm about to send it to you. I'll send it to you. But the scene where he killed Mon, there's an extra panel that wasn't there in the.
Oh,
viz.
really? That makes it even more gruesome.
Yeah, because like you see the body just like there in bits and pieces. We didn't see that in the viz.
We didn't. I thought we did.
I'm pretty
sure
it
was there, but
let me see.
It probably just looks. It just looked better, I think.
Yeah, because you're holding it and looking at it. Yeah.
Let me.
But
make sure.
I reread MVA. It is still a high 8. So
high 8?
that's my hot take. It is great, but it is not 9 or 10 for me.
Oh. I'd have to. Like I said, I don't know because I haven't reread the series, and I'm not doing that until this arc is over.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Aniki, if we want a hot take MHA stream, that's mine.
that MVA is only an 8.
Yeah, that it's only an 8. But that literally just means that it is great.
The Discord link is currently in the description of the video, but I can real quick pull it up for you. Here you go.
Well, since we talk about hot takes, let me. What's it works?
About what?
Let me. Since we talking about hot takes, well, let me tell y'all what it is. Since we talking about hot takes and hot takes using the debates, I'm about to put my foot down right here, right now. I'm laying my dick out on the table and I ain't taking it back off.
Mm-hmm.
You ain't changing my mind that Dabi gives an actual damn about twice. My mind is not.
You think he does? You think he does care? Right? That's what you're saying.
I 100% say my belief, and it will never change the fact. Until the time I actually see this nigga Dabi deliberately betrayed the league, no sneaky shit, no. Well, I mean, he kind of no inferences, nothing like that. He straight up is just like, I fuck you, nigga, and lets them fall to their doom or some shit like that. You will not have me believing that he does not give a damn. Why would Dabi, that try hard cool boy, actually why would he actually be open and honest about his feelings?
Oh, so you think
so you think that he's only he cares for the league, just not for Shiggy?
No, he cares for Shiggy in a sense too, and it's just okay. Of course, yeah, they basically thank you, Rich. He's a tsundere. He gives a damn. He went, even in the narration when he was walking up in that last panel right before he got to those niggas, he was like, "It's not your fault twice. It's these damn heroes."
Yeah, exactly.
You're right. That was not Hawks talking. That was fucking Dabi talking, bro. He cares about these things. He wouldn't have egged twice on and gave him an extra high five. He wouldn't have did extra shit that he's done.
He wouldn't have cried blood because someone mentioned families. Yeah.
Yeah, and he wasn't, and in the scene it was like, is that the face of somebody that just lost their friend? It was like my tear ducts were burnt off. And in any sense, you think you would have seen Dabi actually crying, even if he had said that speech or not? You think that nigga would have been actually crying? Please tell me you don't, because if you do say that's cap. Nobody would have said Dabi's gonna start balling because twice.
There's also something I want to add in there to back you up. I want to back you up real quick, because if we take into account that when Dabi attacks people, he tries to get cooldown periods into effect. What's more jarring? Me lighting you on fire and being like, "You killed my buddy." That makes me sound emotionally vulnerable. But if I tell you, as I got my foot on your back, just burning away your very Quirk, nah, nigga, they ain't shit. He ain't shit. Society ain't shit. and you ain't shit. Guess what? That's how hard you ain't shit.
And also, that was insensitive that you said I can't cry, jerk. You're mean. He also said that, which I love.
Yeah.
Two things real quick. Well, one sidebar note. My best friend is currently just finished the Muscular versus Deku fight. He shed a tear.
Okay.
This nigga texted me talking about, so bro, what type of fucking noble got a chainsaw? I don't know why
that one noble that's just there.
Yeah, that nigga's like, bro, why the fuck does that shit even have that? And let me now back to the Dabi thing. Pseudo Bobar effect. It is a condition that's characterized by episodes of a sudden uncontrollable and inappropriate laughing or crying. This effect typically occurs in people with certain neurological conditions or injuries, which might affect the way the brain controls emotions.
Oh,
so in that case, that's the age of the case of why he was smiling.
Yeah, you mean like like I said, Shinra.
Joker in the recent movie.
Yeah, and then the age of that fact too. My best friend loves to fight, right? Not the one I'm talking about, but another one. He loves to fight, right? And you can see these instances where like this nigga is ready to egg on and beat the shit out of somebody. He gets this sadistic type of smile on his face, like the eagerness. So in that case, it's like, yeah, you may have killed my best friend, but guess what, motherfucker? He's like, oh motherfucker, I got you now. Like you were mine. Like yeah, he was the cry, but you think God is really from the cry?
All right, wait, you should turn into a robot.
Is he a robot? Yeah,
I got you. Okay, so I knew about you fucking dog ass.
East, you're a robot.
You're a robot.
I didn't speak. I'm not.
What the?
Well, then that means it was delayed when you spoke.
Yeah, but I'm gonna back you up with that real quick because I remember I had a sparring match with one of my friends, right? And we were going at it or whatever, and he managed to get like a really good, clean right hook into my jaw, and it like actually took all 4 of my molars and caused them to carve a hole in my cheek.
Whoa!
But my immediate reaction was just to lick it, smile, and keep fighting. That's it.
Exactly.
Wild.
Like I was like, all right, we really going, huh? Like
that's cool.
So I know like that's a real thing.
Oh yeah, is adrenaline rush?
Oh yeah, well
it's something a little bit more to that too.
Yeah, that and I used to just get beat a lot. So like when people hit me, it didn't matter. I ever tell you about the Conqueror's hockey story?
No.
All right, so
tell
check
it
this
anyway.
out. So I'm walking down the street. It's the middle of summer after a sports program, right? Mm-hmm. So I'm walking across the bridge on 7th and North Avenue. That's how, see, I'm giving locations because that lets you know it's real. I was wearing blue jeans, Tracy McGrady's, and a blue t-shirt that had 4 cards on it. The ace was a black kid wearing a hat. It said player's card. I remember that shirt specifically. I was banned from wearing it from school because it had gambling references. Now let's continue. So I walked past like 13 niggas because they just like posted up on a bus stop and they stopped me and like, hey, how old are you? And I'm like, I'm 10. And this dude was like, my guy 13, he want to fight you. So this dude pulls up on me, swings all the way from like down here, throws like the biggest haymaker he could in his life. And it was like, boom. And I just like looked him dead in the eyes, like, okay. And then I watched like over 10 people run away from me just off that. Because I literally did not care. I just like looked at the nigga like, okay.
Keep built different.
Big games built different.
Dang.
Hey,
somebody you didn't budge.
Somebody in the chat mark this down. We're gonna start doing the highlights of all the back because Brago just released his BDA and backstories and shit, his little video. So we're gonna start doing these when we get bigger. We're gonna have to clip this one and talk about all the backstories everybody bring in.
Oh man, I've got a death from the checkered past.
Oh man.
Like I literally I just like looked at them and they ran and I was like, cool. So like that same energy, like you just gotta bring it sometimes.
You're like, I am the D Luffy. It was great.
My middle initial is D, so
oh yeah.
Yeah, we talked about that with Roger.
Yo, real quick. Can we just talk about how thick Nana is? Look at them thighs. That's crazy.
Oh my god!
I watched her so many times. I was thinking, damn, she's thick.
Yeah,
that's what Paz was looking at earlier.
By the way, Pedro,
Yeah.
Kamina is actually one of my favorite Anakis of all times. Period. Like the end.
You said Kamina?
Yes.
Kamina from Gurren
From
Lagann.
Gurren Lagann?
Yes. Yes.
Kamina.
Bro, I'm just like on page 1 because I wanted to read the chapter again real quick. And dude, she is
Oh,
She is built different.
she is thick.
bro.
All right,
Three
can
C's.
I need that.
Got that
Yeah,
Debbie
talk
Ryan
about Nana
face.
real quick?
Yeah, cause let Ian go. This is Ian girl. This Ian girl been Ian girl for years, bro. This his time.
So real quick, so whenever the kind of like the fan scans or like the leaked images were coming out, they weren't showing like anything of Nana talking. I was like, does this girl come into the story and just say like nothing? And I was really disappointed. But I really love how Horikoshi. I really loved that Horikoshi literally like he's always kind of portrayed her this way as just being like the stoic type. And I love that she says 2 lines. She says, "Oh, you know, this is a terrible. You know, to think I would meet you again here." And then she goes to try to talk to Shigaraki, and she doesn't even get to frame her apology or frame anything. She doesn't even get to finish saying "you're Kotaro's son" or whatever, and then like talk. She just says that, and he goes, "Don't worry, Grandma. I hate you too, and it's your fault. Die." And she doesn't say anything for the rest of the chapter. And I thought that actually spoke more than her being like, "No, you don't understand. You're being manipulated by him." Because I feel like she actually kind of agrees it's her fault, just like Gran Torino. And I was like, that kind of spoke more for her than if she had talked the whole chapter. So I thought that was really cool.
One of my favorite things about this. One of my favorite things about this is like the visual storytelling, because you can see she's like, "So you're Kotaro's son, like Kotaro's son," and like she's like open and like there's like a little bit of hope. He's like an expression of like, okay, I kind of want to talk to you because you are ultimately my grandson. And then as soon as he's like, "No matter how we got here, Grandma, you can rest assured okay, there's a story behind the reason I said it that way too. But
it's okay.
He's like, "That I also hate you with all my heart." And then she just like, "Okay, I accept the fact that you hate me."
Well, and the lips kind of looks, I mean, I might be reading into this, but it kind of looks quivery looking, and like her face just looks sad, and she doesn't say anything literally for the rest of the chapter.
Yeah,
and I'm just like, man, and that's well, and I don't think that means that like we're not going to see more of her or we're not going to get more of her opinions on this. But I really like that Horikoshi just like I thought we were going to be in this Vestige world for a long time, or like at least 2 chapters. I mean, but no, like we were one and done. Like he got here, All For One didn't even try to like hide it. He was literally. Did you guys notice that he did the thing you do to your little siblings where you put your hand on their head as like an armrest? And he does that to Shigaraki on page 2, and he's like, "Dude, Tomura, look over there. It's a dead person, your grandma." But he does the finger on the head point. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
You got it. JJ said Nana is the one who claps cheeks. Hey, yo, shout out to that dog.
She's a pegger? What?
Hey, it is what it is.
Also, Mirko is temporary, Nana is forever. Oh my god.
I agree. I'm not a Miracle like fanboy like all these other losers.
Hey, time out. Okay, first off,
hold up.
You don't appreciate short queens. Second off,
well, he said I don't what?
You don't appreciate short queens.
I love La Brava.
Mirko is 5'2". That's you appreciate
the shortest queen.
Like little
you
people.
Appreciate little people.
Now, second of all,
big world.
We live in a world where there are not Nana dojins, and I'm disappointed. So I'm gonna get that out there. Somebody get on that. I'm just saying. Just
hey, listen,
somebody do it. Somebody do it and get Hexamandal to color it.
Also, one thing.
Jesus!
I ain't saying nothing.
This man all for one said whoops. That's all I have to say.
Oh, JJ calling you out again, Rex. He said you betrayed. Yo, we gotta get
Umar
in here.
Also,
get Umar in here.
Also, I have been on record saying multiple times that Miracle is not black. She's a Japanese woman that just happened to have a brown bunny quirk. So I say that all the time.
Her bunny fur is white. That don't even make sense.
Nigga, it's a society.
Who believes that?
It's a society with
believes
quirks.
That?
It's a society with quirks.
Mirko is just she's just a dark Japanese. There happen in the South Island. There are some Japanese.
Nah, she's Filipina. They actually have a lot of Latina, like Latin culture and like Latin language over there, and that's why she uses the tijeras.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is that why her attack names are the way they are?
Yes. Yeah.
She's not black. I'm on brand, baby. I'm
She's
on
still
brand.
brown. But you stand in the white girl.
I don't even care about her.
Who white? Nana?
Sorry,
She's
sorry,
Japanese.
sorry.
They're all
Bravo.
Japanese. Yeah, they're all
The
Japanese.
pasty, the light, the light
Now he's gotta
brights.
fight you against you.
Now he got to get technicalities because I was right.
Is she black though? Is she brown even?
No, she's Latino, like she has brown orange though. You know that kind of like,
Orange.
Well, also she's dead, so there's that. So
she's not dead.
Didn't you-
What's your excuse for
weren't you-
LaBrava?
weren't you- I was about to say that. Weren't you capping for LaBrava just a second ago?
She's not.
again, listen with Lil Brava, it's like
No.
it's a different. Listen, it's a different type of love, man.
Listen.
It's not lust. It's
I
just
mean,
love, man.
she's 21. She's 21.
That's
No,
not
no,
the
no.
issue.
No, I wasn't saying that.
That's not the
I wasn't
issue.
saying that.
That's not the issue.
Oh, okay.
It's just that there's just pure. See, like when Nana Miracle, that's lust. La Brava, it's true, genuine love. You can't compare y'all lustful nature to like my love for La Brava.
Our lustful nature. So you telling me that you let a non-black queen steal your heart? See, at least when it's lust,
Brother.
when we know it's lust, that's not our wife. We are not betraying our people. We are not contributing to black genocide like you. So tell me.
I cut my Wi-Fi went ass. I'm back.
Also, La Brava's a midget, so she has a disability. So let's go.
That's not a disability. How dare you? Oh,
Actually, listen. That came out
This is a
wrong.
fucking disgrace.
So you're
This is a
actually
disgrace.
Mulligan. Call him Mulligan.
Actually, that came out wrong. That wasn't supposed to go like that.
Nah.
It's too late.
And for any people who don't, we never said that Rex is not part of the team. He just happened to be here.
We're gonna have to trade him in the draft.
Yeah,
Yo, unless we find the imposter, I know who we vote out that way.
Wait.
Rex is
Rex
looking
is,
a
but
little
it says it's Rex's ghost, so it's just the vestige of Rex. Real Rex is probably cool. So we're good.
Oh man, JJ Rex whitewashing.
Rex whitewash.
Nah,
Jay-
Pedro said that Rex winning me over. Then he retracted the message.
Every time. Oh.
Yeah,
I will say something, guys.
By the end of the day,
You're the
at the end of
church.
the day,
We can deviate of the path of light.
But also, I'm still on brand saying that Rocklock is not my brother, man.
Why?
I like Rocklock.
Why?
Rocklock's cool.
So
that's where you draw the line.
that interracial marriage.
You know, she's the only one who got a Japanese woman.
Hold on. This is Rex. Did you use the bathroom today? Cause you about full of shit, dog. I want you to know that you about full of shit, nigga.
That interracial marriage.
Listen. So you said you down for loving a Japanese midget, a literal midget, but you won't hold Rocklock for having a badass interracial wife?
Also, I never said that the love I have for La Brava was like intimate love. I just said I love her.
And what that baby look like though?
So exactly.
What I gotta do anything. Let me get Dr. Umar in here so he can explain it to y'all why Rocklock is a coon.
We already got Dr. Umar in
It
here.
only takes a little bit of Japanese.
Coon Lock. That's his new name, Coon Lock.
To activate the coon chip.
I mean, Rocklock really is a nigga because you see why he don't fuck with none of these Japanese niggas. To be honest, he only fuck with the hoes. he talk shit to everybody else, but the hoes. I mean,
hey Rex.
I mean,
See what Salome just said in the chat. I'm not necrophiliac, so Miracle above Nana.
Hey Rex.
That's true. That's funny.
Oh damn.
See, okay, one of the things that's like funny is that like whenever I look at some of my streams, I know a lot of people like end up watching like only the like first 30 to 40 minutes sometimes.
Losers.
But the thing that's like great about that and like is that I feel like the people who come to the live streams and who stay for a long time, they're the ones who get to enjoy the meme portion.
Yeah.
Like last week with the Class B argument going on for like 20, 30 minutes.
Yeah. Like,
Also, I want everyone to know off stream, like as soon as we got off stream.
Bro, Jay, hold on.
don't talk about upstream. That's on the dark side of the church.
That's the boy stuff.
Yo, JJ crazy.
That's all for one error.
JJ is disrespecting Nana. She said Nana got 8 niggas in her Miracle on her own. That's crazy. That's crazy.
6. That don't make it better. That don't make it better.
That's crazy.
Man. Yep. Oh my god.
So Rex, Rex. Oh, he's your robot.
What'd you say?
Rex. So whenever Dabi said, "Whoa, Endeavor," whenever you were lagging out, but okay. Whenever Dabi says, "Whoa, Endeavor," I'm super excited for that. So what? How does this connect into your theory that he is not Toya?
I always said that he has a connection with Endeavor. I never said he did.
Okay.
But I've always been curious. What do you think the connection is?
Yeah. What do you think the connection is?
No,
Hold on. Rex, stop capping, because you remember you had an actually decent theory, although it's still not possible. It still was decent. So I don't know what you're capping for. You said how Dabi actually knew the real Toya.
Oh, he cut out again.
Wait, no, I heard he was talking about how your explanation for how Dabi knew.
Yeah, I know. I heard that, but he cut out after that.
As long as you didn't say he took his. As long as you don't say nothing like he took his skin, because then you turn into the Sacred Star of Milos, and I don't need that.
No. But
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
There you
I
go.
can hear you.
But East, let me
Rex,
answer your question. I remember what you said,
you
but like my thing is like even if that is true, like he met the real Toya, blah 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 blah. We don't know his direct connection to Endeavor himself, is what I'm saying. We don't know how that would work out and like how like all that would pan out. That's what I'm saying. Like I don't know. Like it could all be revealed and like it makes sense. Like I don't know, nigga. Like I say all the time.
I mean, Rex, I never want you to go back on this until
Nigga, I was
anything.
giving you the phone. What the hell?
Yeah, I just like
at this point, there's no way I can go back. I
know.
have quadrupled down too many times. I haven't been given so many outs, and you got to double down. At this point, you have to double down.
I just like teasing you because you're a cool guy, and I like you.
All I know is that within the next 2 weeks we are going to get the second encounter, possibly the reveal. But then again, I've said that for like 2 or 3 different occasions. So fuck that.
And then he comes in and says, "Hello, brother," to Endeavor. It's like, whoa.
Actually, let me check something real quick. Let me look at something real quick with these chapters. Let me look at something real quick.
We're at the start of like a new volume. We're like the first 2 chapters into a new volume.
That's not even what I'm checking.
I can't. Oh yeah. Speaking of which, since to suck everybody here, what do y'all think the next cover page, the next volume cover is going to be?
Siggy and Deku.
Or what would y'all like? What would y'all like, or what would y'all think?
So here's the thing. Horikoshi has been very nice. He's been so nice, so sweet, so kind, so gentle with anime onlys with his manga volume covers.
Yep.
Like if you look at them, there's no heavy spoilers.
Yeah.
Except that twice one.
Even
not really, because it's just a hero versus villain. It's just a hero versus a villain.
And like even if you look at the joint training one, the first one where there's Black Whip on the cover, but it's not like really explained like what that black mark is.
Yeah, but it just looks. Yeah,
it just looks stylistic.
Well, I mean, the reason I say that
it could be anything.
One kind of is because of the fact that actually is what happens.
Yeah, but like you don't know that. But like just like Hawks, like in the Endeavor cover is technically a spoiler because you know his wings burn up, but like not really. You know what I mean?
And what
like you didn't immediately connect the dots, right? Yeah.
My point,
but I feel like a lot of people would just immediately think if they like imagine you don't know anything about the series, you'll just see that cover and think, oh, so in this volume he fights this person. You would think that some people would think that.
Well, also real quick before you go, Anarchy, the Hawks cover with Dabi with Twice, that's a spoiler because Twice has said multiple times he would not use his quirk on himself, and in that cover he's using his quirk to fight Hawks. That's the biggest spoiler. Like, I think
that is fair. That's
fair. But at the same time, you also don't know. Like at the same time, is it real? Is it aesthetic? Which is it? You don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, so some people might be like, "Oh, did he actually do this, or is this just like a hype thing?" Because you never know, like with art pieces, right?
I mean, couldn't you use that for any cover?
But my point though is that I think this next cover is going to be the most aggressively spoily cover of all time.
Why is that?
Bakugo's corpse on the ground.
No, I think this could be Shigaraki. Like this cover will be the first time. Which actually, let me look at this real quick. Let me look at this real quick. Let me not accidentally stick my foot in my mouth. I'm gonna double check this, but I'm pretty sure we've never
I've got the camera.
Like Deku and Shigaraki technically were on the same cover for the MVA, like the first bit of MVA, but they're they're subbed into the background.
I was gonna say volume 3.
USJ. But
USJ. Yep.
They don't face each other. There's no like acknowledgement of each other in any of these covers.
Oh.
Like think about it.
You want like an actual parallel?
Right.
So even like a face-to-face one?
Right. So we might finally get a cover that's like Deku versus Shigaraki with Black Whip looking like straight up beast mode with Shigaraki also
like
looking
a demon. Yeah.
Like a demon and like an angel. Oh,
I would
not
prefer,
gonna get that cover though.
Yeah, that's what I want.
But what I really would want is for like if we're really getting spoiler territory, if Deku Shigaraki be facing and above them, you see All For One and All Might looking at each other as well. I would be
bro.
Or the first user.
The only
If they
reason
put the
I would
first
be
user on the
questioning
cover,
that, 'cause
the
I
first user
like the
versus.
user.
Oh, if it's the first user, I would.
Yeah. That would make more sense. That
That's
would
way
make more
better. That's better than All Might.
Yeah, because All Might isn't even in this shit. So
Yeah.
the first and the All For One you just have their eyes like clouded, just like the white hair of both of them. Oh man, that would be cool.
Or
no, but here's what I need. I need them to both be pushing Deku and Shigaraki close together, like kiss, because they're all constantly pushing forward.
That's what they're doing, literally. That's what they're doing.
Yeah, that's what they're doing.
So, the thing is that I feel like maybe that would probably be in volume 30 though, because volume 29, the first user isn't in that.
Oh yeah, you're right, because volume 29 will end with Bakugo getting stabbed, I believe.
Or it'll either end with Bakugo getting stabbed or the up here as well finish you.
Or
no, because they're like this is the third chapter of the volume 30. Ian, is that right?
I said it was the second.
Second chapter. Yeah, so that means that it has to end on the one where he gets stabbed. If this is the second chapter of the volume,
and that's a great way to end a volume. So
absolutely, because then you're gonna be cursed. You're gonna be punching air when you finish reading the volume.
We're like, now I get a bi-weekly Shonen Jump.
But what would be crazy? I know he wouldn't do this, but if he just had the first user All For One on the cover of volume 30, that would be like, I don't know, like
that'd be deceiving as shit.
That would be like, whew,
yep.
Like, cause like
you're just like, hey, it's Shigaraki.
No, like it's Shigaraki and All For One. Like, no, that's the first user, and that's All For One. Dude, that would be so dope if it's just those two.
That would be cool.
But he would never do that because they're not super like.
They're not that relevant to it, right?
Yeah, they are, but they're not.
The first.
So, what's everyone's theory as to why the first user just looks like Shigaraki? Like that's not like a headcanon or like, ooh, it's a muscular thing with like Bakugo.
I think it's a muscular thing.
I feel like it's intentional. You think so?
I think it's a muscular thing. I don't think it's intentional.
So I think it's intentional, but I don't think it's genetic. Like I don't think it's
me neither.
Like specifically just like the way Shigaraki grows and develops, and like All For One is still protective of him and still wants to like him. It's like he's projecting that affection onto.
I was gonna say, have I ever said my Hana and Tenko theory of like when Shigaraki got picked up by All For One? Okay. Yeah,
like how it would have made way more sense for Hana if he was going to do that.
Yeah, but I think he's satisfied with the fact that this guy looks like his brother, and so he has that. And did you notice he put him in like he bought him toys and all those things? Like I think it literally is that he was like, all right, Hana would have been great because she looks like Nana, but then he saw Shigaraki and he's like, that reminds me of my little brother. Oh man!
And his little brother, loved like the manga, the hero stuff. So it's like, this little boy that's like playing all these games. Shit! And he's sick in the head.
I'll raise him right. I'll raise him right to hate this stupid hero society.
Wait, real quick. Like now that y'all say, I didn't even notice that they looked alike. But now that I'm looking at it, holy
no, it's so obvious,
dude. No, it's not even like it's literally if. I'm looking at the first user. I'm saying this is what Shigaraki looks like if he doesn't
without like a mole.
Well, no, without the mole. Yeah, but without all the like stress on his face and scars. Like this is what Shigaraki looks like.
That's it. Yeah, that's his face. It's the exact same hair too.
So you're thinking that
it's literally an unhealthy projection.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I think it is too. Which is why he's like, all of this is for you. I'm going to take care of you. All those things. Whereas maybe if he had taken if we go with my Hana theory,
so sad.
if he took Hana, he would have been like, Yeah, sorry. Go on, Ponzo. Go on.
No, you can go on. I just wanted to say that it is so sad because right now I'm feeling for like all for one because I'm a brother too. I love my family, you know. I love and I understand why he's so. He really loves his brother. Just till the end, so many years have just passed, and he still loves his brother. He just wants him by his side.
But it's like a corrupted, warped love where it's like, I know what's best for you. I have all, I'm all for one. I just want my family back, even if you don't want to be here. I'll put you in the basement and feed you. Why aren't you eating?
It is warped love, but it is still love. It just comes from a deep care, you know. And
he literally says when he gives him the power, he says, I care for you or something like that.
Yeah.
Let me look it up. Yeah.
So
first on volume.
Oh. Just I'll let you speak, man. Oh.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Oh no, I just saying I my volume. I was just saying I ordered my volume.
Hey,
he says you matter to me, which obviously you could take that as like I'm gonna use you, but with everything else, I feel like it has to be, caring. And in fact, that kind of works better with the warped thing, where it's like you matter to me, and so I'm gonna help you be useful, but also, I care about you because you're my brother. Why else would I use you? If you're so obstinate, if his brother's so obstinate against him, why wouldn't you just kill him? Why would you keep him down in the basement and feed him and worry about his safety or whatever? It's not like you have to give him the stockpile quirk,
Well, didn't he? Well, I mean, actually, they did talk about that though, because they were like, when he was telling the story, he said he didn't know if it's unclear if that was off of a sense of care for his brother, or if it was a sense of, hey,
yeah. But what's more interesting?
You'll like me more, so then you'll work with me.
Yeah, but I think the more interesting one and the one that kind of connects to like the way he treats Shigaraki would be that he cares for him, because we didn't get this flashback where he says like, why aren't you eating? Blah, 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 until after that. So I feel like we're getting more and more hints that he does have a warped compassion for his brother, but we'll see. I'm really interested. One's great. He's deliciously evil.
I didn't get to say anything on my part. Who going?
Go ahead, Rex.
No, go easy.
No, I was about to just say that I'm still just looking at how similar they look. I'm just like, just jarring.
I thought you were like, I'm still looking at Nana's thighs.
That's what I was gonna say too.
I look at it, bro. Hold on, bro. Like you gotta appreciate. Like you gotta really appreciate Nana. It's not even just the thighs and like it's the whole the package. The package.
I mean, no, that's what I was looking at. That's what I was looking at.
Okay.
He has a real beauty.
Confirmed was looking at the mute. BG was looking at that moose knuckle. Anyway.
Oh my God.
Welcome back, Flo.
Here's what I found on the web.
Welcome back, Flo.
Who the fuck?
Where did Flo go?
I thought you said welcome. I thought you said welcome back.
I had to take care of business.
Why are you so out of breath?
Well, you missed a lot.
Oh man, did he get that coochie?
I have to take care of business. That's all I'm saying.
Let's go.
Doesn't sound suspicious.
I was out here doing a drive-by.
Flo, I'm gonna tell you what Flo's real doing. He nasty, bro. They was in the lab, and they got to test 2 beakers, and there's like 3 of them. So he took one of the original ones out, and then like when the girl was grabbing him, he put his dick inside of where the test tube was supposed to go. He had her grab it by accident.
What
I thought this was a PG. I thought this was a PG platform.
PG.
First off, I literally set my channel. Time out. My channel is literally set to fuck them kids. What you mean?
Yeah, we're 4 hours in at this point. We already know we're at the disgusting part.
Yeah, like this is the meme section of the stream. So this is
the real nigga hours left.
Flo, you missed a lot of conversation. You missed a lot of conversation, Flo.
Because Flo's just getting back.
Wait, you say
getting back.
Hold on. No, BG. Did you say he was listening the whole time?
No, to some of it, not all of it.
No, he was out of the room though. Like you could see his chair was empty.
No, but he has a Bluetooth. So were you listening to us while you laying pipe?
I was. All right.
Dog was listening. Right. He was like, "I need the distraction. It'll up my stamina."
So when I remember I typed in. I typed in the chat. I'll be back in like 30 minutes. I don't know if it was 30 minutes ago. I said I'll be back in 30 minutes. I'll be like, all right. I have.
It was two.
I had a little.
Oh, you did?
On my hand there.
Dude, I didn't know.
I got a glimpse of something here and there.
What was I gonna say?
I got here an hour 30 ago.
I was gonna say that because he's just getting back. He never gave his thoughts on the chapter. So what were your thoughts?
It was a great chapter. I like this chapter better than last week's chapter.
Yeah.
I'm very excited to see what the League of Villains are going to do and how Chaco and the other. I bet there's all of them probably that pretty much had no shine in this arc was about to get their shine. Ida, Sue, Ochako. I would
Edgerray probably.
We can leave Sue in the past. Yeah. I don't need Sue.
Sue, I mean Squid, shut up.
Yeah, I forgot. Some people here have some resentment against like some of the characters.
Sue is boring. Sue's boring. So I don't
Yo,
care.
no. All right, so let me say this.
It was just before, and I think it was the first chapter of MBA where Sue was sleeping, and then like, oh, close the door. She's trying to hibernate. Yo, those are GOAT moments. How can we hate on Sue?
Dude, let me just say this.
The MVP of the joint training arc in her thing.
No. Let's go all the way back. Before Ochako, before Miracle, before Nana, do you know who was the best girl of MHA for the longest time? It was Sue. It was absolutely Sue. She held this series on her back for a good minute, and y'all would not disrespect her like that.
Yeah, no, like I said, everybody liked her pre-Camino, and after post-Camino, she fell off to everybody in everybody's eyes.
Post-Camino, she had that great scene with the kids outside where she was like,
I still kind of does the Camino era. As Camino era.
She was great. She was great in joint training though.
You know, she did cool stuff, but her character isn't really that interesting. That's what I'm saying. Like as a character is what I find boring, not her actions. As a character, I just don't find her interesting.
That's the thing they said. Even Healing Girl said about, or Cover Girl said about her when they were doing they test together, and then Deku finishes and it's like, yeah, this girl, she's pretty much a Mary Sue. Like she's fucking perfect at everything. She really has no downfall. Maybe her emotional things, she doesn't really have emotions like that, but everything else from another standpoint, she's really like built like an MC. She's a Mary Sue. Like if she was a nigga, or she'd be like, if she was like older or more raw, she'd be that character that pulled through and just pulled through.
Yeah, I always say that about her. She's literally a Mary Sue. Like that's why she has that name. It's supposed to be kind of a joke.
Yeah, like her well, and the reason people liked her before wasn't her character; it was that she was charming and cool. That's it.
Yeah.
She's always been charming and cool.
Oh, that's why I liked her at first. But the thing about me is that you can be charming and cool all you want, but if that's all you are, I'm probably gonna get tired of you. Yeah, I need you to be a little bit more than that.
Man, that's how Miracle is. She's charming and cool.
Yeah, she's only
she just showed up.
She's only in 2 arcs.
She had a good moment after Camino when she apologized to everybody else.
No, like I said, but that's still Camino era. That's what I mean. Like the Camino, I said post-Camino era is where people started to turn on her. And at that point, I just realized, yeah, she's just always going to be.
That is a fair point. That with the reason it makes more sense to really like Mirko is because they space her out. So when she shows up, you're like, oh, it's her. And then she leaves before you get bored. But I think we're going to get more. I think Sue is I think it seems obvious that she is set up to be the next Mirko character where she's like the animal with OP everything. So I think that we'll get more into her as it goes on. I think it's just like Ochako and Ida, where like they were given all this focus during the Camino era. And then we moved to a bunch of new characters. And now we're kind of wrapping back around because there's no way that Ida got his 20-minute recipro burst to not get a cool moment where he comes in and does something great and gets a character moment where he's probably going to punch Deku again because Deku's going to be like, well, I can move with my neck, baby. One for all headbutt. And then he's going to punch him just like back in Camino.
To me, it's kind of like Mina. Mina was going down that same rabbit hole too. I love Mina. I love her to death, but she's also kind of like perfect. But then they kind of changed that with what they did with the Makia shit.
And now we're getting more. Now we're gonna get more later.
So that's what I'm saying. That's what I need from Sue. I need something like that from Sue, and I'll be happy.
I think we'll get it.
Flo will like this. I think we need the gun and killer moment with Deku and Ida, where Deku's about to rage out, and then Ida knocks him out and carries him away. And it's
Yeah.
like, that would be so.
He has a mini version of that in Kamino. Not when he punches him, but when Deku's like, "Well, I know I said I wouldn't fight, but I'm a liar." And then Ida grabs him and Ida is the reason that they were able to save Bakugo without getting everyone killed, because otherwise Deku was about to run in and he stopped him. And so I always love that for Ida, that he actually, like, it could have been the trope of like, no, don't worry, the kids will totally not, well, like, we say we're not going to fight, but it's a shonen, so we're totally going to fight. And they actually didn't fight because Ida held it down and got them out of there. And I love that. That's so great.
Yeah, facts, bro. Like, this shit, that's one of my biggest things about MHA, why I love it so much. Like, it keeps the realism aspect that every time the kids were in the battle, it never made any of the pros look less competent at the quirks on that super strong. Like, and other than, like, you know, Muriel and like Sun Eater, even then, like, nobody else looked incompetent. Fat Gum and Kirishima teamed up together. They didn't nobody looked incompetent. Even with the kids doing what they did, these niggas the heroes still don't look incompetent, even with the Deku shit. Nobody really looks incompetent unless they're like actually, you know, weak. But the power scale, that's one thing MHA handles perfectly, no matter what you want to say. The power scale and the sense of the realism, or like what should be happening and what shouldn't be happening, has always been one of the best things about this series. Like,
stay in your lane effect, as Aniki says.
Yes.
Real quick, I just want to say, everybody that's in the chat right now, you're all degenerates. I just looked over for a second and I saw what Pedro said, and you guys are disgusting human beings. That's all I want to say.
Oh shit! I didn't even see that at first.
What did he say? What did he say?
He said, "God, Mina might have the pinkiest one."
What?
I need you to calm down, bro. I need you to reevaluate your life.
PG turned into a robot. He lost his humanity. He ascended.
Yo, can you repeat that? You kind of broke up for me.
man, I just don't want to talk about this, guys.
I wasn't. I didn't even notice that until like he said it. Like, dude, if he hadn't been like Pedro's a degenerate, I would have been like, oh, whatever.
Shaking my head.
I mean, you know, Animaniacs is coming back, so I'm excited for Pinky and the Brain. So we're good. We're all good.
There you go. Nice save.
Yeah, that's what I'm here for.
That's how you know Ian fucks. I don't know who was trying to say Ian's a virgin, but nah.
No, yeah, somebody tried to call us all out for being virgins. I think they said everybody. Chocolate Thunder was trolling though, because Chocolate Thunder is funny, bro. He be trolling in the chat. He funny as hell.
Hey, wait. Oh, he was trolling? Okay.
Listen, Flo. It's funny, Flo.
Then Flo's just like, I was just.
No, that's the funniest part. So Flo, he was talking about us talking about you. He was like, at least Flo not a virgin like the rest of y'all. But he was just joking around.
You better be.
No, Tarnish, please.
Tarnish day.
Oh my fucking god.
What you say?
This nigga talk.
Flo was about to say, I got proof.
Nigga said Jiro be singing me lullabies.
No, Tarnish got the most wholesome love of Jiro I've ever encountered.
Who?
Because there's another dude on my timeline that loves Jiro, but like definitely
Shouldn't be hanging out with Jiro.
Look, so here's my thing. The students are cool. Like, yeah, they're whatever, but the adults that represent us, they're just like, the adults are just so much better than I've never liked any of the students in my hero like at all. But Midnight, Mount Lady, Miracle, Nana, it's like, bro, you got the pick of the litter in my hero.
Bro, if you
I need Midnight to strap me up and whip me.
If you would, all right. So first off, I didn't know you was a sub, but now it makes sense. Second off,
I'm a switch. It depends. I'm a switch, so it depends on who I'm dealing with.
You know, we're gonna take the BDSM test later. We're gonna do that in the church. Everybody, I'm gonna post the link, and everybody can take the BDSM test, and we can post the results.
What is that?
Thank you for 2 likes, guys. Thank you.
Pawn's gonna dip out on us. He like, nah, y'all wild.
All right, Bob Pawn's.
He's like, I ain't gonna let you.
Yo, because
I can't let y'all know the truth.
Just asked in the chat, we just missed 2 likes to have 50, and we just get 2 likes. So thank you guys. Really.
I do appreciate that. Also, like that. Also, just for the record, that overhaul video actually did a lot better than I thought it would.
Really?
It didn't do as good as I like.
It has a great thumbnail.
It didn't do like super great. Like it's not near 1K like the streams do or anything like that. But it did break like 300, so it is doing. It did about the same amount of numbers as the Sunday OVA from Jujutsu Kaisen did. So at least there's that,
I'm so excited for all the. I'm so excited that Horikoshi. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, we need to talk about sharing this and making to deliver the word of the church. We need to do that.
Well, I've got Caleb Cook in the palm of my hands. Didn't you hear?
Bro, I told y'all this nigga evil.
Dog, Ian, is it true that you blow out backs specifically while having Deku analysis play in the background?
Well, I do have a folder on my phone of Deku makes me cry moments. So if I need to cry, that's all there. We're good.
Whoa.
If you need to rage.
If I need to rage, I have Mineta talking to Eri.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's the one Mineta moment I won't let any Mineta fan save. Not allowed.
There is no saving that one. That one just can't be saved. And I think that's actually
that's irredeemable.
Yeah.
That one's just you let that ride. That's just terrible.
No, like I think that's like I think that was like besides like the Mina boob thing and the joint training, that was like the last like pervy thing. So it was like
last
the second
pervy
to last
thing was the Mina thing. Because then she clockwork oranged him, which is hilarious.
First, no, Coyote, we're never asking about the Bane kind of backbreaking. I'm sorry.
What?
Oh, so what I was gonna say earlier is I'm so happy that like how like every arc up until like around the time Shigaraki became Raw, and then everyone's like, no, I love Shigaraki. Everyone was like, man, Horikoshi just makes all these better villains than Shigaraki and then puts them away. But I love that they're all just sitting in like a box together, so that whenever we get to the point where they're all released, all these fascinating and interesting characters just get to pop out and join the story after being put in their little shoebox. It's gonna be great. Like think how many chapters Horikoshi can end on like a fan favorite comeback. He's got Rappa, Overhaul, Stain, Gentle. He's got All for One, obviously, whenever the real one comes out.
Muscular.
Muscular. Oh my gosh,
that
I need
Deku
that
versus
rematch.
Muscular fight. Ooh, dude,
we got Rappa versus O'Clock or Rappa versus Knuckle Duster.
That was great.
Yeah.
Is he O'Clock in that flashback, or is he Knuckle Duster?
He's O'Clock.
He's still O'Clock.
He's O'Clock.
Well, because Rappa never lost, so they had to keep that consistent. Yep. Which is good. I'm glad.
What I was referring to was essentially. Oh, so he still has his quirk in this. What, this is a flashback?
Yeah,
it's a flashback.
Talking about quirkless Deku stuff, right?
Yeah, I was hoping that was O'Clock, because I was like, I really don't want to hear nobody talk about like, see, he gets
Knuckle Duster. Yeah, so why doesn't Deku just do more push-ups?
So like,
because the Knuckle Duster thing is so funny to me, because I'm like, they'll be like, hey, he fought Stain. Yes, when Stain wasn't trying, when he wanted to try, he speed blitzed the shit out of him. Stop.
He literally baited him.
Oh, Rex, what you about to say before I go off?
I just want to say that what was I about to say? Something. Let me think.
Something La Brava, something Nana.
No, it wasn't La Brava. In the chat, I saw somebody say it's gonna be so cool when Deku versus I can't remember who said it. They said Deku versus Muscular Part 2, and then they're both walking towards each other. Then you see the muscle fibers wrap around Muscular arms, and as Deku walking to Muscular, the black whip wraps around his arm. And
then Deku says. And then Deku says, "Joke's on you. I can't use these," and kicks him in the face.
So if we're gonna do it like that, if you're gonna do East. If we're gonna do it like that, then I need that to basically be like an All Might versus Nomu fight, where they like just go at each other.
Yes.
Because like,
but it's kickboxing.
Because like I'm a big fan. Like I said, I'm a big fan of like Deku having like this rage, angry like phase. So like if the idea of like him running into Muscular and they have a fight, and it's just like them just throwing blows at each other real heavy until he just like gets the upper hand, gets a couple shots, and just sends that nigga flying.
That's
yeah.
That's gotta be. If they do that, it's gotta be Black Suit Deku.
But if it's on like a mountaintop again, it goes like this, to where, because he's got a shoot style and he's better at moving around, he like dodges over him, kicks him in the back of the head, grabs him with black whips, and just tosses a giant meatball off the cliff.
Just like punches his ass down to the ground.
With Muscular and Deku, I think
Kicks it.
this is one of those fights that I don't want to be intricate in any way. I want it to be
Yeah,
pure
exactly.
pure meathead. Like we will go
Straight hands.
we fight until the other one begs for mercies or dies.
Yeah.
Oh, so you want it to be like you want it to
So
be like a
let me say what I was gonna say before.
Go ahead,
each
East.
other.
Yeah,
Like,
wait, no. Let East get his words out.
Okay.
So
Put it
what I
on
wanted
that.
to say is the way Seyz was talking about, showcasing people after the time skip in a big way. Wouldn't that be very fitting for Deku to come back and body that nigga Muscular post time skip? Because you gotta remember, they're gonna break all the prisoners out of Tartarus, and there's gonna be a section of Japan some way or some form. The villains are not going back into hiding. That shit is done. No matter which way this arc ends, this shit is done. They take over Japan. They have their own section. What may it be? They're gonna break up Tartarus because nobody can stop them from doing that. And they're gonna be like, okay, bet. So imagine if he pulled up on Muscular, haunting, pulling up on Muscular, and them niggas fought like post concert. A way to showcase how much he's grown since.
I get
East,
it.
East, what you just yeah, go on.
No, you go ahead.
I was gonna say, East, what you just described is exactly what happens in Percy Jackson, where at the start of the series he fights the Minotaur and barely lives, and in the final book the Minotaur shows up and he's like, Percy Jackson, I've come back to fight you, and he gets like one shot. And I'm like,
Dude,
yes.
he really did. Did he cut off both his horns too? He was like, bah,
yeah,
bah.
because he's a god and he bathed in hell. It was great.
Yeah,
why do you think
got the curse of Achilles.
Why do you think that I want? Why do you think I want that fucking show to come out already?
I love Percy Jackson's so good.
I cannot wait to get
because when they eventually get to the what is it the Last Olympian? I forgot season 5.
Olympian.
Bro, we're gonna have that fucking the Mark of Achilles scene where he just runs through all those fucking like zombies and shit.
Bro,
and he fights a lightning god. He fights a steam god.
Guys,
hold on. We also got to get you got to go to the next section. We got the civil war between the Romans and the Greeks.
Oh no! The only thing I need to see from that is Percy versus Jason. I need them to change the outcome. That outcome is ass. I hate it.
No, guys, I have to know something because right now I just watched 2 movies of Percy Jackson and.
No. Let me stop you right there. Don't even pretend those don't exist because those are ass. Terrible.
Let me see this way. Those are so terrible that Rick Riordan shits on those movies.
No.
Yeah,
it was so terrible that he came out and said like, okay, I'm gonna tell you right now, I ain't never seen those movies, and just because I know they're shit, I'm gonna help them make the show, so it won't be shit.
There is a show, Percy Jackson.
It's coming.
There will be.
Let me put it this way. Rick Riordan literally tweeted, I know you guys talk about how you hate these movies because it was a book that you grew up with that you have to see be bastardized, but understand that I have to suffer seeing my work go through that.
My child.
How many people see that?
That's how bad.
Avatar. The guys from Avatar. The guys from X-Men. How many times they saw they think this the last movie from X-Men. X-Men. I forgot the movie.
Yeah.
Fox. Fox.
New generation thing that the new
First Class.
No, not First Class. First Class was good as a movie.
Oh, New Mutants. He means New
Mutants. New Mutants.
Yeah, New Mutants.
Oh man,
they butchered it.
I heard it was ass.
But man, I'm Percy Jackson on his black Pegasus fighting a flying pig. That is through New York. That is a thing that happens, and I cannot wait.
Well, I thought you were gonna refer to fucking what is it? The Titan's Curse with fucking Nico and his fucking sister.
He's in that one too. Percy Jackson holds up the planet and saved all our lives and has a gray streak because he held up the planet.
You mean with the Atlas shit?
Bro.
He's so cool.
Yo,
Percy
JJ,
cool. Like the ultimate.
You're on the gay shit. You're on the gay shit like getting X-Dabi. Okay.
That's why I hate Jason. That's why I hate Jason. I don't like Jason.
You don't like Jason?
Percy
I don't like Jason. Jason to me is bland as fuck. I hate him.
Bro, you just reminded me. I got the 4th book to the Trials.
Okay, nothing to say.
And
you just reminded me. I got the 4th book to the Trials of Apollo around my apartment somewhere.
You don't like
Jason?
I need to finish fucking Heroes of Olympus first.
Have you read the book where Annabeth and Percy Jackson take a date through hell? It is the coolest thing ever.
Okay, House of Hades was raw.
I haven't read that yet. I have the book. I just haven't read it yet.
House of Hades is incredible.
I heard like mixed things about it. So I've either seen you either love it or you hate it.
Well, the Percy Jackson and Annabeth side is perfect. I literally at that point did not care about the other characters, so I bought the book, only read the Percy and Annabeth chapters, and then when they got there and they re-explained what happened to them, I was like, all right, I don't need to read it. Because they literally tell Percy and Annabeth what happened in between the time they're in hell. So
No, I enjoyed the whole run. I don't know.
I mean, I haven't finished Heroes of Olympus because like what is it? The first one was Lost Heroes okay. It's okay. Son of Neptune's great. Fucking
Percy's in it.
Mark of the Inner, great, except that Jason versus Percy fight, hated. And then other than that, yeah.
Okay,
I've only read those 3, but they're all really good.
Well,
yeah, like keep going.
Will be great. I
think it's gonna be live action, not anime, but still.
It is live action.
No.
But apparently, no, I think that's good. I think that's good. Because I feel like because if Rick's involved, it's gonna be age accurate.
Well, so long as they don't pull an Avatar where they promise they'll help him, and then the Avatar creators are like, all right, they lied.
I know Disney. I know Disney is shit. I know Disney is shit, but I know for a fact that it's like with this. This one's a lot less intricate. I don't feel like you have a reason to do that because there's a lot of real world shit there too. So there's a lot less of that, and it's
Also,
Disney as well. So there's more prime. They're more like keen to make it kid friendly.
Not to mention, like at the end of the day, they it would hurt their money more, especially because like here's the thing: Disney already tried we'll take the easy route, do a bunch of dumb stuff. With the movies, they already messed up with the movies.
That was Fox. That was Fox who did that.
But they still the Hyperion Studios, Hyperion Press is owned by Disney. The books that publish Percy Jackson were already owned by Disney.
Oh
yeah. So from that perspective, like, yeah, see, like, so they're like, no, we're not gonna let somebody else make these movies. And they bought Fox anyway, so that's what lets them like do this. So they
might get the Marvel treatment and actually give it respect.
I don't know.
Right. Well, actually, the MCU disrespects a lot of shit, but like we're not gonna get. I don't know.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna have to agree to disagree on this one, but I'm gonna say for the most part, with Percy Jackson, the thing is, I'm questioning why they even gave it to Fox in the first place. Like, y'all had the money for it.
Oh yeah.
Y'all could have made these movies the whole time. So why the fuck?
But they might not have.
But then again, after
anything special.
But then again, after I heard what they did to Artemis Fowl, maybe it's a good thing they didn't touch it.
Yeah, everything I saw from the Artemis Fowl trailer looked like garbage, and I'm not touching that.
Let me tell y'all, Artemis Fowl is still one of my favorite book series of all time, and I did not want to I saw the movie thing, and I was like, yeah, no.
All right, real quick. All right, quick question for the people in the chat. Should we do like a book stream? Like, should we just like talk about like different books that we love at some point?
Like our young, yeah.
The only ones I can go in depth on is Percy Jackson, though. Personally.
Yeah, me too. That's the only
I have
one
no
I
problem. Look, here's the thing. I have no problem doing like a Percy Jackson stream later down the road. Because remember what I said? I'm planning a content link later this month anyway, so we could just end up doing streams on multiple days, the last week of the month, talking about all kind of shit from Percy Jackson to Avatar. We already talked about having an Avatar stream.
Yeah, Avatar stream.
So I'm all for that too because I just rewatched it.
Should we do an MHA hot take stream?
I need to rage on
Netflix
right now.
An MCU stream.
I watched that shit in like 3 days.
We need to have the Flo versus everybody else Hunter stream. That has to happen.
That's already said. That's already said. Storm.
All right.
Wait, so why Flo? Why Flo specifically?
Ian, you weren't. Was Ian there?
He wasn't.
Right. No, it was me. It was me, Seyz, and Aniki versus Flo.
So Flo, real quick though, because I want to iron this out. So we just agreed in the chat. Make sure you respond, so I know, because like you guys, the audience, and we partially here for y'all. So I haven't read Dune yet. I have not read Dune yet. One of my best friends really wants me to read Dune. He's actually gonna buy a copy of it so I can read Dune. He actually said the main character reminds him of me a lot.
I'm gonna look at the fucking audiobook. I can't read that much.
So
it's like 900 pages. I'm like, I'll get the audiobook. Fuck that.
So Avatar stream. We everybody that's in the call, good on Avatar Last Airbender stream?
Of course.
For sure.
All right, now chat real quick. Let me know. Avatar Last Airbender, Legend of Korra stream. Y'all good with that?
Well, Legend of Korra, not so much. Not Legend of Korra, not so much.
It's all
No, we go.
Avatar.
I can do it. I can do it. I can do it, but I can do it. Yeah, I'm gonna be more. I'm gonna go from super positive to
That's fine. We're not doing a Captain Underpants stream. I haven't read Captain Underpants in like 10, 15 years.
Watch the movie.
It's like almost 20. It's like 20 years I read that shit.
I said 15, but then I realized I accidentally didn't age myself properly when I said that.
I realized I'm old. No.
The last time I read that shit was in 2003. That was the last time I read that shit.
Yeah. All right. Young Justice stream.
Yes,
absolutely.
I'm for it. I watch.
All right. Yeah.
For hours
I have to go rewatch it. That's the case.
I watch every season. I watch every season. I'm waiting for the fourth.
I need an excuse to catch up.
All right.
I rewatched 1 and 2 for like 2 or 3 times.
All right, so yeah, we'll do. Yeah, no, the Avatar and the core stream are going to be combined. So yeah, all right, boom, and we just got a bunch of positivity for the Young Justice stream.
Yeah,
Cora ain't can help you.
Percy Jackson stream.
No,
we all on board for that?
I can be there because I never read any of it.
Yeah, I never read it.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem. As much as I gush about it, I am going off like 10-year-old memories or whatever.
Yeah, I don't think. I
can't give any actual
discussion
on it. I can give like whenever if people are giving like actual thoughts, I can be like, and then that cool thing happened. Oh, but I can't tell you like the character arc of Percy Jackson. I don't remember.
Yeah, but again, like only BG, real quick. Only you, Ian, and Aniki are the only 3 that we're talking about it when y'all were having this Percy Jackson discussion. The rest of us were quiet. I don't think it should be. I'm just saying. Like,
I'm just checking.
If you want to do all of us, or if you just want to have a stream with y'all 3, you could do that. But with all of us, nah.
Next question.
Check the chat because they said 3 different good ideas, but I lost one of them because I couldn't get in. They got Ben 10.
Where were they?
I haven't watched a lot of Ben 10s.
Ben 10. Wait. Quick announcement. I don't know if you guys knew this, but Code Lyoko just got on Netflix.
Yes, sir.
I watched that like 4 times.
I might have to do a Code Lyoko rewatch.
What about just like a Cartoon Network stream then? Because I don't think we could. I don't think we could do like an hour like dissecting Ben 10. It'd just be like, who's your favorite alien? What's your favorite episode?
No.
It's a good story at the end. Ben 10 has a really good arc.
With Ben 10,
Holy Code Lyoko has 4 seasons.
I haven't watched Ben 10 after Ultimate Alien.
Yeah, I haven't either.
Me too.
Yeah, that's where it ends. That's where it ends.
That's what it ends.
There's other reiterations of it now.
No, as I said what I said. It ends.
Actually, all right. So one thing. Real quick. As much as people don't like the art style and the kiddie aesthetics, I have been told by a lot of people that the actual ones after Ultimate Alien are really good and it fleshes out Ben characters.
At least Omniverse.
Okay, Omniverse, yeah, I can maybe, but the reboot, fuck that. Sorry, you cannot.
No, I'm not talking about the reboot. I'm talking about the one after.
That's what I'm saying. There's only 2 after Ultimate Alien. It's Omniverse and the reboot.
Okay, wait. Question. Because the chat also somebody just suggested Samurai Jack.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
I don't know. I can't remember enough about Samurai Jack to talk about Samurai Jack for hours.
Okay.
Yeah, me either. Like, and what I remember was like blips from my childhood on Adult Swim or Cartoon Network, or wherever it was airing at. It was
Cartoon Network.
Cartoon Network.
That's why I think just like a Cartoon Network general stream would be really good.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Cartoon Network.
Because then you can just have nostalgic opinions where you're just like, I remember when Jack killed that one guy. That was cool. Yeah.
Also, but Young Justice is definitely getting its own stream.
That's a separate stream.
Wait. Should we combine? Yeah, but should we combine Young Justice and Teen Titans?
Yeah, because we can compare the two.
Because somebody did say Teen Titans in the thing.
Yeah,
because I don't think we could dissect. Yeah, I don't think we could dissect Teen Titans just as much as we could do Young Justice.
Yeah, no, because Young Justice is more mature.
We already got Avatar.
Not only this, it has really,
The thing is, that's what. Well, actually,
that's really a story, like I'll say.
I do want to question that. Then this is a quick one. It doesn't even have to be boring a discussion. Then what do y'all like more?
I prefer Young Justice more than Teen Titans.
Oh, Young Justice. I love Teen Titans. But Young Justice is it's on like Avatar level to me.
Yes.
So that's why I'm happy because I'm like I in my server I debate my friends on this all the time. They're like, nah, Teen Titans way better. Like, no, I think it's nostalgia talking.
That's absolutely nostalgia.
So for me personally, like I haven't watched all of Young Justice, like because when it was airing week to week, I was like, I can't keep up with this week to week. So like I missed out. I missed out on huge chunks. I watched all the first season. I think in the second season I missed out on some stuff, and I didn't watch.
Okay. I'm gonna be real with you. Here's my take. after time, because I had time to sit on it for 7 years. I can cleanly say that the first season is better than the second season. Second season has higher highs, but like higher like cool moments. Like this, it's more hype. But if I'm gonna go by writing, no, season one's way better.
I swear that's the difference of 6 episodes.
So what?
It's the difference of 6 episodes.
True.
Like that's all that one is. But to me, as much as people hated the third season, like started hating on the third season.
People hating it. I don't know. I didn't know about that.
Niggas was hating on Young Justice Outsiders. That
really?
No,
that
bro.
was tough.
No,
okay,
bro.
that was the best season. But the only thing,
Geoforce at the end, bro.
But there's one thing I will say: if it wasn't for that Geoforce thing, this probably would have been the worst season in my eyes because of that stuff that happened with Violet at the end.
Yeah,
that was dumb as heck. I didn't like that.
Mm-hmm. Hey, bro. Hey, yo.
They saved it.
Yeah, got it.
Well, like, but and also, when Flo said I put Young Justice on the Avatar level, I was like, ooh, I wouldn't even. The only reason I wouldn't even say that, even though I haven't watched it, is because from with Young Justice, I've heard like differences of opinions, or like I like this, I don't like this, or da da da. Well, Avatar, before it like got on Netflix, the general consensus was this is the greatest shit of all time.
But to be fair about that, a lot of people hadn't watched that since they were kids, and then they got rewatches. So I'm like, I can't really use that as a metric because, nostalgia is also a thing. I don't think it is nostalgia, but a lot of people could argue that.
Danny Phantom.
Oh, I own every season of Danny Phantom.
Especially if we're arguing like story-wise, I'll argue that Young Justice has a better story than Avatar.
Ooh,
I would argue that. I would argue that. No, Avatar is good.
I'm not gonna say you're wrong. I'm not gonna say you're wrong. I'm not gonna say you're wrong. I don't know if I agree with that yet.
What's the episode? I don't know the episode name, but it's called the it's something Players when they were on the island.
Ember Island Players.
Yeah.
Ember Island Players. Does Young Justice have an episode that's better than the Ember Island Players? Because that's one of the greatest episodes of TV cinema. Period.
Wait, a recap episode? Is that that's practically a recap episode.
It is, and that's why it's so great. Like I've never seen recap done that way. But it literally allowed for so many character introspections about like what happened, how they felt, how the Fire Nation felt, the propaganda and all of it. And then it helped them move forward as a team. Like it was like an amazing episode.
With Avatar's story, it's very simple, so I could totally understand because the characters are what people love. Characters are what people adore about Avatar. That's what people go like, look at all this in depth or the world building or the things like that. So I understand if someone's like, I think the plot of Young Justice is better because there's more to think about. But you don't think about the plot of Avatar. You think, ooh, what are they going to do this episode? Who are they going to meet this episode? Who's going to grow this episode?
What I will say is that as far as recap episodes go, like Shmurda said, that might actually be the best recap episode ever made.
Yes.
Probably, yeah.
You know the single-handed moment that gets me from the episode? You know the single-handed moment that gets me from the episode? But it was like, so did the jet die?
It was really unclear. Yeah, I mean here's the thing. That's the biggest flex on recap episodes, that they reanimated their whole series. Like if that's not the biggest FU to a recap episode, I don't know what it is.
Like the only other episode recap episode I liked, like because usually I hate recap episodes if I'm being honest, is probably Disorder Diaries from Samurai Champloo, because that one kind of finishes with a fuck you because Fu knew that like put a bunch of stuff in there and said some nice things about the two people she was traveling with, but also told them fuck you because like some of this isn't like real because I knew these idiots would read my diary. And that shit made me laugh.
I feel like with Ember Island Players, it was a really good episode, really, really good. But I can't call it one of the best episodes of all time. But it's definitely the best recap.
Best recap episode.
I know, bro. Like for me personally, like that episode stuck out so much because it was like that whole like it's just so much like we get to see how characters still feel about stuff. Like when we was talking about, I can't remember the lady's name, but the Moon Spirit or whatever.
Yeah.
When Suki was like, did that really happen? Like she was kind of laughing. He was like, shush. He's so invested in the story. Like,
all right, so because
MHA stream.
So what we're gonna do real quick is just like establish it. So we're all in agreement that an Avatar stream is good. Just say yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
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 Yeah.
Okay, cool. Everybody said yes. So
man, Cora.
No. Stop. I'm trying to be clean here. Come on. So we already agreed on Avatar stream. Young Justice stream. We can make that Young Justice. We can make that Young Justice versus Teen Titans, or just Young Justice. I don't care which one.
I'd rather just do Young Justice, but if we want to do Teen versus Teen Titans, I guess I can do. I'll about that too.
It doesn't even have to be a verse. We can just like
compare.
No.
Like, yeah.
I mean,
like
a verse is more. I mean, verse is more exciting. The only problem is a lot of verses that we don't have enough people who actually would cape for the side of Teen Titans.
I would. I'll cape for Teen Titans.
You're gonna be the only one. That's not enough. That's not enough.
But we all agree that outside of soundtrack, both are better than Teen Titans Go, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
No.
I said outside of soundtrack.
All right. So I'm not gonna let slander of Teen Titans Go like happen on the stream again.
Right.
Dude, all right, so I would defend Teen Titans Go into let me finish. Dude,
okay, go ahead.
So look, I was on the Teen Titans Go hate train. I was like, look at this, destroying my childhood. Who are these fools?
My God.
Who are them to destroy it? And then I was literally babysitting my baby cousin one day, and he was watching it. I was like, oh God, let me watch this shit. And I was like, wait, this is actually really, really good and really like it's such like if you take it for what it is, Teen Titan Go is phenomenal. Like it's really, really good.
And that's the thing. No, here's the thing. I did take it for what it is. I don't have nostalgia for Teen Titans. Like I watched it as a kid, but I wasn't like I'm not like for me, my Teen Titans was Justice League. I was in love with Justice League. Teen Titan was good. I really liked it, but it wasn't like my favorite.
We could have a Justice League stream too.
Yeah, like
that was a show I watched Justice League though.
Yeah, Justice League was a show that I loved. I didn't love Teen Titans. So when I watched Teen Titans Go, it's just boring humor to me. It's not funny to me.
See, but that's the thing. That's the thing. But that's the thing, BG. If you love Teen Titans, I think you have to really love and appreciate Teen Titans to appreciate Teen Titans Go. I'm not even joking. I think that if you have an extreme love for Teen Titans and you are open, Teen Titans Go is a phenomenal show. But if you just like so about Teen Titans, the humor and stuff of Teen Titans Go is not going to hit because you don't like the character moments and stuff aren't as funny to you. But for me, who loves Teen Titans, like when you got like Beast Boy singing a ballad to Terra, and then Raven is like pissed off, like, but she can't admit that she's pissed off. It's like, dude, you're
talking about Catching Villains, right?
Or I don't know the episode names, or like
no, the song. Remember the song? The song is Catching Villains.
Yeah.
Or I'm not gonna hold you. That's a banging song. It is.
Yeah, and then we have like Robin in the car, like trying to take his driving test, and Robin is so focused on doing one thing that you think that he's ignoring that villains, like the driver ed person is robbing all these places, but then you realize that no, Robin just wanted his license and immediately captured the dude. He just let all of that go off so he could build up evidence against the dude. I was like, dude, it's just like it's so 5D chess that it's hard to explain, bro. Teen Titans Go is amazing.
All right, so from what I'm hearing, you like it more for the comedy aspect.
Yeah,
it's actually a funny and a good show, which I could understand, but they still ruined one of the greatest shows because
I'll defend it on this point. I don't believe in destroying childhoods because they didn't. It's not a thing. That's not a thing. It's always not ever been a thing. It's just, to me, it's like it can pretty much like make fun of it. And the thing I don't like about Teen Titans Go is how often they make fun of the original show for really no reason. Like one of the things like in that movie they made that directed the video movie they made, they're like, oh yeah, the old one got canceled because it was boring as fuck, man. Like I keep saying that. I'm like, I don't understand that take.
No,
I don't understand why they keep doing this.
Because
look, I don't want this to turn into like a Teen Titans Go propaganda stream. That's not the point.
I have one more thing to say. So also something else that made me hate Teen Titans Go the most is because Young Justice originally got canceled and they fucking replaced it with Teen Titans Go.
Let's go.
They were selling enough toys.
To be fair, that had nothing. I'm gonna defend them again. That has nothing to do with Teen Titans Go. That had everything to do with
sales.
the fact
the kids.
Yeah.
Well, it's because it's like its main audience, its target audience was kids, but its demographic, its biggest demographic was like fucking 18 to 20-something year olds.
Yo, Flo.
Okay. Wait, can we move past the Teen Titans?
No, we are. I'm not talking about Teen Titans. Like Flo and everybody else, look at the chat of Zoom and look at that YouTube video. Like, if that is not the greatest piece of like quality you've ever seen, I don't know what is.
All right, I'll check it out. Okay, so like I said, we agreed on Avatar stuff. We've agreed on Young Justice / Teen Titans stuff. Trying to think. And then we can just do like an older cartoon stream where we just discuss, because somewhere along the way somebody will be like, oh, this wasn't as good as that anyway, so it'll just end up turning controversial.
What about MHA hot takes, where we're just
we should do shonen. We should do shonen hot takes. I think instead of doing MHA, because we talk about MHA all the time.
Okay,
shonen hot takes. Shonen hot takes. Y'all gonna talk a lot of shit about one of the greatest shonens of all time.
Bro, Flo, I was there with you, bro.
Do shonen hot takes.
I was there with you defending you, bro. Trust me.
I'm not gonna talk shit about it. I'm just not gonna gas it up more than I feel.
Exactly. My stance on Hunter x Hunter is this: I don't hate Hunter x Hunter. I like Hunter x Hunter. I just think it's overhyped. It's as simple as that.
And you've been overly wrong for a minute.
Also,
it's crazy.
Wait. I don't want to just like. Not only can we talk about like older cartoons, but we can also bring in like regular show adventure.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's
Fresh
Prince.
Let's talk about webtoons too.
No.
Hey, y'all.
The only webtoon I read is God of High School, so I can't really host.
Only one I read is Tower of God.
Hey, y'all.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm about to head out because I really got to see my best friend. He texted me and I got to go see this reaction to Camino because this nigga was like, yo, all for what? All for what? He's like, he killed Billy G.
All right, here. Drop your final thoughts on the chapter, East.
Man, you already know it. Hold on. I'm going to drop a sermon real quick. Every day I come here Sunday with my fellow brothers and my one sister Seyz, and we come to praise the GOAT. And it's never nothing new every Sunday. He drops a banger after banger. These niggas shaking their ass on the street. And I say, girl, let me show you my volume for the new My Hero chapter. Horikoshi once again shows why he's that nigga. Once again, these streets are in chaos because they can't comprehend why this nigga is so great as he is. Once again, another 10 out of 10. And once again, all these niggas gonna read and sin. But in the end, all these blasphemy demons will not see the light. Sight, they will see the light, nigga, because Horikoshi is at the end of the tunnel, holding it in the MHA, because everything will come together. Once again, in the end, these niggas know Horikoshi will always win. 10 out of 10. I'm out now, niggas. Appreciate y'all.
All right, Boondock stream.
He just dropped bars or something.
Boondocks is tough.
No. We can do a Boondock stream.
I've not seen all the Boondocks, but I have seen all the Fresh Prince. Does that work?
I have not seen all of Fresh Prince.
Keep watching Boondocks, Ian.
It's
all right,
one of the
I'll catch up. I'll catch up.
Cartoons, period. Don't watch season 4 though. Don't watch season 4.
Yeah, don't watch season 4. Season 4 doesn't exist.
Season 4, you can watch it. It's not that great, but
I'm almost done with season 1.
It's not just that. It's not just not that great. It's terrible.
Yeah,
it turned the episodic show into a
I don't think I don't think a serialization is a problem because they do that with South Park now. South Park's still funny. It's about the way they went with what they did to the message of the show.
Yeah.
Because it just went because all the intelligence of the show just disappeared. Okay.
Yeah, it stopped being like a Magruder thing. But yeah. All right. So I just wanted to. All right. So we got 3 streams at least. Wait. So we got Young Justice, Avatar. Boom. Yeah, that's 4 streams. That's actually
Vigilante stream.
Oh yeah, we can do a Vigilante stream. That'll give us. Okay.
Oh yeah, you guys should do Vigilantes. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
That can be 5. Boom. That's enough streams right there for that week because I'm off that week. That's 5 streams. We got Vigilantes, we got Young Justice, we got Avatar. We just got to figure out what days, what order we want to do them in. So real quick, because we've already hit the 4-hour mark and I'm trying not to get a 5-hour stream going on here. Everybody, we're going to cycle through, get your last thoughts on the chapter, bring it all home. I'm going to start with you and Bonzu.
Okay, great chapter today. Hurry just blessed our timeline with some good ties. So yeah, I'm happy for next week. We have a no chapter next week, so I'm looking.
We do. We have one on Friday. By the way, we're not going to end up doing the. So yeah, we're not going to end up doing the Jujutsu Kaisen watch party because we'll probably be doing the stream next Friday.
Yeah. Okay. Right.
So
the JJK stream.
Well, usually I do a watch party in the Discord. Like I've been doing that for each episode of the anime on Fridays, like a little while after it releases. But because the chapters are going to come out this Friday at like 11. We're just gonna have to do the stream for that, unless I can manage to keep that short. So
I might come later on the stream because I might be on my courses like in school.
Fair.
So yeah. Next to it, yeah, great conversation, great memes. So people, I hope to see you next time. Thank you for the likes, for the subs, and yeah, here we go for a new week.
All right, Flo, you wanna say something?
Great chapter, great discussion. You already know. My Hero, one of the greatest shonens in Shonen Jump right now. Hunter x Hunter, the greatest shonen in Shonen Jump
Oh
ever.
my god.
Let's go for that agenda.
Hey. All right, I'm about to enlighten you boys real quick. So, only real Hunter x Hunter fans actually know this. All right, so this is something that the author said like a while back, and a lot of people like kind of missed it. And if you read the story, it's in the story, but a lot of people just kind of glance over it and not give it the respect it actually deserves. So bungee gum actually holds the proper of both rubber and gum. So
I hate Flo.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Let's go. Let's go. Tell them.
It's the most me thing I've ever heard.
I thought you were better than this, Flo. I thought you were better than that.
Yo, that was amazing.
For the record, real quick, by the way, just because you made that joke, what would you guys be? Because there was like the personality chart that Hisoka mentioned.
Yeah.
You guys figure out which type of nin users you would be.
Okay.
Most of my friends.
I think I said I was a conjurer.
I would be either an enhancer or an emitter, but probably an enhancer.
Are you that simple?
I mean, like I took the test and I got that.
Really?
I took multiple tests, bro. Anyways, I mostly got emitter and enhancer.
Okay.
I'd be a cheater like Karapika.
Yeah, no, that's actually when I looked at it, I was like, I'd probably be a conjurer / specialist.
I'm a specialist / manipulator.
Yeah, I think like for me it was conjurer manipulator. That's what I got.
I either got, like, when I took them, depending on what mood I was in, I either got transmuter or I got specialist, depending on the mood. When I was really angry at the world, I got transmuter.
Specialist.
That's fair. All right, so real quick, Rex, you got your final thoughts for the chapter?
I think the chapter was okay. I didn't like it as much as most people. It was like a 7 or 8 to me. I think that the last 2 chapters were better. I just think that I expected more from the Dreamscape. I think it ended a little too early. But what the content that we did get was pretty good. I can't complain. I can't wait to see what happens next. My Hero is the best in Jump right now. Everybody, please watch that clip I posted because it shows you why Teen Titans Go is, in fact, one of the greatest shows of all time. And yeah.
All right. The propaganda can stop now.
All right. So, BG, did I have you give your final thoughts? BG? BG?
BG!
Oh, you asked me a question? Skip me.
What?
Oh man, the silence, man.
All right, Ian, final thoughts?
Like I said, I went into this chapter expecting like, oh, it's probably gonna be whatever. But the stuff we got hinted at with Deku as a character just like floored me, because like I said a few chapters ago, I was like, I do not want the future of Deku's character to just be, oh, I need to get stronger. And so the fact that Horikoshi is purposefully deconstructing pretty much everything about Deku recently, with what Bakugo said, with what the imagery was showing us, with him going after Shigaraki, with the fact, just all these things, I'm just so excited for the future for Deku and for MHA. And Deku's my favorite character, so of course I want to see more of him. So it was a really good chapter.
Okay, now I can talk. Now I can talk. That was what is it? Read the spoilers, loved it, saw it, but I was confused as hell. Didn't understand what the fuck was going on. But now I saw it, and I was like, okay, this is actually really good. It's actually explaining the lore. It's proving me right, and I can brag on the timeline now. Tell everybody they're fucking retarded. So I'm very happy about that. And
about which part?
About, for example, the All for One is trying to take over Shiggy's body thing.
Oh yes.
And this actually, in a way, also deconfirms the fucking All for One gave Shiggy decay thing too. So I can flex on that too.
You think so?
Well,
Why?
They brought up a good point, which is that if since they said that the whatchamacallit, the consciousness or at the will of the previous user, you will you'll have that within you. He has no such thing, Shiggy.
Yeah, you would think he would at least have nightmares at some point about the other user to like kind of drag that out, you know?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not a thing. So
is that why when you put too many quirks in someone, they go insane and become
I think
catatonic?
so. I think so.
And Gigantomachia was already just a terrible person, so he's like, I don't care if there are dead people in me, whatever.
And he's really fucking dumb, so there's that too.
Crimson Riot.
Yeah.
So all right.
So cool. Rise was simple, but yeah. Overall, I mean, this was a good 9 out of 10 chapter for me.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, for me, this chapter was actually really good. I actually like this chapter more than last one. So like, yeah, like for me, this chapter was like a massive payoff, and it set up like it was both the massive payoff and that we finally got to see like. For me, I've been so sick of the Uwu Shigaraki narrative where people were like, no, it's all because of All for One. And if you just give him a chance and you show him a different way, he'll reconsider. And then like, nah, Shigaraki's like, fuck grandma. All my homies hate grandmas. Like,
you just mad because your ass is old.
Oh yeah, we got to do
you're
Boondock Street.
You're just mad that you're dead.
Like, so like finally getting that just like set up. And once again, like, you know, you said the whole AFO is going to take over. No. Like even his Vestige is dedicated to making Shigaraki his successor. Like, think about that. That also, like, in the same amount of zeal that goes into like acquiring One for All, that same energy is applied to the idea of making Shigaraki a successor, keeping him alive and preserving his life. That means Shigaraki is as important of a goal to him as One for All itself is. So that bit of characterization, I think, is extremely important, and that people should probably like internalize this, accept the fact that All for One is probably the best father we've run across in this entire series, besides maybe Jiro's dad and maybe Ochako's dad, and just suck it up. Also, Ochako's dad messed up and told her they were poor, and now she's grown up for 10 years stressing about their finances. That's an L. AFO #1 right now. Fuck it.
I mean, did he tell her they were poor? She just knew they were poor.
Man,
because she's not stupid.
All right, it's just not. Come on.
So anyway, we wrapping up. Stop trying to argue when we trying to wrap up.
If I'm eating mayonnaise sandwiches for breakfast and my friends eat freaking cereal, I'm like, oh, okay, there's a difference.
No. She didn't even go over people's houses. Get out of here. No. So for real though. But no, like really did enjoy the chapter. Yeah. Glad that like we're getting like this characterization setting up for the final big reveal, because this arc isn't about a big fight at the end. It's about a big sociological change and progress through society. And that's why, yes, this is the climax of the fight. This is not the climax of the arc. The climax of the arc is going to be when Dabi arrives, finally has like the cameras, the satellites, everything hacked, aimed, and gets to do his big reveal. So we're moving towards that, which means that the final, like we might wrap this arc up with the end of the year or early January, and chapter 300 might not be, you know, the end of this arc, but rather the start of the next one. And
I think it's a Camino camp thing where it just kind of flows into each other.
Yeah, so that's kind of what we're.
That'd be a long ass Camino.
I mean, it is what it is. You know what I mean? So that's where I'm at with this. We're gonna try to do the stream next Friday or this Friday. If you guys haven't already watched the overhaul video, I posted it in the description. Go ahead, give it check it out. I've been thinking about doing more analysis. Somebody in the comments of that video actually managed to call out another series that I have planned for the channel. So if you managed to read the comments, if you figure it out, I'll give you props for that. So yeah, thanks for everybody that came through, always supporting the church, the boys, the bishops that come through, Seyz, the one woman that comes through reliably. All my friends came through in the chat, you know. Glad you all came through. This was a great stream, great chapter. Glad you guys were all here.